Dedication, Preface, and Section 1 of Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888, by Frances Rowe. Dedication: to my comrade Faye. Army Letters from an Officer's Wife. Preface. Perhaps it is not necessary to say that the events mentioned in the letters are not imaginary. Perhaps the letters themselves tell that. They are truthful accounts of experiences that came into my own life with the Army in the far West. Whether they be about Indians, desperadoes, or hunting, not one little thing has been stolen. They are of a life that has passed, as has passed the buffalo and the antelope. Yes, and the log and adobe quarters for the Army. All flowery descriptions have been omitted, as it seemed that a simple, concise narration of events as they actually occurred was more in keeping with the life, and that which came into it. Frances M. A. Rowe. End of preface. Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888. Section 1, Letters from 1871. Kit Carson, Colorado Territory, October, 1871. It is late, so this can only be a note to tell you that we arrived here safely, and will take the stage for Fort Lyon tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. I am thankful enough that our stay is short in this terrible place, where one feels there is danger of being murdered any minute. Not one woman have I seen here, but there are men, any number of dreadful-looking men, each one armed with big pistols and leather belts full of cartridges. But the houses we saw as we came from the station were worse even than the men. They looked in the moonlight like huge cakes of clay, where spooks and creepy things might be found. The hotel is much like the houses, and appears to have been made of dirt and a few dry goods boxes. Even the low roof is of dirt. The whole place is horrible, and dismal beyond description, and just why anyone lives here I cannot understand. I am all upset. Faye has just been in to say that only one of my trunks can be taken on the stage with us, and of course I had to select one that has all sorts of things in it, and consequently leave my pretty dresses here to be sent for, all but the Japanese silk, which happens to be in that trunk. But imagine my mortification in having to go with Faye to his regiment with only 2 dresses! And then, to make my shortcomings the more vexatious, Faye will be simply fine all the time in his brand new uniform. Perhaps I can send a long letter soon, if I live to reach that army post that still seems so far away. End of letter. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, October, 1871. After months of anticipation and days of weary travel, we have at last got to our army home. As you know, Fort Lyon is 50 miles from Kit Carson, and we came all that distance in a funny-looking stagecoach called a jerky, and a good name for it, too, for at times it seesawed back and forth and then sideways in an awful breakneck way. The day was glorious, and the atmosphere so clear we could see miles and miles in every direction, but there was not one object to be seen on the vast rolling plains, not a tree nor a house, except the wretched ranch and stockade where we got fresh horses and a perfectly uneatable dinner. It was dark when we reached the post, so of course we could see nothing that night. General and Mrs. Phillips gave us a most cordial welcome, just as though they had known us always. Dinner was served soon after we arrived, and the cheerful dining room, and the table with its dainty china and bright silver, was such a surprise, so much nicer than anything we had expected to find here. and all so different from the terrible places we had seen since reaching the plains. It was apparent at once that this was not a place for spooks. General Phillips is not a real general, only so by brevet, for gallant service during the war. I was so disappointed when I was told this. But Faye says that he is very much afraid that I will have cause, sooner or later, to think that the grade of captain is quite high enough. He thinks this way because, having graduated at West Point this year, he is only a second lieutenant just now, and General Phillips is his captain and company commander. It seems that in the Army, lieutenants are called Mr. always, but all the other officers must be addressed by their rank. At least that is what they tell me. But in Faye's company the captain is called General, and the first lieutenant is called Major, and this is most confusing. I get things mixed sometimes. Most girls would. A soldier in uniform waited upon us at dinner, and that seemed so funny I wanted to watch him all the time, which distracted me. I suppose for once I called General Phillips Mister. It so happened, too, that just that instant there was not a sound in the room, so everyone heard the blunder. General Phillips straightened back in his chair, and his little son gave a smothered giggle, for which he should have been sent to bed at once. But that was not all. That soldier, who had been so dignified and stiff, put his hand over his mouth and fairly rushed from the room so he could laugh outright. And how I longed to run someplace too, but not to laugh, oh no. These soldiers are not nearly as nice as one would suppose them to be when one sees them dressed up in their blue uniforms with bright brass buttons. And they can make mistakes too, for yesterday when I asked that same man a question, he answered, "Yes, sir." Then I smiled, of course, but he did not seem to have enough sense to see why. When I told Faye about it, he looked vexed, and said I must never laugh at an enlisted man, that it was not dignified in the wife of an officer to do so. And then I told him that an officer should teach an enlisted man not to snicker at his wife, and not to call her "sir," which was disrespectful. I wanted to say more, but Faye suddenly left the room. The post is not all as you and I imagined it to be. There is no high wall around it as there is at Fort Trumbull. It reminds me of a prim little village built around a square, in the center of which is a high flagstaff and a big cannon. The buildings are very low and broad, and are made of adobe, a kind of clay and mud mixed together, and the walls are very thick. At every window are heavy wooden shutters that can be closed during severe sand and wind storms. A little ditch, they call it acequia, runs all around the post, and brings water to the trees and lawns, but water for use in the houses is brought up in wagons from the Arkansas River, and is kept in barrels. Yesterday morning, our first here, we were awakened by the sounds of fife and drum that became louder and louder, until finally I thought the whole army must be marching to the house. I stumbled over everything in the room in my haste to get to one of the little dormer windows, but there was nothing to be seen, as it was still quite dark. The drumming became less loud, and then ceased altogether, when a big gun was fired that must have wasted any amount of powder, for it shook the house and made all the windows rattle. Then 3 or 4 bugles played a little air, which it was impossible to hear because of the horrible howling and crying of dogs. Such howls of misery you never heard. They made me shiver. This all suddenly ceased, and immediately there were lights flashing some distance away, and dozens of men seemed to be talking all at the same time, some of them shouting, "Here! Here!" I began to think that perhaps Indians had come upon us, and called to Faye, who informed me in a sleepy voice that it was only reveille roll call, and that each man was answering to his name. There was the same performance this morning, and at breakfast I asked General Phillips why soldiers required such a beating of drums and deafening racket generally to awaken them in the morning. But he did not tell me, Said it was an old army custom to have the drums beaten along the officers' walk at reveille. Yesterday morning, directly after guard mounting, Faye put on his full dress uniform, epaulettes, beautiful scarlet sash and sword, and went over to the office of the commanding officer to report officially. The officer in command of the post is lieutenant colonel of the regiment, but he also is a general by brevet, and one can see by his very walk that he expects this to be remembered always. So it is apparent to me that the safest thing to do is to call everyone general. There seem to be so many here. If I make a mistake, it will be on the right side, at least. Much of the furniture in this house was made by soldier carpenters here at the post, and is not only very nice, but cost General Phillips almost nothing, and as we have to buy everything, I said at dinner last evening that we must have some precisely like it, supposing, of course, that General Phillips would feel highly gratified because his taste was admired. But instead of the smile and gracious acquiescence I had expected, there was another straightening back in the chair, and a silence that was ominous and chilling. Finally he recovered sufficient breath to tell me that, at present, there were no good carpenters in the company. Later on, however, I learned that only captains and officers of higher rank can have such things. The captains seem to have the best of everything, and the lieutenants are expected to get along with smaller houses, much less pay, and much less everything else, and at the same time perform all of the disagreeable duties. Faye is wonderfully amiable about it, and assures me that when he gets to be a captain I will see that it is just and fair. But I happen to remember that he told me not long ago that he might not get his captaincy for 20 years. Just think of it, a whole long lifetime, and always a Mister, too, and perhaps by that time it will be just and fair for the lieutenants to have everything. We saw our house yesterday, quarters I must learn to say, and it is ever so much nicer than we had expected it to be. All of the officers' quarters are new, and this set has never been occupied. It has a hall with a pretty stairway, 3 rooms and a large shed downstairs, and 2 rooms and a very large hall closet on the 2nd floor. A soldier is cleaning the windows and floors, and making things tidy generally. Many of the men like to cook and do things for officers of their company, thereby adding to their pay, and these men are called strikers. There are 4 companies here, 3 of infantry and 1 troop of cavalry. You must always remember that Faye is in the infantry. With the cavalry he has a classmate and a friend also, which will make it pleasant for both of us. In my letters to you I will disregard army etiquette, and call the lieutenants by their rank, otherwise you would not know of whom I was writing, an officer or civilian. Lieutenant Baldwin has been on the frontier many years, and is an experienced hunter of buffalo and antelope. He says that I must commence riding horseback at once, and has generously offered me the use of one of his horses. Mrs. Phillips insists upon my using her saddle until I can get one from the East, so I can ride as soon as our trunks come, and I am to learn to shoot pistols and guns, and do all sorts of things. We are to remain with General and Mrs. Phillips several days, while our own house is being made habitable, and in the meantime our trunks and boxes will come, also the colored cook. I have not missed my dresses very much. There has been so much else to think about. There is a little store just outside the post that is named Post Traders, where many useful things are kept, and we have just been there to purchase some really nice furniture that an officer left to be sold when he was retired last spring. We got only enough to make ourselves comfortable during the winter, for it seems to be the general belief here that these companies of infantry will be ordered to Camp Supply, Indian Territory, in the spring. It must be a most dreadful place, with old log houses built in the hot sand hills, and surrounded by almost every tribe of hostile Indians. It may not be possible for me to write again for several days, as I will be very busy getting settled in the house. I must get things arranged just as soon as I can, so I will be able to go out on horseback with Faye and Lieutenant Baldwin. End of letter. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, October, 1871. When a very small girl, I was told many wonderful tales about a grand Indian chief called Red Jacket by my great-grandmother, who, you will remember, saw him a number of times when she also was a small girl. And since then, almost all my life, I have wanted to see with my very own eyes an Indian, a real noble red man, dressed in beautiful skins embroidered with beads, and on his head long waving feathers. Well, I have seen an Indian, a number of Indians, but they were not Red Jackets. Neither were they noble red men. They were simply and only painted, dirty, and nauseous smelling savages. Mrs. Phillips says that Indians are all alike, and that when you have seen one, you have seen them all. And she must know, for she has lived on the frontier a long time, and has seen many Indians of many tribes. We went to Las Animas yesterday, Mrs. Phillips, Mrs. Cole, and I, to do a little shopping. There are several small stores in the half-Mexican village, where curious little things from Mexico can often be found, if one does not mind poking about underneath the trash and dirt that is everywhere. While we were in the largest of these shops, 10 or 12 Indians dashed up to the door on their ponies, and 4 of them, slipping down, came in the store and passed on quickly to the counter furthest back, where the ammunition is kept. As they came toward us in their imperious way, never once looking to the right or to the left, they seemed like giants, and to increase in size and numbers with every step. Their coming was so sudden we did not have a chance to get out of their way, and it so happened that Mrs. Phillips and I were in their line of march, and when the one in the lead got to us, we were pushed aside with such impatient force that we both fell over on the counter. The others passed on just the same, however, and if we had fallen to the floor, I presume they would have stepped over us, and otherwise been oblivious to our existence. This was my introduction to an Indian, the noble red man. As soon as they got to the counter, they demanded powder, balls, and percussion caps, and as these things were given them, they were stuffed down their muzzle-loading rifles, and what could not be rammed down the barrels was put in greasy skin bags and hidden under their blankets. I saw one test the sharp edge of a long, wicked-looking knife, and then it also disappeared under his blanket. All this time the other Indians were on their ponies in front, watching every move that was being made around them. There was only the one small door to the little adobe shop, and into this an Indian had ridden his piebald pony. Its 4 feet were up a step on the sill, and its head and shoulders were in the room, which made it quite impossible for us 3 frightened women to run out in the street. So we got back of a counter, and as Mrs. Phillips expressed it, midway between the devil and the deep sea. There certainly could be no mistake about the devil side of it. It was an awful situation to be in, and one to terrify anybody. We were actually prisoners, penned in with all those savages, who were evidently in an ugly mood, with quantities of ammunition within their reach, and only 2 white men to protect us. Even the few small windows had iron bars across. They could have killed every one of us, and ridden far away before anyone in the sleepy town found it out. Well, when those inside had been given, or had helped themselves to whatever they wanted, out they all marched again, quickly and silently, just as they had come in. They instantly mounted their ponies, and all rode down the street and out of sight at race speed, some leaning so far over on their little beasts that one could hardly see the Indian at all. The pony that was ridden into the store door was without a bridle, and was guided by a long strip of buffalo skin, which was fastened around his lower jaw by a slip knot. It is amazing to see how tractable the Indians can make their ponies with only that one rein. The storekeeper told us that these Indians were Utes, and were greatly excited because they had just heard there was a small party of Cheyennes down the river 2 or 3 miles. The Utes and Cheyennes are bitter enemies. He said that the Utes were very cross, ready for the blood of Indian or white man. Therefore he had permitted them to do about as they pleased while in the store, particularly as we were there, and he saw that we were frightened. That young man did not know that his own swarthy face was a greenish white all the time those Indians were in the store. Not one penny did they pay for the things they carried off. Only 2 years ago the entire Ute nation was on the warpath, killing every white person they came across, and one must have much faith in Indians to believe that their change of heart has been so complete that these Utes have learned to love the white man in so short a time. No, there was hatred in their eyes as they approached us in that store, and there was restrained murder in the hand that pushed Mrs. Phillips and me over. They were all hideous, with streaks of red or green paint on their faces that made them look like fiends. Their hair was roped with strips of bright colored stuff, and hung down on each side of their shoulders in front, and on the crown of each black head was a small, tightly plaited lock, ornamented at the top with a feather, a piece of tin, or something fantastic. These were their scalp locks. They wore blankets over dirty old shirts, and of course had on long, trouser-like leggings of skin and moccasins. They were not tall, but rather short and stocky. The odor of those skins and of the Indians themselves in that stuffy little shop, I expect to smell the rest of my life. We heard this morning that those very savages rode out on the plains in a roundabout way so as to get in advance of the Cheyennes, and then had hidden themselves on the top of a bluff overlooking the trail they knew the Cheyennes to be following, and had fired upon them as they passed below, killing 2 and wounding a number of others. You can see how treacherous these Indians are, and how very far from noble is their method of warfare. They are so disappointing, too, so wholly unlike Cooper's red men. We were glad enough to get in the ambulance and start on our way to the post, but alas, our troubles were not over. The mules must have felt the excitement in the air, for as soon as their heads were turned toward home, they proceeded to run away with us. We had the 4 little mules that are the special pets of the quartermaster, and are known throughout the garrison as the shaved tails, because the hair on their tails is kept closely cut down to the very tips, where it is left in a square brush of 3 or 4 inches. They are perfectly matched, coal black all over, except their little noses, and are quite small. They are full of mischief, and full of wisdom, too, even for government mules, and when one says, "Let's take a sprint," the others always agree. About that there is never the slightest hesitation. Therefore, when we first heard the scraping of the brake, and saw that the driver was pulling and sawing at the tough mouths with all his strength, no one was surprised, but we said that we wished they had waited until we had crossed the Arkansas River. But we got over the narrow bridge without meeting more than one man, who climbed over the railing, and seemed less anxious to meet us than we were to meet him. As soon as we got on the road again, those mules, with preliminary kicks and shakes of their big heads, began to demonstrate how fast they could go. We had the best driver at the post, and the road was good and without sharp turns, but the ambulance was high and swayed, and the pace was too fast for comfort. The little mules ran and ran, and we held ourselves on our seats the best we could, expecting to be tipped over any minute. When we reached the post they made a wonderful turn and took us safely to the government corral, where they stopped just when they got ready. One leader looked around at us and commenced to bray, but the driver was in no mood for such insolence, and jerked the poor thing almost down. 3 tired, disheveled women walked from the corral to their homes, and very glad one of them was to get home, too. Hereafter I shall confine myself to horseback riding, for even if John is frisky at times, I prefer to take my chances with the one horse to 4 little long-eared government mules. But I have learned to ride very well, and have a secure seat now. My teachers, Faye and Lieutenant Baldwin, have been most exacting, but that I wanted. Of course I ride the army way, tight in the saddle, which is more difficult to learn. Any attempt to "rise" when on a trot is ridiculed at once here, and it does look absurd after seeing the splendid and graceful riding of the officers. I am learning to jump the cavalry hurdles and ditches, too. I must confess, however, that taking a ditch the first time was more exciting than enjoyable. John seemed to like it better than I did. End of letter. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, November, 1871. In many of my letters I have written about learning to ride and to shoot, and have told you also of having followed the greyhounds after coyotes and rabbits with Faye and Lieutenant Baldwin. These hunts exact the very best of riding and a fast horse, for coyotes are very swift, and so are jackrabbits too, and one look at a greyhound will tell anyone that he can run, and about twice as fast as the big-eared foxhounds in the East. But I started to write you about something quite different from all this, to tell you of a really grand hunt I have been on, a splendid chase after buffalo. A week or so ago it was decided that a party of enlisted men should be sent out to get buffalo meat for Thanksgiving dinner for everybody, officers and enlisted men, and that Lieutenant Baldwin, who is an experienced hunter, should command the detail. You can imagine how proud and delighted I was when asked to go with them, Lieutenant Baldwin saying that the hunt would be worth seeing and well repay one for the fatigue of the hard ride. So one morning after an early breakfast, the horses were led up from the stables, each one having on a strong halter and a coiled picket rope with an iron pin fastened to the saddle. These were carried so that if it should be found necessary to secure the horses on the plains, they could be picketed out. The bachelor's set of quarters is next to ours, so we all got ready together, and I must say that the deliberate way in which each girth was examined, bridles fixed, rifles fastened to saddles, and other things done was most exasperating. But we finally started about 7 o'clock, Lieutenant Baldwin and I taking the lead, and Faye and Lieutenant Alden following. The day was very cold, with a strong wind blowing, so I wore one of Faye's citizen caps, with tabs tied down over my ears, and a large silk handkerchief around my neck, all of which did not improve my looks in the least, but it was quite in keeping with the dressing of the officers, who had on buckskin shirts, with handkerchiefs, leggings, and moccasins. 2 large army wagons followed us, each drawn by 4 mules, and carrying several enlisted men. Mounted orderlies led extra horses that officers and men were to ride when they struck the herd. Well, we rode 12 miles without seeing one living thing, and then we came to a little adobe ranch where we dismounted to rest a while. By this time our feet and hands were almost frozen, and Faye suggested that I should remain at the ranch until they returned, but that I refused to do. To give up the hunt was not to be thought of, particularly as a ranchman had just told us that a small herd of buffalo had been seen that very morning only 2 miles further on. So when the horses were a little rested we started, and after riding a mile or more we came to a small ravine, where we found one poor buffalo, too old and emaciated to keep up with his companions, and who therefore had been abandoned by them to die alone. He had eaten the grass as far as he could reach, and had turned around and around until the ground looked as though it had been spaded. He got up on his old legs as we approached him, and tried to show fight by dropping his head and throwing his horns to the front, but a child could have pushed him over. One of the officers tried to persuade me to shoot him, saying it would be a humane act, and at the same time give me the prestige of having killed a buffalo, but the very thought of pointing a pistol at anything so weak and utterly helpless was revolting in the extreme. He was such an object of pity, too, left there all alone to die of starvation, when perhaps at one time he may have been the leader of his herd. He was very tall, had a fine head, with an uncommonly long beard, and showed every indication of having been a grand specimen of his kind. We left him undisturbed, but only a few minutes later we heard the sharp report of a rifle, and at once suspected, what we learned to be a fact the next day, that one of the men with the wagons had killed him. Possibly this was the most merciful thing to do, but to me that shot meant murder. The pitiful, bleary eyes of the helpless old beast have haunted me ever since we saw him. We must have gone at least 2 miles further before we saw the herd we were looking for, making 15 or 16 miles altogether that we had ridden. The buffalo were grazing quietly along a meadow in between low, rolling hills. We immediately fell back a short distance and waited for the wagons, and when they came up there was great activity, I assure you. The officers' saddles were transferred to their hunters, and the men who were to join in the chase got their horses and rifles ready. Lieutenant Baldwin gave his instructions to everybody, and all started off, each one going in a different direction, so as to form a cordon, Faye said, around the whole herd. Faye would not join in the hunt, but remained with me the entire day. He and I rode over the hill, stopping when we got where we could command a good view of the valley and watch the run. It seemed only a few minutes when we saw the buffalo start, going from some of the men, of course, who at once began to chase them. This kept them running straight ahead and, fortunately, in Lieutenant Baldwin's direction, who apparently was holding his horse in, waiting for them to come. We saw through our field glasses that as soon as they got near enough, he made a quick dash for the herd, and cutting one out, had turned it so it was headed straight for us. Now, being on a buffalo hunt at a safe distance off was one thing, but to have one of those huge animals come thundering along like a steam engine directly upon you was quite another. I was on one of Lieutenant Baldwin's horses, too, and I felt there might be danger of his bolting to his companion, Tom, when he saw him dashing by, and as I was not anxious to join in a buffalo chase just at that time, I begged Faye to go with me further up the hill, but he would not go back one step, assuring me that my horse was a trained hunter and accustomed to such sights. Lieutenant Baldwin gained steadily on the buffalo, and in a wonderfully short time both passed directly in front of us, within 100 feet, Faye said. Lieutenant Baldwin was close upon him then, his horse looking very small and slender by the side of the grand animal that was taking easy, swinging strides, apparently without effort and without speed, his tongue lolling at one side. But we could see that the pace was really terrific, that Lieutenant Baldwin was freely using the spur, and that his swift thoroughbred was stretched out like a greyhound, straining every muscle in his effort to keep up. He was riding close to the buffalo on his left, with revolver in his right hand, and I wondered why he did not shoot, but Faye said it would be useless to fire then, that Lieutenant Baldwin must get up nearer the shoulder, as a buffalo is vulnerable only in certain parts of his body, and that a hunter of experience like Lieutenant Baldwin would never think of shooting unless he could aim at heart or lungs. My horse behaved very well, just whirling around a few times, but Faye was kept busy a minute or two by his, for the poor horse was awfully frightened, and lunged and reared and snorted, but I knew that he could not unseat Faye, so I rather enjoyed it, for you know I had wanted to go back a little, Lieutenant Baldwin and the buffalo were soon far away, and when our horses had quieted down we recalled that shots had been fired in another direction, and looking about we saw a pathetic sight. Lieutenant Alden was on his horse, and facing him was an immense buffalo, standing perfectly still, with chin drawn in and horns to the front, ready for battle. It was plain to be seen that the poor horse was not enjoying the meeting, for every now and then he would try to back away or give a jump sideways. The buffalo was wounded and unable to run, but he could still turn around fast enough to keep his head toward the horse, and this he did every time Lieutenant Alden tried to get an aim at his side. There was no possibility of his killing him without assistance, and of course the poor beast could not be abandoned in such a helpless condition, so Faye decided to go over and worry him while Lieutenant Alden got in the fatal shot. As soon as Faye got there, I put my fingers over my ears so that I would not hear the report of the pistol. After a while I looked across, and there was the buffalo still standing, and both Faye and Lieutenant Alden were beckoning for me to come to them. At first I could not understand what they wanted, and I started to go over, but it finally dawned upon me that they were actually waiting for me to come and kill that buffalo. I saw no glory in shooting a wounded animal, so I turned my horse back again, but had not gone far before I heard the pistol shot. Then I rode over to see the huge animal and found Faye and Lieutenant Alden in a state of great excitement. They said he was a magnificent specimen, unusually large and very black, what they call a blue skin, with a splendid head and beard. I had been exposed to a bitterly cold wind, without the warming exercise of riding, for over an hour, and my hands were so cold and stiff that I could scarcely hold the reins. So they jumped me up on the shoulders of the warm body, and I buried my hands in the long fur on his neck. He fell on his wounded side and looked precisely as though he was asleep, so much so that I half expected him to spring up and resent the indignity he was being subjected to. Very soon after that Faye and I came on home, reaching the post about 7 o'clock. We had been in our saddles most of the time for 12 hours, on a cold day, and were tired and stiff, and when Faye tried to assist me from my horse I fell to the ground in a heap, but I got through the day very well, considering the very short time I had been riding, that is, really riding. The hunt was a grand sight, and something that probably I will never have the chance of seeing again, and to be honest I do not want to see another, for the sight of one of those splendid animals running for his life is not a pleasant one. The rest of the party did not come in until several hours later, but they brought the meat and skins of 4 buffalo, and the head of Lieutenant Alden's, which he will send east to be mounted. The skin he intends to take to an Indian camp to be tanned by the squaws. Lieutenant Baldwin followed his buffalo until he got in the position he wanted, and then killed him with 1 shot. Faye says that only a cool head and experience could have done that. Much depends upon the horse, too, for so many horses are afraid of a buffalo, and lunge sideways just at the critical moment. Several experienced hunters tell marvelous tales of how they have stood within a few yards of a buffalo and fired shot after shot from a Springfield rifle straight at his head, the balls producing no effect whatever, except perhaps a toss of the head and the flying out of a tuft of hair. Every time the ball would glance off from the thick skull. The wonderful mat of curly hair must break the force some, too. This mat, or cushion, in between the horns of the buffalo Lieutenant Alden killed, was so thick and tangled that I could not begin to get my fingers in it. End of letter. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, December, 1871. Our first Christmas on the frontier was ever so pleasant, but it certainly was most vexatious not to have that box from home, and I expect that it has been at Kit Carson for days, waiting to be brought down. We had quite a little Christmas without it, however, for a number of things came from the girls, and several women of the garrison sent pretty little gifts to me. It was so kind and thoughtful of them to remember that I might be a bit homesick just now. All the little presents were spread out on a table, and in a way to make them present as fine an appearance as possible. Then I printed in large letters on a piece of cardboard, "One box, contents unknown," and stood it up on the back of the table. I did this to let everyone know that we had not been forgotten by home people. My beautiful new saddle was brought in also, for although I had had it several weeks, it was really one of Faye's Christmas presents to me. They have such a charming custom in the army of going along the line Christmas morning and giving each other pleasant greetings and looking at the pretty things everyone has received. This is a rare treat out here, where we are so far from shops and beautiful Christmas displays. We all went to the bachelors' quarters, almost everyone taking over some little remembrance, homemade candy, cakes, or something of that sort. I had a splendid cake to send over that morning, and I will tell you just what happened to it. At home we always had a large fruit cake made for the holidays, long in advance, and I thought I would have one this year as near like it as possible. But it seemed that the only way to get it was to make it. So about 4 weeks ago I commenced. It was quite an undertaking for me, as I had never done anything of the kind, and perhaps I did not go about it the easiest way, but I knew how it should look when done, and of course I knew precisely how it should taste. Eliza makes delicious everyday cake, but was no assistance whatever with the fruit cake, beyond encouraging me with the assurance that it would not matter in the least if it should be heavy. Well, for 2 long, tiresome days I worked over that cake, preparing with my own fingers every bit of the fruit, which I consider was a fine test of perseverance and staying qualities. After the ingredients were all mixed together there seemed to be enough for a whole regiment, so we decided to make 2 cakes of it. They looked lovely when baked, and just right, and smelled so good, too. I wrapped them in nice white paper that had been wet with brandy, and put them carefully away, one in a stone jar, the other in a tin box, and felt that I had done a remarkably fine bit of housekeeping. The bachelors have been exceedingly kind to me, and I rejoiced at having a nice cake to send them Christmas morning. But, alas! I forgot that the little house was fragrant with the odor of spice and fruit, and that there was a man about who was ever on the lookout for good things to eat. It is a shame that those cadets at West Point are so starved. They seem to be simply famished for months after they graduate. It so happened that there was choir practice that very evening, and that I was at the chapel an hour or so. When I returned I found 3 bachelors sitting around the open fire, smoking and looking very comfortable indeed. Before I was quite in the room they all stood up and began to praise the cake. I think Faye was the first to mention it, saying it was a great success. Then the others said perfectly delicious, and so on, but at the same time assuring me that a large piece had been left for me. For 1 minute I stood still, not in the least grasping their meaning, but finally I suspected mischief. They all looked so serenely contented. So I passed on to the dining room, and there, on the table, was one of the precious cakes, at least what was left of it, the very small piece that had been so generously saved for me. And there were plates with crumbs and napkins that told the rest of the sad tale, and there was wine and empty glasses also. Oh, yes, their early Christmas had been a fine one. There was nothing for me to say or do, at least not just then, so I went back to the little living room and forced myself to be halfway pleasant to the 4 men who were there, each one looking precisely like the cat after it had eaten the canary. The cake was scarcely cold and must have been horribly sticky, and I remember wondering as I sat there which one would need the doctor first, and what the doctor would do if they were all seized with cramps at the same time. But they were not ill, not in the least, which proved that the cake was well baked. If they had discovered the other one, however, there is no telling what might have happened. At half after 10 yesterday the chaplain held service, and the little chapel was crowded, so many of the enlisted men were present. We sang our Christmas music and received many compliments. Our little choir is really very good. Both General Phillips and Major Pierce have fine voices. One of the infantry sergeants plays the organ now, for it was quite too hard for me to sing and work those old pedals. Once I forgot them entirely, and everybody smiled, even the chaplain. From the chapel we, that is, the company officers and their wives, went to the company barracks to see the men's dinner tables. When we entered the dining hall we found the entire company standing in 2 lines, one down each side, every man in his best inspection uniform, and every button shining. With eyes to the front and hands down their sides, they looked absurdly like wax figures waiting to be wound up, and I did want so much to tell the little son of General Phillips to pinch one and make him jump. He would have done it, too, and then put all the blame upon me without loss of time. The first sergeant came to meet us and went around with us. There were 3 long tables, fairly groaning with things upon them: buffalo, antelope, boiled ham, several kinds of vegetables, pies, cakes, quantities of pickles, dried apple duff, and coffee, and in the center of each table, high up, was a huge cake, thickly covered with icing. These were the cakes that Mrs. Phillips, Mrs. Barker, and I had sent over that morning. It is the custom in the regiment for the wives of the officers every Christmas to send the enlisted men of their husbands' companies large plum cakes, rich with fruit and sugar. Eliza made the cake I sent over, a fact I made known from its very beginning, to keep it from being devoured by those it was not intended for. The hall was very prettily decorated with flags and accouterments, but one missed the greens. There are no evergreen trees here, only cottonwood. Before coming out, General Phillips said a few pleasant words to the men, wishing them a Merry Christmas for all of us. Judging from the laughing and shuffling of feet as soon as we got outside, the men were glad to be allowed to relax once more. At 6 o'clock Faye and I, Lieutenant Baldwin, and Lieutenant Alden dined with Dr. and Mrs. Wilder. It was a beautiful little dinner, very delicious, and served in the daintiest manner possible. But out here one is never quite sure of what one is eating, for sometimes the most tempting dishes are made of almost nothing. At holiday time, however, it seems that the post trader sends to St. Louis for turkeys, celery, canned oysters, and other things. We have no fresh vegetables here except potatoes, and have to depend upon canned stores in the commissary for a variety, and our meat consists entirely of beef, except now and then when we may have a treat to buffalo or antelope. The commanding officer gave a dancing party Friday evening that was most enjoyable. He is a widower, you know. His house is large and the rooms of good size, so the dancing was comfortable. The music consisted of 1 violin with accordion accompaniment. This would seem absurd in the East, but I can assure you that 1 accordion, when played well by a German, is an orchestra in itself. And Duse plays very well. The girls East may have better music to dance by, and polished wax floors to slip down upon, but they cannot have the excellent partners one has at an army post, and I choose the partners. The officers are excellent dancers, every one of them, and when you are gliding around, your chin or perhaps your nose getting a scratch now and then from a gorgeous gold epaulet, you feel as light as a feather, and imagine yourself with a fairy prince. Of course, the officers were in full dress uniform Friday night, so I know just what I am talking about, scratches and all. Every woman appeared in her finest gown. I wore my Nile green silk, which I am afraid showed off my splendid coat of tan only too well. The party was given for Dr. and Mrs. Anderson, who are guests of General Bourke for a few days. They are en route to Fort Union, New Mexico. Mrs. Anderson was very handsome in an elegant gown of London smoked silk. I am to assist Mrs. Phillips in receiving New Year's Day, and shall wear my pearl-colored Irish poplin. We are going out now for a little ride. End of letter. End of section 1. Section 2 of Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888, by Francis Roe. Section 2, Letters from 1872, Part 1. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, January, 1872. When we came over on the stage from Kit Carson last fall, I sat on top with the driver, who told me of many terrible experiences he had passed through during the years he had been driving a stage on the plains, and some of the most thrilling were of sandstorms when he had, with great difficulty, saved the stage and perhaps his own life. There have been ever so many storms since we have been here that covered everything in the houses with dust and sand, but nothing at all like those the driver described. But yesterday one came, a terrific storm, and it so happened that I was caught out in the fiercest part of it. As Faye was officer of the day, he could not leave the garrison, so I rode with Lieutenant Baldwin and Lieutenant Alden. The day was glorious, sunny and quite warm, one of Colorado's very best, without a cloud to be seen in any direction. We went up the river to the mouth of a pretty little stream, commonly called the Picket Wire, but the real name of which is La Purgatoire. It is about 5 miles from the post, and makes a nice objective point for a short ride, for the clear water gurgling over the stones, and the trees and bushes along its banks, are always attractive in this treeless country. The canter up was brisk, and after giving our horses the drink from the running stream they always beg for, we started back on the road to the post in unusually fine spirits. Almost immediately, however, Lieutenant Baldwin said, "I do not like the looks of that cloud over there." We glanced back in the direction he pointed, and seeing only a streak of dark gray low on the horizon, Lieutenant Alden and I paid no more attention to it, but Lieutenant Baldwin was very silent, and ever looking back at the queer gray cloud. Once I looked at it too, and was amazed at the wonderfully fast way it had spread out, but just then John shied at something, and in managing the horse I forgot the cloud. When about 2 miles from the post, Lieutenant Baldwin, who had fallen back a little, called to us, "Put your horses to their best pace, a sandstorm is coming." Then we knew there was a possibility of much danger, for Lieutenant Baldwin is known to be a keen observer, and our confidence in his judgment was great, so without once looking back to see what was coming after us, Lieutenant Alden and I started our horses on a full run. Well, that cloud increased in size with a rapidity you could never imagine, and soon the sun was obscured as if by an eclipse. It became darker and darker, and by the time we got opposite the post traders, there could be heard a loud, continuous roar resembling that of a heavy waterfall. Just then Lieutenant Baldwin grasped my bridle rein on the right, and told Lieutenant Alden to ride close on my left, which was not done a second too soon, for as we reached the officers' line the storm struck us, and with such force that I was almost swept from my saddle. The wind was terrific and going at hurricane speed, and the air so thick with sand and dirt we could not see the ears of our own horses. The world seemed to have narrowed to a space that was appalling. You would think that this could never have been, that I was made blind by terror, but I can assure you that the absolute truth is being written. Lieutenant Baldwin's voice sounded strange and far, far away when he called to me, "Sit tight in your saddle and do not jump." And then again he fairly yelled, "We must stay together and keep the horses from stampeding to the stables." He was afraid they would break away and dash us against the iron supports to the flagstaff in the center of the parade ground. How he could say one word, or even open his mouth, I do not understand, for the air was thick with gritty dirt. The horses were frantic, of course, whirling around each other, rearing and pulling in their efforts to get free. We must have stayed in about the same place 20 minutes or longer, when, just for one instant, there was a lull in the storm, and I caught a glimpse of the white pickets of a fence. Without stopping to think of horses' hoofs, and, alas! without calling one word to the two officers who were doing everything possible to protect me, I shut my eyes tight, freed my foot from the stirrup, and, sliding down from my horse, started for those pickets. How I missed Lieutenant Alden's horse, and how I got to that fence, I do not know. The force of the wind was terrific, and besides, I was obliged to cross the Little Acequia, but I did get over the 15 or 16 feet of ground without falling, and oh, the joy of getting my arms around those pickets. The storm continued for some time, but finally the atmosphere began to clear, and I could see objects around me. And then out of the dust loomed up Lieutenant Baldwin. He was about halfway down the line and riding close to the fence, evidently looking for me. When he came up, leading my horse, his face was black with more than dirt. He reminded me of having told me positively not to jump from my horse, and asked if I realized that I might have been knocked down and killed by the crazy animals. Of course I had perceived all that as soon as I reached safety, but I could not admit my mistake at that time without breaking down and making a scene. I was nervous and exhausted, and in no condition to be scolded by anyone. So I said, "If you were not an old bachelor, you would have known better than to have told a woman not to do a thing. You would have known that, in all probability, that would be the very thing she would do first." That mollified him a little, but we did not laugh. Life had just been too serious for that. The chaplain had joined us, and so had Lieutenant Alden. The fence I had run to was the chaplain's, and when the good man saw us he came out and assisted me to his house, where I received the kindest care from Mrs. Lawton. I knew that Faye would be greatly worried about me, so as soon as I had rested a little, enough to walk, and had got some of the dust out of my eyes, the chaplain and I hurried down to our house to let him know that I was safe. At every house along the line the heavy shutters were closed, and not one living thing was to be seen, and the post looked as though it might have been long abandoned. There was a peculiar light, too, that made the most familiar objects seem strange. Yes, we saw a squad of enlisted men across the parade ground, trying with immense ropes to get back in place the heavy roof of the long commissary building, which had been partly blown off. We met Faye at our gate, just starting out to look for us. He said that when the storm first came up he was frightened about me, but when the broad adobe house began to rock he came to the conclusion that I was about as safe out on the plains as I would be in a house, particularly as I was on a good horse, and with two splendid horsemen who would take the very best care of me. My plait of hair was one mass of dirt, and was cut and torn, and is still in deplorable condition, and my face looks as though I had just recovered from smallpox. As it was Monday, the washing of almost every family was out on lines, about every article of which has gone to regions unknown. The few pieces that were caught by the high fences were torn to shreds. End of letter. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, January, 1872. Our little party was a grand success, but I am still wondering how it came about that Mrs. Barker and I gave it together, for although we are all in the same company and next door neighbors, we have seen very little of each other. She is very quiet and seldom goes out even for a walk. It was an easy matter to arrange things so the two houses could, in a way, be connected, as they are under the same long roof, and the porches divided by a railing only that was removed for the one evening. The dancing was in our house, and the supper was served at the Barkers'. And that supper was a marvel of culinary art, I assure you, even if it was a fraud in one or two things. We were complimented very graciously by some of the older housekeepers, who pride themselves upon knowing how to make more delicious little dishes out of nothing than everyone else. But this time it was a North and South combined, for you will remember that Mrs. Barker is from Virginia. The chicken salad, and it was delicious, was made of tender veal, but the celery in it was the genuine article, for we sent to Kansas City for that, and a few other things. The turkey galantine was perfect, and the product of a resourceful brain from the North, and was composed almost entirely of wild goose. There was no April fool about the delicate Maryland biscuits, however, and other nice things that were set forth. We fixed up cozily the back part of our hall with comfortable chairs and cushions, and there punch was served during the evening. Major Barker and Faye made the punch. The orchestra might have been better, but the two violins and the accordion gave us music that was inspiring, and gave us noise, too, and then Dews, who played the accordion, kept us merry by the ever pounding down of one government-shod foot. Everyone in the garrison came, even the chaplain was here during the supper. The officers were in full dress uniform, and the only man in plain evening dress was Mr. Dunn, the post trader, and in comparison to the gay uniforms of the officers, he did look so sleek, from his shiny black hair down to the toes of his shiny black pumps. Mrs. Barker and I received, of course, and she was very pretty in a pink silk gown, entirely covered with white net that was caught up at many places with artificial pink roses. The color was most becoming, and made very pronounced the rich tint of her dark skin and her big black eyes. Well, we danced before supper, and we danced after supper, and when we were beginning to feel just a wee bit tired, there suddenly appeared in our midst a colored woman, a real old-time black mammy, in a dress of faded, old-fashioned plaids, with kerchief, white apron, and a red and yellow turban tied around her head. We were dancing at the time she came in, but everyone stopped at once, completely lost in amazement, and she had the floor to herself. This was what she wanted, and she immediately commenced to dance wildly and furiously, as though she was possessed, rolling her big eyes and laughing to show the white teeth. Gradually she quieted down to a smooth, rhythmic motion, slowly swaying from side to side, sometimes whirling around, but with feet always flat on the floor, often turning on her heels. All the time her arms were extended, and her fingers snapping and snapping also were the black eyes. She was the personification of grace, but the dance was weird, made the more so by the setting of bright evening dresses and glittering uniforms. One never sees a dance of this sort these days, even in the South, any more than one sees the bright colored turban. Both have passed with the old-time darky. Of course we recognized Mrs. Barker, more because there was no one else in our small community who could personify a darky so perfectly, than because there was any resemblance to her in looks or gesture. The make-up was artistic, and how she managed the quick transformation from ball dress to that of the plantation, with all its black paint and rouge, Mrs. Barker alone knows, and where on this earth she got that dress and turban, she alone knows, but I imagine she sent to Virginia for the whole costume. At all events, it was very bright in her to think of this unusual, divertissement for our guests when dancing was beginning to lag a little. The dance she must have learned from a mammy when a child. I forgot to say that during the time she was dancing our fine orchestra played old Southern melodies, and all this was arranged and done by the quietest woman in the garrison. Our house was upset from one end to the other to make room for the dancing, but the putting of things in order again did not take long, as the house has so very little in it. Still, I always feel rebellious when anything comes up to interfere with my rides, no matter how pleasant it may be. There have been a great many antelope near the post of late, and we have been on ever so many hunts for them. The greyhounds have not been with us, however, for following the hounds when chasing those fleet animals not only requires the fastest kind of a horse and very good riding, but is exceedingly dangerous to both horse and rider because of the many prairie dog holes, which are terrible death traps, and besides the dogs invariably get their feet full of cactus needles, which cause much suffering for days. So we have been flagging the antelope, that is, taking a shameful advantage of their wonderful curiosity, and enticing them within rifle range. On these hunts I usually hold the horses of the 3 officers and my own, and so far they have not given me much trouble, for each is a troop-trained animal. The antelope are shy and wary little creatures, and possess an abnormal sense of smell that makes it absolutely necessary for hunters to move cautiously to leeward the instant they discover them. It is always an easy matter to find a little hill that will partly screen them, the country is so rolling, as they creep and crawl to position, ever mindful of the dreadful cactus. When they reach the highest point the flag is put up, and this is usually made on the spot of a red silk handkerchief, one corner run through the rammer of a Springfield rifle. Then everyone lies down flat on the ground, resting on his elbows, with rifle in position for firing. Antelope always graze against the wind, and even a novice can tell when they discover the flag, for they instantly stop feeding, and the entire band will whirl around to face it, with big round ears standing straight up, and in this way they will remain a second or two, constantly sniffing the air. Failing to discover anything dangerous, they will take a few steps forward, perhaps run around a little, giving quick tossings of the head, and sniffing with almost every breath, but whatever they do the stop is always in the same position, facing the flag, the strange object they cannot understand. Often they will approach very slowly, making frequent halts after little runs, and give many tossings of the head as if they were actually coquetting with death itself. Waiting for them to come within range of the rifle requires great patience, for the approach is always more or less slow, and frequently just as they are at the right distance and the finger is on the trigger, off the whole band will streak, looking like horizontal bars of brown and white. I am always so glad when they do this, for it seems so wicked to kill such graceful creatures. It is very seldom that I watch the approach, but when I do happen to see them come up, the temptation to do something to frighten them away from those murderous guns is almost irresistible. But never once are they killed for mere pleasure. Their meat is tender and most delicious, after one has learned to like the gamey flavor, and a change in meat we certainly do need here, for unless we can have buffalo or antelope now and then, it is beef every day in the month, not only one month, but every month. The prairie dog holes are great obstacles to following hounds on the plains, for while running so fast it is impossible for a horse to see the holes in time to avoid them, and if a foot slips down in one it means a broken leg for the horse and a hard throw for the rider, and perhaps broken bones also. Following these English greyhounds, which have such wonderful speed and keenness of sight, after big game on vast plains is very different from running after the slow hounds and foxes in the East, and requires a very much faster horse and quite superior riding. One has to learn to ride a horse to get a perfect balance that makes it a matter of indifference which way the horse may jump at any speed. In fact, one must become a part of one's mount before these hunts can be attempted. Chasing wolves and rabbits is not as dangerous, for they cannot begin to run as fast as antelope, and it is great fun to chase the big jackrabbits. They know their own speed perfectly and have great confidence in it. When the hounds start, he will give one or two jumps high up in the air to take a look at things, and then he commences to run with great bounds, with his enormously long ears straight up like sails on a boat, and almost challenges the dogs to follow. But the poor hunted thing soon finds out that he must do better than that if he wishes to keep ahead, so down go the ears flat along his back, and stretching himself out very straight goes his very fastest, and then the real chase is on. But Mr. Jack Rabbit is cunning, and when he sees that the long-legged dogs are steadily gaining upon him and getting closer with every jump, he will invariably make a quick turn and run back on his own tracks, often going right underneath the fast-running dogs that cannot stop themselves and can only give vicious snaps as they jump over him. Their stride, often 15 and 20 feet, covers so much more ground than the rabbits, it is impossible for them to make as quick turns. Therefore it is generally the slow dog of the pack that catches the rabbit, and frequently a wise old rabbit will make many turns and finally reach a hole in safety. The tail of a greyhound is his rudder and his brake, and the sight is most laughable when a whole pack of them are trying to stop, each tail whirling around like a Dutch windmill. Sometimes in their frantic efforts to stop quickly, they will turn complete somersaults and roll over in a cloud of dust and dirt, but give up they never do, and once on their feet they start back after that rabbit with whines of disappointment and rage. Many, many times also I have heard the dogs howl and whine from the pain caused by the cactus spines in their feet, but not once have I ever seen one of them lag in the chase. But the pack here is a notoriously fine one. The leader, Magic, is a splendid dog, dark brindle in color, very swift and very plucky, also most intelligent. He is a sly rascal, too. He loves to sleep on Lieutenant Baldwin's bed above all things, and he sneaks up on it whenever he can. But the instant he hears Lieutenant Baldwin's step on the walk outside, down he jumps, and stretching himself out full length in front of the fire, he shuts his eyes tight, pretends to be fast asleep, and the personification of an innocent, well-behaved dog. But Lieutenant Baldwin knows his tricks now, and sometimes going to the bed he can feel the warmth from his body that is still there, and if he says, "Magic, you old villain," Magic will wag his tail a little, which in dog language means, "You are pretty smart, but I'm smart too." With all this outdoor exercise one can readily perceive that the days are not long and tiresome. Of course there are a few who yawn and complain of the monotony of frontier life, but these are the stay-at-homes who sit by their own fires day after day and let cobwebs gather in brain and lungs. And these, too, are the ones who have time to discover so many faults in others, and become our garrison gossips. If they would take brisk rides on spirited horses in this wonderful air, and learn to shoot all sorts of guns in all sorts of positions, they would soon discover that a frontier post can furnish plenty of excitement. At least I have found that it can. Faye was very anxious for me to become a good shot, considering it most essential in this Indian country, and to please him I commenced practicing soon after we got here. It was hard work at first, and I had many a bad headache from the noise of the guns. It was all done in a systematic way, too, as though I was a soldier at target practice. They taught me to use a pistol in various positions while standing, Then I learned to use it from the saddle. After that a little 4-inch bullseye was often tacked to a tree 75 paces away, and I was given a Spencer carbine to shoot, a short magazine rifle used by the cavalry, and many a time I have fired 3 rounds, 21 shots in all, at the bullseye, which I was expected to hit every time, too. Well, I obligingly furnished amusement for Faye and Lieutenant Baldwin until they asked me to fire a heavy Springfield rifle, an infantry gun. After 1 shot I politely refused to touch the thing again. The noise came near making me deaf for life. The big thing rudely kicked me over on my back, and the bullet, I expect that ball is still on its way to Mars, or perhaps the moon. This earth it certainly did not hit. Faye is with the company almost every morning, but after luncheon we usually go out for 2 or 3 hours, and always come back refreshed by the exercise. And the little house looks more cozy, and the snapping of the blazing logs sounds more cheerful because of our having been away from them. End of letter. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, April, 1872. Some of the most dreadful things have occurred since I wrote you last, and this letter will make you unhappy, I know. To begin with, orders have actually come from Department Headquarters at Leavenworth for 2 companies of infantry here, General Phillips's and Captain Giddings's, to go to Camp Supply. So that is settled, and we will probably leave this post in about 10 days, and during that time we are expected to sell, give away, smash up, or burn about everything we possess, for we have already been told that very few things can be taken with us. I do not see how we can possibly do with less than we have had since we came here. Eliza at once told me that she could not be induced to go where there are so many Indians, said she had seen enough of them while in New Mexico. I am more than sorry to lose her, but at the same time I cannot help admiring her common sense. I would not go either if I could avoid it. You will remember that not long ago I said that Lieutenant Baldwin was urging me to ride Tom, his splendid thoroughbred, as soon as he could be quieted down a little so I could control him. Well, I was to have ridden him today for the first time. Yesterday morning Lieutenant Baldwin had him out for a long, hard run, but even after that the horse was nervous when he came in, and danced sideways along the officer's drive in his usual graceful way. Just as they got opposite the chaplain's house, 2 big St. Bernard dogs bounded over the fence and landed directly under the horse, entangling themselves with his legs so completely that when he tried to jump away from them he was thrown down on his knees with great force, and Lieutenant Baldwin was pitched over the horse's head and along the ground several feet. He is a tall, muscular man, and went down heavily, breaking 3 ribs and his collarbone on both sides. He is doing very well and is as comfortable today as can be expected, except that he is grieving piteously over his horse. For the poor horse, beautiful Tom, is utterly ruined. Both knees have been sprung, and he is bandaged almost as much as his master. The whole occurrence is most deplorable and distressing. It seems so dreadful that a strong man should be almost killed, and a grand horse completely ruined by 2 clumsy, ill-mannered dogs. One belongs to the chaplain, too, who is expected to set a model example for the rest of us. Many, many times during the winter I have ridden by the side of Tom, and had learned to love every one of his pretty ways, from the working of his expressive ears to the graceful movement of his slender legs. He was a horse for anyone to be proud of, not only for his beauty, but as a hunter, too, and he was Lieutenant Baldwin's delight and joy. It does seem as if everything horrible had come all at once. The order we had been expecting, of course, as so many rumors have reached us that we were to go, but all the time there has been hidden away a little hope that we might be left here another year. I shall take the greyhound puppy, of course. He is with Blue, his mother, at Captain Richardson's quarters, but he is brought over every day for me to see. His coat is brindled, dark brown and black, just like Magic's, and fine as the softest satin. One foot is white, and there is a little white tip to his tail, which, it seems, is considered a mark of great beauty in a greyhound. We have named him Harold. Nothing has been done about packing yet, as the orders have just been received. The carpenters in the company will not be permitted to do one thing for us until the captain and first lieutenant have had made every box and crate they want for the move. I am beginning to think that it must be nice to be even a first lieutenant. But never mind, perhaps Faye will get his captaincy in 20 years or so, and then it will be all fair and square. End of letter. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, May, 1872. Everything is packed or disposed of, and we are ready to start tomorrow on the long march to Camp Supply. 2 large army wagons have been allowed to each company for the officers' baggage, but as all 3 officers are present with the company Faye is in, and the captain has taken one of the wagons for his own use, we can have just 1/2 of one of those wagons to take our household goods to a country where it is absolutely impossible to purchase one thing. We have given away almost all of our furniture, and were glad that we had bought so little when we came here. Our trunks and several boxes are to be sent by freight to Hays City at our own expense, and from there down to the post by wagon, and if we ever see them again I will be surprised, as Camp Supply is about 150 miles from the railroad. We are taking only 1 barrel of china, just a few pieces we considered the most necessary, and this morning Faye discovered that the first lieutenant had ordered that 1 barrel be taken from the wagon to make more room for his own things. Faye ordered it to be put back at once, and says it will stay there too, and I fancy it will. Surely we are entitled to all of our 1/2 of the wagon, second choice at that. I am to ride in an ambulance with Mrs. Phillips, her little son, and her cook, Mrs. Barker, and her small son. There will be seats for only 4, as the middle seat has been taken out to make room for a comfortable rocking chair that will be for Mrs. Phillips' exclusive use. The dear little greyhound puppy I have to leave here. Faye says I must not take him with so many in the ambulance, as he would undoubtedly be in the way, but I am sure the puppy would not be as troublesome as 1 small boy, and there will be 2 small boys with us. It would be quite bad enough to be sent to such a terrible place as Camp Supply has been represented to us, without having all this misery and mortification added, and all because Faye happens to be a second lieutenant. I have cried and cried over all these things until I am simply hideous, but I have to go just the same, and I have made up my mind never again to make myself so wholly disagreeable about a move, no matter where we may have to go. I happened to recall yesterday what grandmother said to me when saying good-bye. It is a dreadful thing not to become a woman when one ceases to be a girl. I am no longer a girl, I suppose, so I must try to be a woman, as there seems to be nothing in between. One can find a little comfort, too, in the thought that there is no worse place possible for us to be sent to, and when once there we can look forward to better things sometime in the future. I do not mind the move as much as the unpleasant experiences connected with it. But I shall miss the kind friends, the grand hunts and delightful rides, and shall long for dear old John, who has carried me safely so many, many miles. Lieutenant Baldwin is still ill and very depressed, and Dr. Wilder is becoming anxious about him. It is so dreadful for such a powerful man as he has been to be so really broken in pieces. He insists upon being up and around, which is bad, very bad for the many broken bones. I will write whenever I find an opportunity. End of letter. Old Fort Zarah, Kansas, April, 1872. Our camp tonight is near the ruins of a very old fort, and ever since we got here the men have been hunting rattlesnakes that have undoubtedly been holding possession of the tumble-down buildings many snake generations. Dozens and dozens have been killed, of all sizes, some of them being very large. The old quarters were evidently made of sods and dirt, and must have been dreadful places to live in, even when new. I must tell you at once that I have the little greyhound. I simply took matters in my own hands and got him. We came only 5 miles our first day out, and after the tents had been pitched that night, and the various dinners commenced, it was discovered that many little things had been left behind. So General Phillips decided to send an ambulance and 2 or 3 men back to the post for them, and to get the mail at the same time. It so happened that Bert, our own striker, was one of the men detailed to go, and when I heard this I at once thought of the puppy I wanted so much. I managed to see Bert before he started, and when asked if he could bring the little dog to me, he answered so heartily, "That I can, Mum." I felt that the battle was half won, for I knew that if I could once get the dog in camp he would take care of him, even if I could not. Bert brought him and kept him in his tent that night, and the little fellow seemed to know that he should be good, for Bert told me that he did not whimper once, notwithstanding it was his first night from his mother and little companions. The next morning, when he was brought to me, Faye's face was funny, and after one look of astonishment at the puppy, he hurried out of the tent, so I could not see him laugh, I think. He is quite as pleased as I am now to have the dog, for he gives us no trouble whatever. He is fed condensed milk, and I take him during the day and Bert has him at night. He is certainly much better behaved in the ambulance than either of the small boys, who step upon our feet, get into fierce fights, and keep up a racket generally. The mothers have been called upon to settle so many quarrels between their sons that the atmosphere in the ambulance has become quite frigid. The day we came from the post, while I was grieving for the little greyhound and many other things I had not been permitted to bring with me, and the rocking chair was bruising my ankles, I felt that it was not dignified in me to submit to the treatment I was being subjected to, and I decided to rebel. Mrs. Barker and her small son had been riding on the back seat, and I felt that I was as much entitled to a seat here as the boy. Nevertheless, I had been sitting on the seat with Mrs. Phillips's servant and riding backward. This was the only place that had been left for me at the post that morning. After thinking it all over, I made up my mind to take the small boy's seat, but just where he would sit I did not know. When I returned to the ambulance after the next rest, I was careful to get there first. I sat down on the back seat and made myself comfortable, but I must admit that my heart was giving awful thumps, for Mrs. Barker's sharp tongue and spitfire temper are well known. My head was aching because of my having ridden backward, and I was really cross, and this Mrs. Barker may have noticed, for not one word did she say directly to me, but she said much to her son, much that I might have resented had I felt inclined. The small boy sat on his mother's lap and expressed his disapproval by giving me vicious kicks every few minutes. Not one word was said the next morning when I boldly carried the puppy to that seat. Mrs. Barker looked at the dog, then at me with great scorn, but she knew that if she said anything disagreeable, Mrs. Phillips would side with me, so she wisely kept still. I think that even Faye has come to the conclusion that I might as well have the dog, who lies so quietly in my lap, now that he sees how I am sandwiched in with rocking chairs, small boys, and servants. The men march 50 minutes and halt 10 each hour, and during every 10 minutes' rest Harold and I take a little run, and this makes him ready for a nap when we return to the ambulance. From this place on I am to ride with Mrs. Cole, who has her own ambulance. This will be most agreeable, and I am so delighted that she should have thought of inviting me. Camping out is really very nice when the weather is pleasant, but the long marches are tiresome for everybody. The ambulances and wagons are driven directly back of the troops, consequently the mules can never go faster than a slow walk, and sometimes the dust is enough to choke us. We have to keep together, for we are in Indian country, of course. I feel sorry for the men, but they always march route step and seem to have a good time, for we often hear them laughing and joking with each other. We are following the Arkansas River, and so far the scenery has been monotonous, just the same rolling plains day after day. Leaving our first army home was distressing, and I doubt if other homes and other friends will ever be quite the same to me. Lieutenant Baldwin was assisted to the porch by his faithful Mexican boy, so he could see us start, and he looked white and pitifully helpless, with both arms bandaged tight to his sides. One of those dreadful dogs is in camp and going to Camp Supply with us, and is as frisky as though he had done something to be proud of. This cannot be posted until we reach Fort Dodge, but I intend to write to you again while there, of course, if I have an opportunity. End of letter. Fort Dodge, Kansas, May, 1872. It was nearly 2 o'clock yesterday when we arrived at this post, and we go on again today about 11. The length of all marches has to be regulated by water and wood, and as the first stream on the road to Camp Supply is at Bluff Creek, only 10 miles from here, there was no necessity for an early start. This gives us an opportunity to get fresh supplies for our mess chests and to dry things also. There was a terrific rain and electric storm last evening, and this morning we present anything but a military appearance, for around each tent is a fine array of bedding and clothing hung out to dry. Our camp is at the foot of a hill a short distance back of the post, and during the storm the water rushed down with such force that it seemed as though we were in danger of being carried on to the Arkansas River. We had just returned from a delightful dinner with Major and Mrs. Tilden of the cavalry, and Faye had gone out to mount the guard for the night, when, without a moment's warning, the storm burst upon us. The lightning was fierce, and the white canvas made it appear even worse than it really was, for at each flash the walls of the tent seemed to be on fire. There was no dark closet for me to run into this time, but there was a bed, and on that I got, taking the little dog with me for company and to get him out of the wet. He seemed very restless and constantly gave little whines, and at the time I thought it was because he too was afraid of the storm. The water was soon 2 and 3 inches deep on the ground under the tent, rushing along like a mill race, giving little gurgles as it went through the grass and against the tent pins. The roar of the rain on the tent was deafening. The guard is always mounted with the long steel bayonets on the rifles, and I knew that Faye had on his sword, and remembering these things made me almost scream at each wicked flash of lightning, fearing that he and the men had been killed. But he came to the tent on a hard run, and giving me a long waterproof coat to wrap myself in, gathered me in his arms and started for Mrs. Tilden's, where I had been urged to remain overnight. When we reached a narrow boardwalk that was supposed to run along by her side fence, Faye stood me down upon it, and I started to do some running on my own account. Before I had taken 2 steps, however, down went the walk, and down I went in water almost to my knees, and then splash down went the greyhound puppy. Up to that instant I had not been conscious of having the little dog with me, and in all that rain and water Faye had been carrying me and a fat puppy also. The walk had been moved by the rushing water and was floating, which we had no way of knowing, of course. I dragged the dog out of the water, and we finally reached the house, where we received a true army welcome, a dry one too, and there I remained until after breakfast this morning. But sleep during the night I did not, for until long after midnight I sat in front of a blazing fire holding a very sick puppy. Hal was desperately ill, and we all expected him to die at any moment, and I was doubly sorrowful because I had been the innocent cause of it. Ever since I have had him he has been fed condensed milk only, perhaps a little bread now and then. So when we got here I sent for some fresh milk to give him a treat. He drank of it greedily, and seemed to enjoy it so much that I let him have all he wanted during the afternoon, and it was the effect of the milk that made him whine during the storm, and not because he was afraid of the lightning. He would have died, I do believe, had it not been for the kindness of Major Tilden, who knows all about greyhounds. They are very delicate and most difficult to raise. The little dog is a limp bunch of brindled satin this morning, wrapped in flannel, but we hope he will soon be well. A third company joined us here and will go on to Camp Supply. Major Hunt, the captain, has his wife and 3 children with him, and they seem to be cultured and very charming people. Mrs. Hunt this moment brought a plate of delicious spice cake for our luncheon. There is a first lieutenant with the company, but he is not married. There is only 1 mail from here each week, so of course there will only be 1 from Camp Supply, as that mail is brought here and then carried up to the railroad with the Dodge mail. It is almost time for the tents to be struck, and I must be getting ready for the march. End of letter. End of section 2. Section 3 of Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888, by Francis Rowe. Section 3, Letters from 1872, Part 2. Camp Supply, Indian Territory, May, 1872. This place is quite as dreadful as it has been represented to us. There are more troops here than at Fort Lyon, and of course the post is very much larger. There are 2 troops of colored cavalry, 1 of white cavalry, and 3 companies of infantry. The infantry companies that have been stationed here, and which our 3 companies have come to relieve, will start in the morning for their new station, and will use the transportation that brought us down. Consequently, it was necessary to unload all the things from our wagons early this morning, so they could be turned over to the outgoing troops. I am a little curious to know if there is a second lieutenant who will be so unfortunate as to be allowed only 1/2 of a wagon in which to carry his household goods. Their going will leave vacant a number of officers' quarters, therefore there will be no selection of quarters by our officers until tomorrow. Faye is next to the junior, so there will be very little left to select from by the time his turn comes. The quarters are really nothing more than huts, built of vertical logs plastered in between with mud, and the roofs are of poles and mud. Many of the rooms have only sand floors. We dined last evening with Captain and Mrs. Vincent of the cavalry, and were amazed to find that such wretched buildings could be made so attractive inside. But of course they have one of the very best houses on the line, and as company commander, Captain Vincent can have done about what he wants. And then again, they are but recently married, and all their furnishings are new and handsome. There is one advantage in being with colored troops: one can always have good servants. Mrs. Vincent has an excellent colored soldier cook, and her butler was thoroughly trained as such before he enlisted. It did look so funny, however, to see a black man in a blue uniform. The march down from Fort Dodge was most uncomfortable the first 2 days. It poured and poured rain, and then poured more rain, until finally everybody and everything was soaked through. I felt so sorry for the men who had to march in the sticky mud. Their shoes filled fast with water, and they were compelled constantly to stop, take them off, and pour out the water. It cleared at last, and the sun shone warm and bright, and then there was another exhibition in camp one afternoon of clothing and bedding drying on guy ropes. All the way down I was on the lookout for Indians, and was laughed at many a time for doing so, too. Every time something unusual was seen in the distance, some bright person would immediately exclaim, "Oh, that is only one of Mrs. Rae's Indians." I said very little about what I saw during the last day or two, for I felt that the constant teasing must have become as wearisome to the others as it had to me. But I am still positive that I saw the black heads of Indians on the top of ever so many hills we passed. When they wish to see and not be seen they crawl up a hill on the side farthest from you, but only far enough up to enable them to look over, and in this position they will remain for hours, perfectly motionless, watching your every movement. Unless you notice the hill very carefully, you will never see the black dot on top, for only the eyes and upper part of the head are exposed. I had been told all this many times, also that when in an Indian country to be most watchful when Indians are not to be seen. Camp Supply is certainly in an Indian country, for it is surrounded by Comanches, Apaches, Kiowas, Cheyennes, and Arapahoes, each a hostile tribe except the last. No one can go a rod from the garrison without an escort, and our weekly mail is brought down in a wagon and guarded by a corporal and several privates. Only last week 2 couriers, soldiers, who had been sent down with dispatches from Fort Dodge, were found dead on the road, both shot in the back, probably without having been given one chance to defend themselves. We are in camp on low land just outside the post, and last night we were almost washed away again by the downpouring rain, and this morning there is mud everywhere, and this is the country that is supposed never to have rain. Mrs. Vincent invited me most cordially to come to her house until we at least know what quarters we were to have, and Captain Vincent came early today to insist upon my going up at once, but I really could not go. We have been in rain and mud so long, I feel that I am in no way fit to go to anyone's house. Besides, it would seem selfish in me to desert Faye, and he, of course, would not leave the company as long as it is intense. We are delighted at finding such charming people as the Vincents at this horrid place. End of letter. Camp Supply, Indian Territory, June, 1872. We are in our own house now, and almost settled. When one has only a few pieces of furniture, it does not take long to get them in place. It is impossible to make the rooms look homelike, and I often find myself wondering where in this world I have wandered to. The house is of logs, of course, and has a pole and dirt roof, and was built originally for an officers' mess. The dining room is large and very long, a part of which we have partitioned off with a piece of canvas and converted into a storeroom. We had almost to get down on our knees to the quartermaster before he would give us the canvas. He is in the quartermaster's department and is most arrogant, seems to think that every nail and tack is his own personal property and for his exclusive use. Our dining room has a sand floor, and almost every night little white toadstools grow up all along the base of the log walls. All of the logs are of cottonwood and have the bark on, and the army of bugs that hide underneath the bark during the day and march upon us at night is to be dreaded about as much as a whole tribe of Indians. I wrote you how everyone laughed at me on the march down, because I was positive I saw heads of Indians on the sand hills so many times. Well, all that has ceased, and the mention of Mrs. Rae's Indians is carefully avoided. There has been sad proof that the Indians were there, also that they were watching us closely and kept near us all the way down from Fort Dodge, hoping for a favorable opportunity to steal the animals. The battalion of the Infantry had made only 2 days' march from here, and the herders had just turned the horses and mules out to graze when a band of Cheyenne Indians swooped down upon them and stampeded every animal, leaving the companies without even one mule. The poor things are still in camp on the prairie, waiting for something, anything, to move them on. General Phillips is mightily pleased that the Indians did not succeed in getting the animals from his command, and I am pleased that they cannot tease me any more. My ride with Lieutenant Golden, Faye's classmate, this morning was very exciting for a time. We started directly after stable call, which is at 6 o'clock. Lieutenant Golden rode Dandy, his beautiful thoroughbred, that reminds me so much of Lieutenant Baldwin's Tom, and I rode a troop horse that had never been ridden by a woman before. As soon as he was led up, I noticed that there was much white to be seen in his eyes, and that he was restless and ever pawing the ground. But the orderly said he was not vicious, and he was sure I could ride him. He did not object in the least to my skirt, and we started off in fine style, but before we reached the end of the line he gave 2 or 3 pulls at the bit and then bolted. My arms are remarkably strong, but they were like a child's against that hard mouth. He turned the corner sharply and carried me along back of the laundress's quarters, where there was a perfect network of clotheslines, and where I fully expected to be swept from the saddle. But I managed to avoid them by putting my head down close to the horse's neck, Indian fashion. He was not a very large horse, and lowered himself, of course, by his terrific pace. He went like the wind on and up the hill in front of the guardhouse. There a sentry was walking post, and on his big infantry rifle was a long bayonet, and the poor man, in his desire to do something for me, ran forward and held the gun horizontally right in front of my horse, which caused him to give a fearful lunge to the right and down the hill. How I managed to keep my seat I do not know, and neither do I know how that mad horse kept right side up on that down jump, but it did not seem to disturb him in the least, for he never slackened his speed, and on we went toward the stables, where the cavalry horses were tied to long picket ropes, and close together, getting their morning grooming. All this time Lieutenant Golden had not attempted to overtake me, fearing that by doing so he might make matters worse, but when he saw that the horse was running straight for his place on the line, he pushed forward and, grasping my bridle rein, almost pulled the horse on his haunches. He said later that I might have been kicked to death by the troop horses if I had been rushed in among them. We went to the stables, Lieutenant Golden leading my horse, and you can fancy how mortified I was over that performance, and it was really unnecessary, too. Lieutenant Golden, also the sergeant, advised me to dismount and try another horse, but I said no, I would ride that one if I could have a severer bit and my saddle girths tightened. Dismount before Lieutenant Golden, a cavalry officer and Faye's classmate, and all those staring troopers? I, the wife of an infantry officer? Never! It was my first experience with a runaway horse, but I had kept a firm seat all the time. There was some consolation in that thought. Well, to my great relief and comfort, it was discovered that the chin chain that is on all cavalry bits had been left off, and this had made the curb simply a straight bit and wholly ineffective. The sergeant fastened the chain on, and it was made tight, too, and he tightened the girths and saw that everything was right, and then Lieutenant Golden and I started on our ride the second time. I expected trouble, as the horse was then leaving his stable and companions, but when he commenced to back and shake his head, I let him know that I held a nice stinging whip, and that soon stopped the balking. We had to pass 3 long picket lines of horses and almost 200 troopers, every one of whom stared at me with both eyes. It was embarrassing, of course, but I was glad to let the whole line of them see that I was capable of managing my own horse, which was still very frisky. I knew very well, too, that the sergeant's angry roar when he asked who bridled this horse had been heard by many of them. Our ride was very delightful after all its exciting beginning, and we are going again tomorrow morning. I want to let those troopers see that I am not afraid to ride the horse they selected for me. I shall be so glad when Hal is large enough to go with me. He is growing fast, but at present seems to be mostly legs. He is devoted to me, but I regret to say that he and our old soldier cook are not the dearest friends. Findlay is so stupid he cannot appreciate the cunning things the little dog does. Hal is fed mush and milk only until he gets his second teeth, and consequently he is wild about meat. The odor of a broiling beefsteak the other day was more than he could resist, so he managed to get his freedom by slipping his collar over his head and rushing into the kitchen, snatched the sizzling steak, and was out again before Findlay could collect his few wits and get across the room to stop him. The meat was so hot it burned his mouth, and he howled from the pain, but drop it he did not until he was far from the cook. This I consider very plucky in so young a dog. Findlay ran after the little hound, yelling and swearing, and I ran after Findlay to keep him from beating my dog. Of course, we did not have beefsteak that day, but as I told Faye, it was entirely Findlay's fault. He should have kept watch of things, and not made it possible for Hal to kill himself by eating a whole big steak. Yesterday Lieutenant Golden came in to luncheon, and when we went in the dining room I saw at once that things were wrong, very wrong. A polished table is an unknown luxury down here, but fresh table linen we do endeavor to have. But the cloth on the table yesterday was a sight to behold, with big spots of dirt all along one side and dirt on top. Findlay came in the room just as I reached the table, and I said, "Findlay, what has happened here?" He gave one look at the cloth where I pointed, and then striking his knuckles together, almost sobbed out, "Dat damn dog, Mum!" Faye and Lieutenant Golden quickly left the room to avoid hearing any more remarks of that kind, for it was really very dreadful in Findlay to use such language. This left me alone, of course, to pacify the cook, which I found no easy task. Old Findlay had pickled a choice buffalo tongue with much care and secrecy, and had served it for luncheon yesterday as a great surprise and treat. There was the platter on the table, but there could be no doubt of its having been licked clean. Not one tiny piece of tongue could be seen any place. The window was far up, and in vain did I try to convince everyone that a strange dog had come in and stolen the meat, that Hal was quite too small to have reached so far. But Findlay only looked cross, and Faye looked hungry, so I gave that up. Before night, however, there was trouble and a very sick puppy in the house, and once again I thought he would die. And every few minutes that disagreeable old cook would come in and ask about the dog, and say he was afraid he could not get well, always with a grin on his face that was exasperating. Finally I told him that if he had served only part of the tongue as he should have done, the dog would not have been so ill, and we could have had some of it. That settled the matter. He did not come in again. Findlay has served several enlistments, and is regarded as an old soldier, and once upon a time he was cook for the colonel of the regiment. Therefore he sometimes forgets himself and becomes aggressive. I do not wonder that Hal dislikes him. And Hal dislikes Indians, too, and will often hear their low mumbling and give little growls before I dream that one is near. They have a disagreeable way of coming to the windows and staring in. Sometimes, before you have heard a sound, you will be conscious of an uncomfortable feeling, and looking around you will discover 5 or 6 Indians, large and small, peering at you through the windows. each ugly nose pressed flat against the glass. It is enough to drive one mad. You never know when they are about, their tread is so stealthy with their moccasined feet. Faye is officer of the guard every third day now. This sounds rather nice, but it means that every third day and night, exactly 24 hours, he has to spend at the guardhouse, excepting when making the rounds, that is, visiting sentries on post, and is permitted to come to the house just long enough to eat 3 hurried meals. This is doing duty, and would be all right if there were not a daily mingling of white and colored troops, which often brings a colored sergeant over a white corporal and privates. But the most unpleasant part for the officer of the guard is that the partition in between the officers' room and guardroom is of logs, unchinked and very open, and the weather is very hot, and the bugs which keep us all in perpetual warfare in our houses have full sway there, going from one room to the other. The officers say that the negroes make good soldiers and fight like fiends. They certainly manage to stick on their horses like monkeys. The Indians call them "buffalo soldiers," because their woolly heads are so much like the matted cushion that is between the horns of the buffalo. We had letters from dear old Fort Lyon yesterday, and the news about Lieutenant Baldwin is not encouraging. He is not improving, and Doctor Wilder is most anxious about him. But a man as big and strong as he was must certainly get well in time. End of letter. Camp Supply, Indian Territory, June, 1872. It seems as if I had to write constantly of unpleasant occurrences, but what else can I do since unpleasant occurrences are ever coming along? This time I must tell you that Faye has been turned out of quarters, ranked out as it is spoken of in the Army, but it all amounts to the same thing, and means that we have been driven out of our house and home, bag and baggage, because a captain wanted that one set of quarters. Call it what one chooses, the experience was not pleasant, and will be long remembered. Being turned out was bad enough in itself, but the manner in which it was done was humiliating in the extreme. We had been in the house only 3 weeks, and had worked so hard during that time to make it all comfortable. Findlay wanted to tear down the canvas partition in the dining room when we left the house, and I was sorry later on that I had not consented to his doing so. One morning at 10 o'clock I received a note from Faye, written at the guardhouse, saying that his set of quarters had been selected by a cavalry officer who had just arrived at the post, and that every article of ours must be out of the house that day by 1 o'clock. Also that as he was officer of the guard, it would be impossible for him to assist me in the least, except to send some enlisted men to move the things. At first I was dazed and wholly incapable of comprehending the situation. It seemed so preposterous to expect anyone to move everything out of a house in 3 hours. But as soon as I recovered my senses, I saw at once that not 1 second of the precious time must be wasted, and that the superintendence of the whole thing had fallen upon me. So I gathered my forces, and the 4 men started to work in a way that showed they would do everything in their power to help me. All that was possible for us to do, however, was almost to throw things out in the side yard, for remember, please, we had only 3 short hours in which to move everything, and this without warning or preparation of any kind. All things, big and small, were out by 1 o'clock, and just in time, too, to avoid a collision with the colored soldiers of the incoming cavalry officer, who commenced taking furniture and boxes in the house at precisely that hour. Of course, there was no hotel or even restaurant for me to go to, and I was too proud and too indignant to beg shelter in the house of a friend. In fact, I felt as if I had no friend. So I sat down on a chair in the yard with the little dog by me, thinking, I remember, that the chair was our own property and no one had a right to object to my being there. And I also remember that the whole miserable affair brought to mind most vividly scenes of eviction that had been illustrated in the papers from time to time, when poor women had been evicted for non-payment of rent. Just as I had reached the very lowest depths of misery and woe, Mrs. Vincent appeared, and Faye almost immediately after. We three went to Mrs. Vincent's house for luncheon, and in fact I remained there until we came to this house. She had just heard of what had happened, and hastened down to me. Captain Vincent said it was entirely the fault of the commanding officer for permitting such a disgraceful order to leave his office, that Captain Park's family could have remained one night longer in tents here, as they had been in camp every night on the road from Fort Sill. There came a ludicrous turn to all this unpleasantness, for by the ranking out of one junior second lieutenant, 6 or more captains and first lieutenants had to move. It was great fun the next day to see the moving up and down the officers' line of all sorts of household goods, for it showed that a poor second lieutenant was of some importance after all. But I am getting on too fast. Faye, of course, was entitled to 2 rooms, someplace in the post, but it seems that the only quarters he could take were those occupied by Lieutenant Cole, so Faye decided at once to go into tents himself, in preference to compelling Lieutenant Cole to do so. Now it so happened that the Inspector General of the department was in the garrison, and as soon as he learned the condition of affairs, he ordered the post quartermaster to double 2 sets of quarters, that is, make 4 sets out of 2, and designated the quartermaster's own house for one of the 2. But Major Knox divided off 2 rooms that no one could possibly occupy, and in consequence has still all of his large house. But the other large set that was doubled was occupied by a senior captain, who, when his quarters were reduced in size, claimed a new choice, and so, turning another captain out, the ranking out went on down to a second lieutenant. But no one took our old house from Captain Park, much to my disappointment, and he still has it. The house that we are in now is built of cedar logs, and was the commanding officer's house at one time. It has a long hall running through the center, and on the left side Major Hunt and his family have the 4 rooms, and we have the 2 on the right. Our kitchen is across the yard, and was a chicken house not so very long ago. It has no floor, of course, so we had loads of dirt dug out and all filled in again with clean white sand, and now, after the log walls have been scraped and whitened, and a number of new shelves put up, it is really quite nice. Our sleeping room has no canvas on the walls inside, and much of the chinking has fallen out, leaving big holes, and I never have a light in that room after dark, fearing that Indians might shoot me through those holes. They are skulking about the post all the time. We have another cook now, a soldier of course, and one that is rather inexperienced. General Phillips ordered Findlay back to the company, saying he was much needed there, but he was company cook just one day when he was transferred to the general's own kitchen. Comment is unnecessary. But it is all for the best, I am sure, for Farrar is very fond of Hal, and sees how intelligent he is, just as I do. The little dog is chained to a kennel all the time now, and, like his mistress, is trying to become dignified. Faye was made post adjutant this morning, which we consider rather complimentary, since the post commander is in the cavalry and there are a number of cavalry lieutenants here. General Dickinson is a polished old gentleman, and his wife a very handsome woman, who looks almost as young as her daughter. Miss Dickinson, the general's older daughter, is very pretty and a fearless rider, In a few days we too are to commence our morning rides. How funny that I should have forgotten to tell you that I have a horse! At least I hope he will look like a horse when he has gained some flesh and lost much long hair. He is an Indian pony of very good size, and has a well shaped head and slender little legs. He has a fox trot which is wonderfully easy, and which he apparently can keep up indefinitely, and, like all Indian horses, can run like a deer. So altogether he will do very well for this place, where rides are necessarily curtailed. I call him Cheyenne, because we bought him of Little Raven, a Cheyenne chief. I shall be so glad when I can ride again, as I have missed so much the rides and grand hunts at Fort Lyon. Later. The mail is just in, and letters have come from Fort Lyon telling us of the death of Lieutenant Baldwin. It is dreadful, and seems impossible. They write that he became more and more despondent until finally it was impossible to rouse him sufficiently to take an interest in his own life. Faye and I have lost a friend, a real, true friend. A brother could not have been kinder, more considerate than he was to both of us, always. How terribly he must have grieved over the ruin of the horse he was so proud of, and loved so well. End of letter. Camp Supply, Indian Territory, September, 1872. The heat here is still intense, and it never rains, so everything is parched to a crisp. The river is very low, and the water so full of alkali that we are obliged to boil every drop before it is used for drinking or cooking, and even then it is so distasteful that we flavor it with sugar of lemons so we can drink it at all. Fresh lemons are unknown here, of course. The ice is given out, but we manage to cool the water a little by keeping it in bottles and canteens down in the dugout cellar. Miss Dickinson and I continue our daily rides, but go out very early in the morning. We have an orderly now, as General Dickinson considers it unsafe for us to go without an escort, since we were chased by an Indian the other day. That morning the little son of General Phillips was with us, and as it was not quite as warm as usual, we decided to canter down the Sunflower Road a little way, a road that runs to the crossing of Wolf Creek through an immense field of wild sunflowers. These sunflowers grow to a tremendous height in this country, so tall that sometimes you cannot see over them even when on horseback. Just across the creek there is a village of Apache Indians, and as these Indians are known to be hostile, this particular road is considered rather unsafe. But we rode on down a mile or more without seeing a thing, and had just turned our ponies' heads homeward when little Grote, who was back of us, called out that an Indian was coming. That was startling, but upon looking back we saw that he was a long distance away, and coming leisurely, so we did not pay much attention to him. But Grote was more watchful, and very soon screamed, "Mrs. Rae! Mrs. Rae! The Indian is coming fast! He's going to catch us!" And then, without wasting time by looking back, we started our ponies with a bound that put them at their best pace, poor little Grote lashing his most unmercifully, and crying out every minute, "He'll catch us! He'll catch us!" That the Indian was on a fleet pony and was gaining upon us was very evident, and what might have happened had we not soon reached the sutler's store no one can tell, but we did get there just as he caught up with us, and as we drew in our panting horses, that hideous savage rode up in front of us and circled twice around us, his pony going like a whirlwind, and in order to keep his balance the Indian leaned far over on one side, his head close to the pony's neck. He said "How!" with a fiendish grin that showed how thoroughly he was enjoying our frightened faces, and then turned his fast little beast back to the Sunflower Road. Of course, as long as the road to the post was clear, we were in no very great danger, as our ponies were fast, but if that savage could have passed us and gotten in between him and the Apache village, we would have lost our horses, if not our lives. for turning off through the sunflowers would have been an impossibility. The very next morning, I think it was, one of the government mules wandered away, and two of the drivers went in search of it, but not finding it in the post, one of the men suggested that they should go to the river where the post animals are watered. It is a fork of the Canadian River, and is just over a little sand hill, not 1/4 of a mile back of the quarters, but not in the direction of the Sunflower road. The other man, however, said he would not go, that it was not safe, and came back to the corral. So the one who proposed going went on alone. Time passed and the man did not return, and finally a detail was sent out to look him up. They went directly to the river, and there they found him, just on the other side of the hill, dead. He had been shot by some fiendish Indian soon after leaving his companion. The mule has never been found, and is probably in a far away Indian village, where he brays in vain for the big rations of corn he used to get at the government corral. Last Monday, soon after luncheon, 40 or 50 Indians came rushing down the drive in front of the officers' quarters, frightening some of us almost out of our senses. Where they came from no one could tell, for not one sentry had seen them until they were near the post. They rode past the houses like mad creatures and on out to the company gardens, where they made their ponies trample and destroy every growing thing. Only a few vegetables will mature in this soil and climate, but melons are often very good, and this season the gardeners had taken much pains with a crop of fine watermelons that were just beginning to ripen. But not one of these was spared. Every one was broken and crushed by the little hoofs of the ponies, which seemed to enjoy viciousness of this kind as much as the Indians themselves. A company of infantry was sent at once to the gardens, but it was not quite possible for the men to outrun the ponies. The mischief had been done before they got there, and all they could do was to force them back at the point of the bayonet. Cavalry was ordered out also to drive them away, but none of the troops were allowed to fire upon them, and that the Indians knew very well. It might have brought on an uprising. It seems that the Indians were almost all young bucks out for a frolic, but quite ready, officers say, for any kind of devilment. They rode around the post 3 or 4 times at breakneck speed, each circle being larger and taking them further away. At last they all started for the hills and gradually disappeared, all but one, a sentinel, who could be seen until dark, sitting his pony on the highest hill. I presume there were dozens of Indians on the sand hills around the post, peeking over to see how the fun went on. They seemed to be watching the post every second of the day, ready to pounce upon any unprotected thing that ventures forth, be it man or beast. At almost any time 2 or 3 black dots can be seen on the top of the white sand hills, and one wonders how they can lie for hours in the hot, scorching sand with the sun beating down on their heads and backs. And all the time their tough little ponies will stand near them down the hill, scarcely moving or making a sound. Some scouts declare that an Indian pony never whinnies or sneezes, but that seems absurd, although some of those little beasts show wonderful intelligence and appear to have been apt pupils in treachery. End of letter. Camp Supply, Indian Territory, October, 1872. This place is becoming more dreadful each day, and every one of the awful things I feared might happen here seems to be coming to pass. Night before last the post was actually attacked by Indians. It was about 1 o'clock when the entire garrison was awakened by rifle shots and cries of "Indians! Indians!" There was pandemonium at once. The long roll was beaten on the infantry drums, and "boots and saddles" sounded by the cavalry bugles, and these are the calls that startle all who hear them, and strike terror in the heart of every army woman. They mean that something is wrong, very wrong, and demand the immediate report for duty at their respective companies of every officer and man in the garrison. Faye jumped into his uniform, and saying a hasty good bye ran to his company, as did all the other officers. and very soon we could hear the shouting of orders from every direction. Our house is at the extreme end of the officers' line and very isolated, therefore Mrs. Hunt and I were left in a most deplorable condition, with 3 little children, one a mere baby, to take care of. We put them all in one bed and covered them as well as we could without a light, which we did not dare have, of course. Then we saw that all the doors and windows were fastened on both sides. We decided that it would be quite impossible for us to remain shut up inside the house, so we dressed our feet, put on long waterproof coats over our nightgowns as quickly and silently as possible, and then we sat down on the steps of the front door to await we knew not what. I had firm hold of a revolver, and felt exceedingly grateful all the time that I had been taught so carefully how to use it. Not that I had any hope of being able to do more with it than kill myself if I fell in the hands of a fiendish Indian. I believe that Mrs. Hunt, however, was almost as much afraid of the pistol as she was of the Indians. 10 minutes after the shots were fired, there was perfect silence throughout the garrison, and we knew absolutely nothing of what was taking place around us. Not one word did we dare even whisper to each other, our only means of communication being through our hands. The night was intensely dark, and the air was close, almost suffocating. In this way we sat for 2 terrible hours, ever on the alert, ever listening for the stealthy tread of a moccasined foot at the corner of the house. And then, just before dawn, when we were almost exhausted by the great strain on our strength and nerves, our husbands came. They told us that a company of infantry had been quite near us all the time, and that a troop of cavalry had been constantly patrolling around the post. I cannot understand how such perfect silence was maintained by the troops, particularly the cavalry. Horses usually manage to sneeze at such times. There is always a sentry at our corner of the garrison, and it was this sentinel who was attacked, and it is the general belief among the officers that the Indians came to this corner hoping to get the troops concentrated at the beat furthest from the stables, and thus give them a chance to steal some, if not all, of the cavalry horses. But Mr. Red Man's strategy is not quite equal to that of the Great Father's soldiers, or he would have known that troops would be sent at once to protect the horses. There were a great many pony tracks to be seen in the sand the next morning, and there was a mounted sentinel on a hill a mile or so away. It was amusing to watch him through a powerful field glass, and we wished that he could know just how his every movement could be seen. He sat there on his pony for hours, both Indian and horse apparently perfectly motionless, but with his face always turned toward the post, ready to signal to his people the slightest movement of the troops. Faye says that the colored troops were real soldiers that night, alert and plucky. I can readily believe that some of them can be alert and possibly good soldiers, and that they can be good thieves, too, for last Saturday night they stole from us the commissary stores we had expected to last us 1 week, everything, in fact, except coffee, sugar, and such things that we kept in the kitchen where it is dry. The commissary is open Saturday mornings only, at which time we are requested to purchase all supplies we will need from there for the following week, and as we have no fresh vegetables whatever, and no meat except beef, we are very dependent upon the canned goods and other things in the commissary. Last Saturday Mrs. Hunt and I sent over as usual, and most of the supplies were put in a little dugout cellar in the yard that we used together, she having one side, I the other. On Sunday morning Farrar happened to be the first cook to go out for things for breakfast, and he found that the door had been broken open and the shelves as bare as Mother Hubbard's. Everything had been carried off except a few candles on Mrs. Hunt's side and a few cakes of laundry soap on mine. The candles they had no use for, and the thieves were probably of a class that had no use for soap either. Our breakfast that morning was rather light, but as soon as word got abroad of our starving condition, true army hospitality and generosity manifested itself. We were invited out to luncheon, and to dinner, and to breakfast the next morning, You can see how like one big family a garrison can be, and how in times of trouble we go to each other's assistance. Of course, now and then we have disagreeable persons with us, those who will give you only 3 hours to move out of your house, or who will order your cook from you. End of letter. End of section 3. Section 4 of Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888, by Frances Roe. Section 4, Letters from 1873, Part 1. Camp Supply, Indian Territory, January, 1873. All that remained of Captain White was carried to the little cemetery yesterday, with all the military honors possible in such a faraway post. We have no chaplain, therefore one of the cavalry officers read the service for the dead at the house, just before the march to the cemetery. Almost all of the cavalry of the garrison was out, mounted, Captain White's own troop having the lead, of course, and the greater part of the infantry was out also, and there was a firing detail with guns reversed. The casket, covered with a large flag, was carried on a caisson, and his horse, led by an orderly, was covered with a large blanket of black cloth. Over this was the saddle, and on top of the saddle rested his helmet, the yellow horsehair plume and gold trimmings looking soiled by long service. His saber was there, too, and strapped to the saddle on each side were his uniform boots, toes in stirrups, all reversed. This riderless horse, with its pall of black, yellow helmet, and footless boots, was the saddest sight imaginable. I did not go to the cemetery, but we heard distinctly the firing of the 3 volleys over the grave, and the sounding of taps on the bugles. The garrison flag had been drawn to half-mast almost the moment of Captain White's death, but at the last sound of taps it was immediately pulled up to full mast, and soon the troops came back to their quarters, the field music playing lively airs. This seemed so unnecessarily cruel, for Mrs. White must have heard every note, and she is still so wretchedly ill. The tiny baby has been taken from the house by the motherly wife of an officer, and the other tots, 4 in all, are being cared for by others. We have all been taking turns in sitting up nights during the illness of husband and wife, and last night 3 of us were there, Captain Tillman and Faye in one room, and I with Mrs. White. It was a terrible night, probably the one that has exacted, or will exact, the greatest self-control, as it was the one before the burial. In civil life a poor widow can often live right on in her old home, but in the Army, never. Mrs. White will have to give up the quarters just as soon as she and the little baby are strong enough to travel. She has been in a warm climate many years, and her friends are all in the North, so tomorrow a number of us are to commence making warm clothes for her and the children. She has absolutely nothing of the kind, and seems to be pitifully helpless and incapable of thinking for herself. Soon after I got home this morning and was trying to get a little sleep, I heard screams and an awful commotion across the hall in one of Mrs. Hunt's rooms, and running over to see what was the matter, I found Mrs. Hunt standing upon a chair, and her cook running around like a madman, with a stick of wood in his hand, upsetting furniture and whacking things generally. I naturally thought of a mouse, and not being afraid of them, I went on in and closed the door. I doubt if Mrs. Hunt saw me, she was so intently watching the man, who kept on upsetting things. He stopped finally, and then held up on the wood a snake, a dead rattlesnake. We measured it, and it was over 2 feet long. You can see how the house is built by the photograph I sent you, that there are no chimneys, and that the stove pipes go straight up through the pole and sod roof. The children insist that the snake came down the pipe in the liveliest kind of way, so it must have crawled up the logs to the roof, and finding the warmth of the pipe, got too close to the opening and slipped through. However that may be, he got into the room where the three little children were playing alone. Fortunately, the oldest recognized the danger at once, and ran screaming to her mother, the other two following. Mrs. Hunt was almost ill over the affair, and Major Hunt kept a man on top and around the old house hunting for snakes until we began to fear it would be pulled down on our heads. This country itself is bad enough, and the location of the post is most unfortunate, but to compel officers and men to live in these old huts of decaying, moldy wood, which are reeking with malaria and alive with bugs and perhaps snakes, is wicked. Officers' families are not obliged to remain here, of course. But at dreadful places like this is where the plucky army wife is most needed. Her very presence has often a refining and restraining influence over the entire garrison, from the commanding officer down to the last recruit. No one can as quickly grasp the possibilities of comfort in quarters like these, or as bravely busy herself to fix them up. She knows that the stay is indefinite, that it may be for 6 months or possibly 6 years, but that matters not. It is her army home, Brass Button's home, and however discouraging its condition may be, for his sake she pluckily and with wifely pride performs miracles, always making the house comfortable and attractive. End of letter. Fort Dodge, Kansas, January, 1873. Our coming here was most unexpected and very unpleasant in every way. General Phillips and Major Barker quarreled over something, and Major Barker preferred charges against the general, who is his company commander, and now General Phillips is being tried here by general court-martial. Faye and I were summoned as witnesses by Major Barker, just because we heard a few words that were said in front of our window late one night. The court has thoughtfully excused me from going into the courtroom, as I could only corroborate Faye's testimony. I am so relieved, for it would have been a terrible ordeal to have gone in that room where all those officers are sitting, in full dress uniform too, and General Phillips with them. I would have been too frightened to have remembered one thing, or to have known whether I was telling the truth or not. General Dickinson and Ben Dark, his interpreter, came up in the ambulance with us, and the poor general is now quite ill, the result of an ice bath in the Arkansas River. When we started to come across on the ice here at the ford, the mule leaders broke through and fell down on the river bottom, and being mules, not only refused to get up, but insisted upon keeping their noses under the water. The wheelers broke through too, but had the good sense to stand on their feet, but they gave the ambulance such a hard jerk that the front wheels broke off more ice and went down to the river bottom also. By the time all this had occurred, I was the only one left inside, and found myself very busy trying to keep myself from slipping down under the front seat where water had already come in. General Dickinson and Faye were doing everything possible to assist the men. Just how it was accomplished would make too long a story to tell, but in a short time the leaders were dragged out and on their feet, and the rear wheels of the ambulance let down on the river bottom, and then we were all pulled on the ice again and came on to the post in safety. All but General Dickinson, who undertook to hold out of the water the heads of the two leaders, who seemed determined to commit suicide by keeping their noses down, the general forgetting for once that he was commanding officer. But one of those government mules did not forget, and with a sudden jerk of his big head he pulled the general over and down from the ice into the water, and in such a way that he was wedged tight in between the two animals. One would have expected much objection on the part of the mules to the fishing out of the general, but those two mules kept perfectly still, apparently satisfied with the mischief that had already been done. I can fancy that there is one mule still chuckling over the fact of having gotten even with a commanding officer. It is quite warm now, and the ice has gone out of the river, so there will be no trouble at the ford tomorrow when we start back. There is one company of Faye's regiment stationed here, and the officer in command of the post is Major of the 3rd, so we feel at home. We are staying with Lieutenant Harvey, who is making it very pleasant for us. Hal is with us, and is being petted by everybody, but most of all by the cavalry officers, some of whom have hunted with Magic, Hal's father. Last evening, while a number of us were sitting on the veranda after dinner, a large turkey gobbler came stalking down the drive in front of the officers' quarters. Hal was squatted down hound fashion at the top of the steps, and of course saw the gobbler at once. He never moved except to raise his ears a little, but I noticed that his eyes opened wider and wider, and could see that he was making an estimate of the speed of that turkey, and also making up his mind that it was his duty as a self-respecting hound to resent the airs that were being assumed by the queer thing with a red nose and only 2 legs. So as soon as the turkey passed, down he jumped after him, and over him and around him, until really the poor thing looked about 1/2 his former size. Then Hal got back of the turkey and waited for it to run, which it proceeded to do without loss of time, and then a funny race was on. I could have cried, I was so afraid Hal would injure the turkey, but everybody else laughed and watched as though it was the sporting event of the year, and they assured me that the dog would have to stop when he got to the very high gate at the end of the line. But they did not know that greyhound, for the gate gave him still another opportunity to show the thing that had wings to help its absurd legs along what a hound puppy could do. When they reached the gate the turkey went under, but the puppy went over, making a magnificent jump that landed him yards in advance of the turkey, thereby causing him the loss of the race, for before he could stop himself and turn, the gobbler had very wisely hidden himself in a back yard. There was shouting and clapping of hands all along the line because of the beautiful jump of so young a dog, but I must confess that all I thought of just then was gratitude that my dog had not made an untimely plucking of somebody's turkey, for in this country a turkey is something rare and valuable. Hal came trotting back with his loftiest steps and tail high in the air, evidently much pleased with his part in the entertainment. He is very tall now, and ran by the ambulance all the way up, and has been following me on my rides for some time. End of letter. Cimarron Redoubt, Kansas, January, 1873. When Faye was ordered here I said at once that I would come too, and so I came. We are at a mail station, that is, where the relay mules are kept and where the mail wagon and escort remain overnight on their weekly trips from Camp Supply to Fort Dodge. A non-commissioned officer and 10 privates are here all the time. The cause of Faye's being here is the contractor is sending big trains of grain down to Camp Supply for the cavalry horses and other animals, and it was discovered that whiskey was being smuggled to the Indians in the sacks of oats. So General Dickinson sent an officer to the redoubt to inspect each sack as it is carried past by the ox trains. Lieutenant Cole was the first officer to be ordered up, but the place did not agree with him, and at the end of 3 weeks he appeared at the post on a mail wagon, a very sick man, very sick indeed. In less than half an hour Faye was ordered to relieve him, to finish Lieutenant Cole's tour in addition to his own detail of 30 days, which will give us a stay here of over 5 weeks. As soon as I heard of the order, I announced that I was coming, but it was necessary to obtain the commanding officer's permission first. This seemed rather hopeless for a time, the general declaring that I would die in such a hole, where I could have no comforts, but he did not say I should not come. Faye did not want to leave me alone at the post, but was afraid the life here would be too rough for me, so I decided the matter for myself, and began to make preparations to come away, and that settled all discussion. We were obliged to start early the next morning, and there were only a few hours in which to get ready. Packing the mess chest and getting commissary stores occupied the most time, for after our clothing was put away the closing of the house was a farce. Peu de bien, peu de soin. Farrar was permitted to come, and we brought Hal and the horse, so the family is still together. The redoubt is made of gunny sacks filled with sand, and is built on the principle of a permanent fortification in miniature, with bastions, flanks, curtains, and ditch, and has 2 pieces of artillery. The parapet is about 10 feet high, upon the top of which a sentry walks all the time. This is technically correct, for Faye has just explained it all to me, so I could tell you about our castle on the plains. We have only 2 rooms for our own use, and these are partitioned off with vertical logs in one corner of the fortification, and our only roof is of canvas. When we first got here the dirt floor was very much like the side of a mountain, so sloping that we had difficulty in sitting upon the chairs. Faye had these made level at once, and fresh, dry sand sprinkled everywhere. We are right in the heart of the Indian country, almost on the line between Kansas and the Indian Territory, and are surrounded by any number of villages of hostile Indians. We are 40 miles from Camp Supply, and about the same distance from Fort Dodge. The weather is delightful, sunny, and very warm. I was prevented from finishing this the other day by the coming of a dozen or more Arapahoe Indians, but as the mail does not go north until tomorrow morning, I can tell you of the more than busy time we have had since then. For 2 or 3 days the weather had been unseasonably warm, almost like summer, and one evening it was not only hot, but so sultry one wondered where all the air had gone. About midnight, however, a terrific wind came up, cold and piercing, and very soon snow began to fall, and then we knew we were having a Texas "norther," a storm that is feared by all old frontiersmen. Of course we were perfectly safe from the wind, for only a cyclone could tear down these thick walls of sand, but the snow sifted in every place, between the logs of the inner wall, around the windows, and almost buried us, and the cold became intense. In the morning the logs of that entire wall from top to bottom were white inside with snow, and looked like a forest in the far north. The floor was covered with snow, and so was the foot of the bed. Our rooms were facing just right to catch the full force of the blizzard. The straightening out was exceedingly unpleasant, for a fire could not be started in either stove until after the snow had been swept out. But a few soldiers can work miracles at times, and this proved to be one of the times. I went over to the orderly room while they brushed and scraped everywhere and fixed us up nicely, and we were soon warm and dry. The "norther" continued 24 hours, and the cold is still freezing. All the wood inside was soon consumed, and the men were compelled to go outside the redoubt for it, and to split it, too. The storm was so fierce and wholly blinding that it was necessary to fasten the end of a rope around the waist of each man as he went out, and tie the other end to the entrance gate, to prevent him from losing his direction and wandering out on the plains. Even with this precaution it was impossible for a man to remain out longer than 10 minutes, because of the terribly cold wind that at times was almost impossible to stand up against. Faye says that he cannot understand why the place has never been made habitable, or why Lieutenant Cole did not have the wood brought inside, where it would be convenient in case of a storm. Some of the men are working on the wood still, and others are making their quarters a little more decent. Every tiny opening in our own log walls has been chinked with pieces of blanket or anything that could be found, and the entire dirt floor has been covered with clean grain sacks that are held down smooth and tight by little pegs of wood, and over this rough carpet We have 3 rugs we brought with us. At the small window are turkey red curtains that make very good shades when let down at night. There are warm army blankets on the camp bed, and a folded red squaw blanket on the trunk. The stove is as bright and shining as the strong arm of a soldier could make it, and on it is a little brass tea kettle singing merrily. Altogether the little place looks clean and cheerful, quite unlike the "hole" we came to. Farrar has attended to his part in the kitchen also, and things look neat and orderly there. A wall tent has been pitched just outside our door that gives us a large storeroom and at the same time screens us from the men's quarters that are along one side of the sandbag walls. On the side farthest from us the mules and horses are stabled, but one would never know that an animal was near if those big-headed mules did not occasionally raise their voices in brays that sound like old squeaky pumps. When it is pleasant they are all picketed out. At the first coming of the blizzard the sentry was ordered from the parapet and is still off, and I am positive that unless one goes on soon at night I shall be wholly deaf, because I strain my ears the whole night through, listening for Indians. The men are supposed to be ever ready for an attack, but if they require drums and cannon to awaken them in a garrison, how can they possibly hear the stealthy step of an Indian here? It is foolish to expect anything so unreasonable. End of letter. Cimarron Redoubt, Kansas, January, 1873. Fancy our having given a dinner party at this sandbag castle on the plains, miles and miles from a white man or woman. The number of guests was small, but their rank was immense, for we entertained Powder Face, chief of the Arapahoe nation, and Walk, his young squaw, mother of his little chief. 2 or 3 days ago Powder Face came to make a formal call upon the white chief, and brought with him 2 other Indians, aides we would call them, I presume. A soldier offered to hold his horse, but he would not dismount, and sat his horse with grave dignity until Faye went out and in person invited him to come in and have a smoke. He is an Indian of striking personality, is rather tall, with square, broad shoulders, and the poise of his head tells one at once that he is not an ordinary savage. We must have found favor with him, for as he was going away he announced that he would come again the next day and bring his squaw with him. Then Faye, in his hospitable way, invited them to a midday dinner. I was almost speechless from horror at the very thought of sitting at a table with an Indian, no matter how great a chief he might be. But I could say nothing, of course, and he rode away with the understanding that he was to return the following day. Faye assured me that it would be amusing to watch them, and be a break in the monotony here. They appeared promptly, and I became interested in Walk at once, for she was a remarkable squaw, tall and slender, with rather a thin girlish face, very unlike the short, fat squaws one usually sees, and she had the appearance of being rather tidy, too. I could not tell if she was dressed specially for the occasion, as I had never seen her before, but everything she had on was beautifully embroidered with beads, mostly white, and small teeth of animals. She wore a sort of short skirt, high leggings, and, of course, moccasins, and around her shoulders, and falling far below her waist, was a queer-shaped garment, neither cape nor shawl, dotted closely all over with tiny teeth, which were fastened on at one end and left to dangle. High up around her neck was a dog collar of fine teeth that was really beautiful, and there were several necklaces of different lengths hanging below it, one of which was of polished elk teeth and very rare. The skins of all her clothing had been tanned until they were as soft as kid. Any number of bracelets were on her arms, many of them made of tin, I think. Her hair was parted and hung in loose ropes down each shoulder in front. Her feet and hands were very small, even for an Indian, and showed that life had been kind to her. I am confident that she must have been a princess by birth. She was so different from all squaws I have seen. She could not speak one word of English, but her lord, whom she seemed to adore, could make himself understood very well by signs and a word or two now and then. Powder Face wore a blanket, but underneath it was a shirt of fine skins, the front of which was almost covered with teeth, beads, and wampum. His hair was roped on each side and hung in front, and the scalp lock on top was made conspicuous by the usual long feathers stuck through it. The time came when dinner could no longer be put off, so we sat down. Our menu in this place is necessarily limited, but a friend at Fort Dodge had added to our stores by sending us some fresh potatoes and some lettuce by the mail wagon just the day before, and both of these Powder Face seemed to enjoy. In fact, he ate of everything, but Walk was more particular. Lettuce, potatoes, and ham she would not touch. Their table manners were not of the very best form, as might be expected, but they conducted themselves rather decently, far better than I had feared they would. All the time I was wondering what the squaw was thinking of things. Powder Face was taken to Washington last year with chiefs of other nations to see the Great Father, so he knew much of the white man's ways, but Walk was a wild creature of the plains. We kept them bountifully supplied with everything on the table, so our own proportion of the dinner would remain unmolested, although neither Faye nor I had much appetite just then. When Farrar came in to remove the plates for dessert, and Powder Face saw that the remaining food was about to disappear, he pushed Farrar back and commenced to attend to the table himself. He pulled one dish after another to him, and scraped each one clean, spreading all the butter on the bread, and piled up buffalo steak, ham, potatoes, peas, in fact every crumb that had been left, making one disgusting mess, and then tapping it with his finger, said, "Papoose, papoose." We had it all put in a paper and other things added, which made Walk almost bob off her chair in her delight at having such a feast for her little chief, but the condition of my tablecloth made me want to bob up and down for other feelings than delight. After dinner they all sat by the stove and smoked, and Powder Face told funny things about his trip East that we could not always interpret, but which caused him and Walk to laugh heartily. Walk sat very close to him, with elbows on her knees, looking as though she would much prefer to be squatted down upon the floor. The tepee odor became stifling, so in order to get as far from the Indians as possible, I went across the room and sat upon a small trunk by the window. I had not been there 5 minutes, however, before that wily chief, who had apparently not noticed my existence, got up from his chair, gathered his blanket around him, and with long strides came straight to me. Then, with a grip of steel on my shoulder, he jerked me from the trunk and fairly slung me over against the wall, and turning to Faye, with his head thrown back, he said, "Whisk! Whisk!" at the same time pointing to the trunk. The demand was imperious, and the unstudied poise of the powerfully built Indian, so full of savage dignity, was magnificent. As I calmly think of it now, the whole scene was grand. The rough room, with its low walls of sandbags and logs, the Indian princess in her picturesque dress of skins and beads, the fair army officer in his uniform of blue, both looking in astonishment at the chief, whose square jaws and flashing eyes plainly told that he was accustomed to being obeyed, and expected to be obeyed then. Faye says that I missed part of the scene, that backed up against sandbags and clinging to them on either side for support, stood a slender young woman with pigtail hanging down one shoulder, so terrified that her face, although brown from exposure to sun and wind, had become white and chalky. It is not surprising that my face turned white. The only wonder is that the pigtail did not turn white too. It was not right for Faye to give liquor to an Indian, but what else could be done under the circumstances? There happened to be a flask of brandy in the trunk, but fortunately there was only a small quantity that we had brought up for medicinal purposes, and it was precious too, for we were far from a doctor. but Faye had to get it out for the chief, who had sat there smoking in such an innocent way, but who had all the time been studying out where there might be hidden some "whisk." Walk drank almost all of it. Powder Face seemed to derive more pleasure in seeing her drink his portion than in drinking it himself. Consequently, when she went out to mount her horse, her steps were a little unsteady, over which the chief laughed heartily. It was with the greatest relief I saw them ride away. They certainly had furnished entertainment, but it was of a kind that would satisfy one for a long time. I was afraid they might come for dinner again the following day, but they did not. Powder Face thought that the pony Cheyenne was not a good enough horse for me, so the morning after he was here, an Indian, called Dog, appeared with a very good animal, large and well gaited, that the chief had sent over, not as a present, but for a trade. We let poor Cheyenne go back to the Indians, a quantity of sugar, coffee, and such things going with him, and now I have a strawberry roan horse named Powder Face. Chief Powder Face, who is really not old, is respected by everyone, and has been instrumental in causing the Arapahoe nation to cease hostilities toward white people. Some of the chiefs of lesser rank have much of the dignity of high-born savages, particularly Lone Wolf and his son Big Mouth, both of whom come to see us now and then. Lone Wolf is no longer a warrior, and of course no longer wears a scalp lock and strings of wampum and beads, and would like you to believe that he has ever been the white man's friend, but I suspect that even now there might be brought forth an old war belt with hanging scalps that could tell of massacre, torture, and murder. Big Mouth is a war chief, and has the same grand physique as Powder Face, and a personality almost as striking. His hair is simply splendid, wonderfully heavy and long and very glossy. His scalp lock is most artistic, and undoubtedly kept in order by a squaw. The picture of the two generations of chiefs is unique and rare. It shows in detail the everyday dress of the genuine blanket Indians as we see them here. Just how it was obtained I do not know, for Indians do not like a camera. We have daily visits from dozens of so-called friendly Indians, but I would not trust one of them. Many white people who have lived among Indians and know them well declare that an Indian is always an Indian, that no matter how fine the veneering civilization may have given him, there ever lies dormant the traits of the savage, ready to spring forth without warning in acts of treachery and fiendish cruelty. End of letter. Cimarron Redoubt, January, 1873. It was such a pleasant surprise yesterday when General Bourke drove up to the redoubt on his way to Camp Supply from dear old Fort Lyon. He has been ordered to relieve General Dickinson, and was taking down furniture, his dogs, and handsome team. Of course there was an escort and ever so many wagons, some loaded with tents and camp outfits. We are rejoicing over the prospect of having an infantry officer in command when we return to the post. The general remained for luncheon and seemed to enjoy the broiled buffalo steak very much. He said that there are now very few buffalo in Colorado and Kansas, because of their wholesale slaughter by white men during the past year. These men kill them for the skins only, and General Bourke says that he saw hundreds of carcasses on the plains between Lyon and Dodge. They are boldly coming to the Indian Territory now, and cavalry has been sent out several times to drive them from the reservation. If the Indians should attempt to protect their rights, it would be called an uprising at once, so they have to lie around on the sand hills and watch their beloved buffalo gradually disappear, and all the time they know only too well that with them will go the skins that give them teepees and clothing, and the meat that furnishes almost all of their sustenance. During the blizzard 2 weeks ago, 10 or 12 of these buffalo hunters were caught out in the storm, and being unable to find their own camps, they wandered into Indian villages, each man about half dead from exposure to the cold and hunger. All were suffering more or less from frozen feet and hands. In every case the Indians fed and cared for them until the storm was over, and then they told them to go, and go fast and far, or it would not be well with them. Faye says it was truly noble in the Indians to keep alive those men, when they knew they had been stealing so much from them. But Faye can always see more good in Indians than I can. Even a savage could scarcely kill a man when he appeals to him for protection. There is some excitement here every day, some pleasant, some otherwise, usually otherwise. The mail escort and wagon are here 2 nights during the week, one on the way to Fort Dodge, the other on the return trip, so we hear little bits of gossip from each garrison. The long trains of army wagons, drawn by mules that carry stores to the post, always camp near us one night, because of the water. But the most exciting times are when the big ox trains come through that are taking oats and corn to the quartermaster for the cavalry horses and mules, for in these sacks of grain there is ever a possibility of liquor being found. The sergeant carefully punches the sacks from one end to the other with a long steel very much like a rifle rammer, but so far not a thing has been found. But this is undoubtedly because they know what to expect at this place now. Faye is always present at the inspection, and once I watched it a short distance away. When there are camps outside, I always feel a little more protected from the Indians. I am kept awake hours every night by my uncontrollable fear of their getting on top of the parapet and cutting holes in the canvas over our very heads and getting into the room that way. A sentry is supposed to walk around the top every few minutes, but I have very little confidence in his protection. I really rely upon Hal more than the sentry to give warning, for that dog can hear the stealthy step of an Indian when a long distance from him, and I believe he can smell them too. We bought a beautiful buffalo calf robe for a bed for him, and that night I folded it down nicely and called him to it, thinking he would be delighted with so soft and warm a bed. But no, he went to it because I called him, and patted it, but put one foot on it he would not. He gave a little growl, and putting his tail up, walked away with great dignity and a look of having been insulted. Of course the skin smelled strong of the tepee and Indians. We sunned and aired it for days, and Farrar rubbed the fur with camphor and other things to destroy the Indian odor, and after much persuading and any amount of patience on our part, Hal finally condescended to use the robe. He now considers it the finest thing on earth, and keeps close watch of it at all times. We have visits from Indians every day, and this variation from the monotony is not agreeable to me, but Faye goes out and has long powwows with them. They do not hesitate to ask for things, and the more you give, the more you may. The other morning Faye saw a buffalo calf not far from the redoubt, and decided to go for it, as we, also the men, were in need of fresh meat. So he started off on Powder Face, taking only a revolver with him. I went outside to watch him ride off, and just as the calf disappeared over a little hill, and he after it, an Indian rode down the bluff at the right, and about the same distance away as I thought Faye might be, and started in a canter straight across in the direction Faye had gone. Very soon he also was back of the little hill and out of sight. I ran inside and called the sergeant, and was trying to explain the situation to him as briefly as possible, when he, without waiting for me to finish, got his rifle and cartridge belt, and ordering a couple of men to follow, started off on a hard run in the direction I had designated. As soon as they reached the top of the hill they saw Faye, and saw also that the Indian was with him. The men went on over slowly, but stopped as soon as they got within rifle range of Faye, for of course the Indian would never have attempted mischief when he knew that the next instant he would be riddled with bullets. The Indian was facing the soldiers and saw them at once, but they were at Faye's back, so he did not know they were there until he turned to come home. Faye says that the Indian was quite near before he saw him at all, as he had not been thinking of Indians in his race after the little buffalo. He came up and said "how," of course, and then by signs asked to see Faye's revolver, which has an ivory handle with nickel barrel and trimmings, all of which the Indian saw at once, and decided to make his own without loss of time, and then by disarming Faye he would be master of things generally. Faye pulled the pistol from his holster and held it out for the Indian to look at, but with a tight grip on the handle and finger on trigger, the muzzle pointed straight to his treacherous heart. This did not disturb the Indian in the least, for he grasped the barrel, and with a twist of the wrist tried to jerk it down and out of Faye's hand, but this he failed to do, so with a sarcastic laugh he settled himself back on his pony to await a more favorable time when he could catch Faye off guard. He wanted that glistening pistol, and he probably wanted the fat pony also, and thus they sat facing each other for several minutes, the Indian apparently quite indifferent to pistols and all things, and Faye on the alert to protect himself against the first move of treachery. It would have been most unsafe for Faye to have turned from the crafty savage, and just how long the heart-to-heart interview might have lasted, or what could have happened, no one can tell, if the coming in sight of the soldiers with their long guns had not caused him to change his tactics. After a while he grunted "how" again, and assuming an air of great contempt for soldiers, guns, and shiny pistols, rode away and soon disappeared over the bluff. There was only the one Indian in sight, but as the old sergeant said, there might have been a dozen red devils just over the bluff. One never knows when the red devils are near, for they hide themselves back of a bunch of sagebrush, and their ponies, whose hoofs are never shod, can get over the ground very swiftly, and steal upon you almost as noiselessly as their owners. It is needless to say that we did not have fresh buffalo that day, and the buffalo calf ran on to the herd, wholly unconscious of his narrow escape. We expect to return to Camp Supply in a few days, and in many ways I shall be sorry to leave this place. It is terrible to be so isolated when one thinks about it, especially if one should be ill. I shall miss Miss Dickinson in the garrison very much, and our daily rides together. General Dickinson and his family passed here last week on their way to his new station. End of letter. End of section 4. Section 5 of Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888 by Francis Roe. Section 5, Letters from 1873, Part 2. Camp Supply, Indian Territory, February, 1873. Upon our return from the Cimarron, we found a dear clean house all ready for us to move into. It was a delightful surprise, and after the wretched huts we had been living in ever since we came to this post, the house, with its white walls and board floors, seems like a fairyland. It is made of vertical logs, of course, the same as the other quarters, but these have been freshly chinked and covered on the inside with canvas. General Bourke ordered the quartermaster to fix the house for us, and I am glad that Major Knox was the one to receive the order, for I have not forgotten how disagreeable he was about the fixing up of our first house here. One can imagine how he must have fumed over the issuing of so much canvas, boards, and even the nails for the quarters of only a second lieutenant. Many changes have been made during the few weeks General Bourke has been here, the most important having been the separating of the white troops from the colored when on guard duty. The officers and men of the colored cavalry have not like this, naturally, but it was outrageous to put white and black in the same little guardroom, and colored sergeants over white corporals and privates. It was good cause for desertion. But all that is at an end now. General Dickinson is no longer commanding officer, and best of all, the colored troops have been ordered to another department, and the 2 troops of white cavalry that are to relieve them are here now and in camp not far from the post, waiting for the barracks to be vacated. We have felt very brave since the camp has been established, and 2 days ago several of us drove over to the Cheyenne village that is a mile or so up the creek. But soon after we got there we did not feel a bit brave, for we had not been out of the ambulance more than 5 minutes, when one of their criers came racing in on a very wet pony, and rode like mad in and out among the tepees, all the time screaming something at the top of his voice. Instantly there was a jabbering by all of them and great commotion. Each Indian talked, and there seemed to be no one to listen. Several tepees were taken down wonderfully quick, and a number of ponies were hurried in, saddled, and ridden away at race speed, a few squaws wailing as they watched them go, guns in their hands. Other squaws stood around looking at us and showing intense hatred through their wicked eyes. It was soon discovered by all of us that the village was really not attractive, and 4 scared women came back to the garrison as fast as government mules could bring them. What was the cause of so much excitement we will probably never know, and of course we should not have gone there without an officer, and yet what could one man have done against all those savages? We were honored by a visit from a chief the other day. He was a Cheyenne from the village, presumably, and his name was White Horse. He must have been born a chief, for he was young, very dignified, and very good looking, too, for an Indian. Of course his face was painted in a hideous way, but his leggings and clothing generally were far more tidy than those of most Indians. His chest was literally covered with polished teeth of animals, beads, and wampum, arranged artistically in a sort of breastplate, and his scalp lock, which had evidently been plaited with much care, was ornamented with a very beautiful long feather. Fortunately Faye was at home when he came, for he walked right in unannounced, except the usual "How?" Faye gave him a chair, and this he placed in the middle of the room, in a position so he could watch both doors, and then his rifle was laid carefully upon the floor at his right side. He could speak his name, but not another word of English, so thinking to entertain him, Faye reached for a rifle that was standing in one corner of the room, to show him, as it was of a recent make. Although the rifle was almost at the Indian's back, the suspicious savage saw what Faye was doing, and like a flash he seized his own gun and laid it across his knees, all the time looking straight at Faye to see what he intended to do next. Not a muscle of his face moved, but his eyes were wonderful, brilliant, and piercing, and plainly said, "Go ahead, I'm ready." I saw the whole performance and was wondering if I had not better run for assistance, when Faye laughed and motioned the Indian to put his rifle down again, at the same time pulling the trigger of his own to assure him that it was not loaded. This apparently satisfied him, but he did not put his gun back on the floor, but let it rest across his knees all the time he sat there, and that was for the longest time, and never once did he change his position, turn his head, or, as we could see, move an eyelid. But nevertheless he made one feel that it was not necessary for him to turn his head, that it was all eyes, that he could see up and down and across, and could read one's very thoughts, too. The Indian from whom we bought Powder Face, his name is Dog, you will remember, has found us out, and like a dog comes every day for something to eat. He always walks right into the kitchen. If the door is closed he opens it. If he is not given things he stands around with the greatest patience, giving little grunts now and then, and watches Farrar until the poor soldier becomes worn out, and in self-defense gives him something, knowing full well all the time that trouble is being stored up for the next day. The Indian never seems cross, but smiles at everything, which is most unusual in a savage. With the white cavalry is a classmate of Faye's, Lieutenant Isham, and yesterday I went out to camp with him and rode his horse, a large, spirited animal. It was the horse's first experience with a side saddle, and at first he objected to the habit, and jumped around and snorted quite a little, but he soon saw that I was really not a dangerous person, and quieted down. As Lieutenant Isham and I were cantering along at a nice brisk gait we met Faye, who was returning from the camp on Powder Face, and it could be plainly seen that he disapproved of my mount. But he would not turn back with us, however, and we went on to camp without him. There is something very fascinating about a military camp. It is always so precise and trim, the little tents for the men pitched in long, straight lines, each one looking as though it had been given special attention, and with all things in the same military precision and neatness. It was afternoon stables, and we rode around to the picket lines to watch the horses getting their grooming. When I got home Faye was quick to tell me that I would certainly be killed if I continued to ride every untrained horse that came along. Not a very pleasant prospect for me, but I told him I did not want to mortify him and myself too by refusing to mount horses that his own classmates, particularly those in the cavalry, asked me to ride, and that I knew very well he would much prefer to see me on a spirited animal than on a gentle lady's horse that any inexperienced rider could manage. So we decided that the horse, after all, was not a vicious beast, and I am to ride him again tomorrow. Last evening we gave a delightful little dance in the hall in honor of the officers and their wives who are to go, and the officers who have come. We all wore our most becoming gowns, and everyone unacquainted with army life on the frontier would have been surprised to see what handsome dresses can be brought forth, even at this faraway post, when occasion demands. There are two very pretty girls from the East visiting in the garrison, and several of the wives of officers are young and attractive, and the mingling of the pretty faces and bright colored dresses with the dark blue and gold of the uniforms made a beautiful scene. It is not in the least surprising that girls become so silly over brass buttons. Even the wives get silly over them sometimes. End of letter. Camp Supply, Indian Territory, April, 1873. In the last mail Faye heard from his application for transfer to another company, and the order will be issued as soon as the lieutenant in that company has been promoted, which will be in a few weeks. This will take us back to Fort Lyon with old friends, and Faye to a company whose captain is a gentleman. He was one of Faye's instructors at West Point. I have a new horse, and a lively one too, so lively that I have not ridden him yet. He was a present from Lieutenant Isham, and the way in which he happened to possess him makes a pretty little story. The troop had been sent out on a scout, and was on its way back to the post to be paid, when one evening this pony trotted into camp and at once tried to be friendly with the cavalry horses, but the poor thing was so frightfully hideous with its painted coat that the horses would not permit him to come near them for some time. But the men caught him and brought him on to the stables, where there was trouble at once, for almost every man in the troop claimed ownership. So it was finally decided by the captain that as soon as the troop had been paid the horse should be raffled, that each man in that one troop could have the privilege of buying a chance at $1, and that the money should go in the troop fund. This arrangement delighted the men, as it promised something new in the way of a frolic. In due time the paymaster arrived, the men were paid, and then in a few minutes there was brisk business going on over at the quarters of the troop. Every enlisted man in the troop, sergeants, corporals, and privates, 84 in all, bought a chance, thus making a fine sum for the fund. A private won the horse, of whom Lieutenant Isham immediately bought him and presented him to me. He is about 15 hands high, and not in the least of a pony build, but is remarkably slender, with fine head and large intelligent eyes. Just what his color is we do not know, for he is stained in red-brown stripes all over his body, around his legs, and on his face, but we think he is a light gray. When he wandered to camp a small bell was tied around his neck with a piece of red flannel, and this, with his having been so carefully stained, indicates almost conclusively that he was a pet. Some of the soldiers insist that he was a race pony, because he is not only very swift, but has been taught to make 3 tremendous jumps at the very beginning of his run, which gives him an immense advantage, but which his rider may sometimes fail to appreciate. These jumps are often taught the Indian race ponies. The horse is gentle with Faye and is certainly graceful, but he is hard to hold and inclined to bolt, so I will not try him until he becomes more civilized. The Indians are very bold again. A few days ago Lieutenant Golden was in to luncheon, and while we were at the table we saw several Kiowas rush across the creek and stampede 5 or 6 horses that belong to our milkman, who has a ranch just outside the garrison. In a few minutes an orderly appeared with an order for Lieutenant Golden and 10 men to go after them without delay and bring the horses back. Of course he started at once and chased those Indians all afternoon, and got so close to them once or twice that they saw the necessity of lightening the weight on their tired ponies, and threw off their old saddles and all sorts of things, even little bags of shot, but all the time they held on to their guns and managed to keep the stolen horses ahead of them. They had extra ponies, too, that they swung themselves over on when the ridden beasts began to lag a little. When night came on, Lieutenant Golden was compelled to give up the chase, and had to return to the post without having recovered one of the stolen horses. One never knows here what dreadful things may come up any moment. Everything was quiet and peaceful when we sat down to luncheon, yet in less than 10 minutes we saw the rush of the Indians and the stampede of the milkman's horses right from our dining room window. The horses were close to the post, too. Splendid cavalry horses were sent after them, but it requires a very swift horse to overtake those tough little Indian ponies at any time, and the Kiowas probably were on their best ponies when they stampeded the horses, for they knew, undoubtedly, that cavalry would soon be after them. End of letter. Dodge City, Kansas, June, 1873. We reached this place yesterday, expecting to take the cars this morning for Granada, but the servant who was to have come from Kansas City on that train will not be here until tomorrow. When the time came to say goodbye, I was sorry to leave a number of friends at Camp Supply, particularly Mrs. Hunt, with whom we stayed the last few days while we were packing. Everyone was at the ambulance to see us off, except the Phillips family. We were 3 days coming up because of 1 or 2 delays the very first day. One of the wagons broke down soon after we left the post, and an hour or so was lost in repairing it, and at Buffalo Creek we were delayed a long time by an enormous herd of buffalo. It was a sight that probably we will never see again. The valley was almost black with the big animals, and there must have been hundreds and hundreds of them on either side of the road. They seemed very restless, and were constantly moving about instead of grazing upon the buffalo grass, which is unusually fine along that valley, and this made us suspect that they had been chased and hunted until the small bands had been driven together into one big herd. Possibly the hunters had done this themselves, so the slaughter could be the greater and the easier. It is remarkable that such grand-looking beasts should have so little sense as to invariably cross the road right in front of moving teams, and fairly challenge one to make targets of them. It was this crossing of large numbers that detained us so long yesterday. When we got out about 15 miles on the road, an Apache Indian appeared, and so suddenly that it seemed as if he must have sprung up from the ground. He was in full war dress, that is, no dress at all except the breech clout and moccasins, and his face and whole naked body were stained in many colors in the most hideous manner. In his scalp lock was fastened a number of eagle feathers, and of course he wore 2 or 3 necklaces of beads and wampum. There was nothing unusual about the pony he was riding, except that it was larger and in better condition than the average Indian horse. But the one he was leading, undoubtedly his war horse, was a most beautiful animal, one of the most beautiful I ever saw. The Apache evidently appreciated the horse, for he had stained only his face, but this had been made quite as frightful as that of the Indian. The pony was of a bright cream color, slender and with a perfect head and small ears, and one could see that he was quick and agile in every movement. He was well groomed, too. The long, heavy mane had been parted from ears to withers, and then twisted and roped on either side with strips of some red stuff that ended in long streamers, which were blown out in a most fantastic way when the pony was running. The long tail was roped only enough to fasten at the top a number of strips of the red that hung almost to the ground over the hair. Imagine all this savage hideousness rushing upon you on a yellow horse with a mane of waving red. His very presence on an ordinary trotting pony was enough to freeze the blood in one's veins. That he was a spy was plainly to be seen, and we knew also that his band was probably not far away. He seemed in very good spirits, asked for "tobac," and rode along with us some distance, long enough to make a careful estimate of our value and our strength. Finally he left us and disappeared over the hills. Then the little escort of 10 men received orders from Faye to be on the alert and hold themselves and their rifles ready for a sudden attack. We rode on, hoping to reach the Cimarron redoubt before dark, but that had to be given up, and camp was made at Snake Creek, 10 miles the other side. Not one Indian had been seen on the road except the Apache, and this made us all the more uncomfortable. Snake Creek was where the 2 couriers were shot by Indians last summer, and that did not add to our feelings of security, at least not mine. We were in a little coulee, too, where it would have been an easy matter for Indians to have sneaked upon us. No one in the camp slept much that night, and most of the men were walking posts to guard the animals. And those mules! I never heard mules and horses also sneeze and cough and make so much unnecessary noise as those animals made that night. And Hal acted like a crazy dog, barking and growling and rushing out of the tent every 2 minutes, terrifying me each time with the fear that he might have heard the stealthy step of a murderous savage. Everyone lived through the night, however, but we were all glad to make an early start. So before daylight we were on the road. The old sergeant agreed with Faye in thinking that we were in a trap at the camp and should move on early. We did not stop at the redoubt, but I saw as we passed that the red curtains were still at the little window. It seems that we were not much more safe in this place than we were in camp in an Indian country. The town is dreadful, and has the reputation of being one of the very worst in the West since the railroad has been built. They say that gamblers and all sorts of toughs follow a new road. After breakfast this morning we started for a walk to give Hal a little run, but when we got to the office the hotel proprietor told us that the dog must be led, otherwise he would undoubtedly be stolen right before our eyes. Faye said, "No one would dare do such a thing. I would have him arrested." But the man said there was no one here who would make the arrest, as there certainly would be 2 or more revolvers to argue with first, and in any case the dog would be lost to us, for if the thief saw that he could not hold him, the dog would undoubtedly be shot. Just imagine such a thing! So Hal was led by his chain, but he looked so abused and miserable, and I was so frightened and nervous, our outing was short, and here we are shut up in our little room. We can see the car track from the window, and I wonder how it will seem to go over in a car the country that we came across in wagons only 1 year ago. From Granada we will go to the post in an ambulance, a distance of 40 or more miles. But a ride of 50 miles over these plains has no terrors for me now. The horses, furniture, and other things went on in a box car this morning. It is very annoying to be detained here so long, and I am a little worried about that girl. The telegram says she was too sick to start yesterday. End of letter. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, June, 1873. It has been impossible for me to write before, for I have been more than busy, both day and night, ever since we got here. The servant for whom we waited at Dodge City, and who I had hoped would be a great assistance to me in getting settled, came to us very ill, almost too ill to be brought over from Granada. But we could not leave her there with no one to take care of her, and of course I could not remain with her, so there was nothing else to be done. We had to bring her along. We had accepted Mrs. Wilder's invitation to stay with them a few days, until we could get settled a little, but all that was changed when we got here, for we were obliged to come directly to our own house, unpack camp bedding and the mess chest, and do the best we could for ourselves and the sick girl. The post surgeon told us as soon as he had examined the girl that she had tuberculosis in almost its last stage, and that she was threatened with double pneumonia, so you can imagine what I have been through in the way of nursing, for there was no one in the garrison who would come to assist me. The most unpleasant part of it all is, the girl is most ungrateful for all that is being done for her, and finds fault with many things. She has admitted to the doctor that she came to us for her health, that as there were only 2 in the family, she thought there would be so little for her to do she could ride horseback and be out of doors most of the time. What a nice arrangement it would have been, this fine lady sitting out on our lawn or riding one of our horses, and I in the kitchen preparing the dinner, and then at the end of the month humbly begging her to accept a little check for $30. We have an excellent soldier cook, but the care of that miserable girl falls upon me, and the terrible experience we passed through at Dodge City has wholly unfitted me for anything of the kind. The second night we were there, about 1 o'clock, we were awakened by loud talking and the sounds of people running. Then shots were fired very near, and instantly there were screams of agony. "I'm shot! I'm shot!" from some person who was apparently coming across the street, and who fell directly underneath our window. We were in a little room on the second floor, and its one window was raised far up, which made it possible for us to hear the slightest sound or movement outside. The shooting was kept up until the man was dead, many of the bullets hitting the side of the hotel. It was simply maddening to have to stay in that room and be compelled to listen to the moans and death gurgle of that murdered man, and hear him cry, "Oh, my lassie, my poor lassie," as he did over and over again until he could no longer speak. It seemed as though every time he tried to say one word there was the report of a pistol. After he was really dead, we could hear the fiends running off, and then other people came and carried the body away. The shooting altogether did not last longer than 5 or 10 minutes, and at almost the first shot we could hear calls all over the wretched little town of "Vigilante! Vigilante!" and knew that the vigilantes were gathering. But before they could get together the murderous work had been finished. All the time there had been perfect silence throughout the hotel. The proprietor told us that he got up, but that it would have been certain death if he or anyone else had opened a door. Hal was on the floor in a corner of our room, and began to growl after the very first scream. and I was terrified all the time for fear he would go to the open window and attract the attention of those murderers below, who would undoubtedly have commenced firing at the window and perhaps have killed all of us. But the moans of the dying man frightened the dog awfully, and he crawled under the bed, where he stayed during the rest of the horrible night. The cause of all the trouble seems to have been that a colored man undertook to carry in his wagon 3 or 4 men from Dodge City to Fort Dodge, a distance of 5 miles. But when he got out on the road a short distance he came to the conclusion, from their talk, that they were going to the post for evil purposes, and telling them that he would take them no further, he turned his team around to come back home. On the way back the men must have threatened him, for when he got in town he drove to the house of some colored people who live on a corner across from the hotel, and implored them to let him in. But they were afraid and refused to open the door, for by that time the men were shooting at him. The poor man ran across the street, leaving a trail of blood that streamed from his wounds, and was brutally killed under our window. Early the next morning, when we crossed the street to go to the cars, the darky's mule was lying on the ground dead, near the corner of the hotel, and stuck on one long ear was the murdered man's hat. Soon after we reached Granada a telegram was received giving an account of the affair, and saying also that in less than 1/2 hour after the train had passed through, Dodge City was surrounded by troops of United States cavalry from Fort Dodge, that the entire town was searched for the murderers, but that not even a trace of one had been discovered. When I got inside a car the morning after that awful, awful night, it was with a feeling that I was leaving behind me all such things, and that by evening I would be back once more at our old army home, and away from hostile Indians and hostile desperadoes too. But when I saw that servant girl, with the pale, emaciated face and flushed cheeks, so ill she could barely sit up, my heart went down like lead, and Indians seemed small trials in comparison to what I saw ahead of me. Well, she will go in a few days, and then I can give the house some attention. The new furniture and china are all here, but nothing has been done in the way of getting settled. The whole coming back has been cruelly disappointing, and I am so tired and nervous I am afraid of my own shadow. So after a while I think I will go East for a few weeks, which I know you will be glad to hear. End of letter. End of section 5. Section 6 of Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888, by Frances Rowe. Section 6, Letters from 1873, Part 3. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, August, 1873. We have just come in from a drive to the Purgatoire with Colonel Knight, behind his handsome horses. It makes me sad, always, to go over that familiar road, and to scenes that are so closely associated with my learning to ride and shoot when we were here before. The small tree that was my target is dead, but still standing, and on it are several little pieces of the white paper bullseyes that Faye and Lieutenant Baldwin tacked on it for me. We often see poor Tom. The post trader bought him after Lieutenant Baldwin's death, so the dear horse would always have good care and not be made to bring and carry for a cruel master. He wanders about as he chooses, and is fat, but the coat that was once so silky and glossy is now dull and faded, and the horse looks spiritless and dejected. Poor Tom! The greyhound Magic still remembers their many, many hunts together, when the horse would try to outrun the dog, and the hound often goes out to make him little visits. And the sight is pathetic. That big dog of the chaplain's is still here, and how the good man can conscientiously have him about I cannot understand. Colonel Knight has two large dogs also, but they are shut in the stable most of the time to guard his pair of valuable horses. The horses are not particularly fast or spirited, but they are very beautiful and perfectly matched in color and gait. Ever since Hal has been old enough to run with a horse, he has always gone with me riding or driving. So the first time we drove with Colonel Knight, I called Hal to go with us, and he ran out of the house and over the fence with long, joyful bounds, to be instantly pounced upon and rolled over into the acequia by the two big dogs of Colonel Knight's that I had not even heard of. Hal has splendid fighting blood and has never shown cowardice, but he is still a young dog and inexperienced and no match for even one old fighter, and to have two notoriously savage, bloodthirsty beasts gnawing at him as though he was a bone was terrible. But Hal apparently never thought of running from them, and after the one howl of surprise gave his share of vicious growls and snaps. But the old dogs were protected by their heavy hair, while Hal's short coat and fine skin were easily torn. We all rushed to his rescue, for it looked as though he would be torn in pieces, and when I saw a long cut in his tender skin I was frantic. But finally the two black dogs were pulled off, and Hal was dragged out of the ditch and back to the house, holding back and growling all the time, which showed plainly he was not satisfied with the way the affair had ended. The drive that day I did not enjoy. Hal was not torn so deeply as to have unsightly scars, for which I was thankful. From that day on, however, he not only hated those dogs, but disliked the man who cares for them, and seemed to consider him responsible for their very existence. And it was wonderful that he should recognize Cressy's step on the ground as he passed at the side of our house. Several times, when he would be stretched out on the floor, to all appearances fast asleep, I have seen him open his eyes wide and growl when the man and dogs were passing, although it was perfectly impossible for him to have seen them. One morning about 10 days ago, when I was on the second floor, I heard an awful noise downstairs. Whines, growls, and howls all so mingled together one would have thought there were a dozen dogs in the house. I ran down to see what could possibly be the matter, and found Hal at a window in the dining room that looked out on the back yard, every hair on his brindled back standing straight up and each white tooth showing. Looking out, I saw that Turk, the more savage of the two black dogs, was in the yard and could not get out over the high board fence. Cressy was probably on guard that day, and sentry over the prisoners who had brought water. The dog must have followed him in, and then managed to get left. Hal looked up at me and for one instant kept perfectly still, waiting to see what I would do. His big brown eyes were almost human in their beseeching, and plainly said, "You cannot have forgotten. You will surely let me out." And let him out I did. I opened the doors leading to the yard, and almost pushing me over, he rushed to the black dog, with great leaps and the most blood-curdling growls, jumping straight over him, then around him, then over him again and again, and so like a whirlwind, the poor black beast was soon crazy, for snap as fast as he might, it was ever at the clear, beautiful air. Hal was always just out of reach. After he had worried the dog all he wanted to, Hal proceeded to business. With a greyhound trick, he swung himself around with great force and knocked the big dog flat upon the ground, and holding him down with his two paws, he pulled out mouthful after mouthful of long hair, throwing it out of his mouth right and left. If the dog attempted to raise his big head, Hal was quick to give a wicked snap that made the head fall down again. When I saw that Hal had actually conquered the dog, and had proved that he was the splendid hound I had ever considered him to be, I told West to go out at once and separate them. But for the very first time West was slow. He went like a snail. It seemed that one of the dogs had snapped at his leg once, and I believe he would have been delighted if Hal had gnawed the dog flesh and bone. He pulled Hal in by his collar and opened the gate for Turk, and soon things were quiet once more. All that day Hal's eyes were like stars, and one could almost see a grin on his mouth. He was ever on the alert, and would frequently look out on the yard, wag his tail, and growl. The strangest thing about it all is, that not once since that morning has he paid the slightest attention to Cressy or the two dogs, except to growl a little when they have happened to meet. Turk must have told his companion about the fight, for he too finds attractions in another direction when he sees Hal coming. Some of our friends have found pleasure in teasing me about my sporting taste, private arena, and so on, but I do not mind so very much, since the fight brought about peace and proved that Hal has plenty of pluck. Those two night dogs are looked upon as savage wolves by every mother in the garrison, and when it is known that they are out, mothers and nurses run to gather in their small people. Hal has developed a taste for hunting that has been giving trouble lately, when he has run off with Magic and the other hounds. So now he is chained until after guard mounting, by which time the pack has gone. The signal officer of the department was here the other day when Faye and men from the company were out signaling, and after luncheon I told West to go out to him on Powder Face and lead King, so he could ride the horse in, instead of coming in the wagon with the men. Late in the afternoon West came back, and reported that he had been unable to find Faye, and then, with much hesitation and choking, he told me that he had lost Hal. He said that as they had gone up a little hill they had surprised a small band of antelope that were grazing rather near on the other side, and that the hound started after them like a streak, pulling one down before they had crossed the lowland, and then, not being satisfied, he had raced on again after the band that had disappeared over a hill further on. That was the last he saw of him. West said that he wanted to bring the dead antelope to the post, but could not, as both horses objected to it. My heart was almost broken over the loss of my dog, and I started for my own room to indulge in a good cry, when, as I passed the front door, that was open, I happened to look out, and there, squatted down on the walk to the gate, was Hal. I ran out to pet him, but drew back in horror when I saw the condition he was in. His long nose and all of his white chest were covered with a thick coating of coarse antelope hair, plastered in with dried blood. The dog seemed too tired to move, and sat there with a listless, far-away look that made me wish he could tell me all about his hunt, and if he had lost the second poor little antelope. West almost danced from joy when he saw him, and lost no time in giving him a bath and putting him in his warm bed. Greyhounds are often great martyrs to rheumatism, and Deacon, one of the pack, will sometimes howl from pain after a hunt. And the howl of a greyhound is far-reaching and something to be remembered. Very soon now I will be with you. Faye has decided to close the house and live with the bachelors while I am away. This will be much more pleasant for him than staying here all alone. End of letter. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, October, 1873. The trip out was tiresome and seemed endless, but nothing worth mentioning happened until I got to Granada, where Faye met me with an ambulance and escort wagon. It was after 2 o'clock in the morning when the train reached the station, and as it is the terminus of the road, every passenger left the car. I waited a minute for Faye to come in, but as he did not, I went out also, feeling that something was wrong. Just as I stepped off the car, Mr. Davis, quartermaster's clerk appeared and took my satchel, assuring me that Faye was right there waiting for me. This was so very unlike Faye's way of doing things that I at once suspected the real truth was not being told. But I went with him quickly through the little crowd and on up the platform, and then I saw Faye. He was standing at one corner of the building, all alone, and I recognized him instantly by the long light blue overcoat and big campaign hat with brim turned up. And I saw also, standing on the corner of the platform in front of him, a soldier with rifle in hand, and on the end of it, glistening in the moonlight, was a long bayonet. I had lived with troops long enough to know that the bayonet would not be there unless the soldier was a sentry guarding somebody or something. I naturally turned toward Faye, but was held back by Mr. Davis, and that made me indignant. But Faye at once said quietly and in a voice just loud enough for me to hear, "Get in the ambulance and ask no questions." And still he did not move from the corner. By this time I was terribly frightened and more puzzled. Drawn up close to the farther side of the platform was an ambulance, also an escort wagon, in which sat several soldiers, and handing my trunk checks to Mr. Davis, I got into the ambulance, my teeth chattering as though I had a chill. The very instant the trunks were loaded, Faye and the sentry came, and after ordering the corporal to keep his wagon and escort close to us, and telling me to drop down in the bottom of the ambulance if I heard a shot, Faye got on the ambulance also, but in front with the driver. Leaning forward, I saw that one revolver was in his hand and the other on the seat by his side. In this way and in perfect silence we rode through the town and until we were well out on the open plain, when we stopped just long enough for Faye to get inside and a soldier from the wagon to take his seat by the driver. Then Faye told me of what had occurred to make necessary all these precautions. He had come over from Fort Lyon the day before, and had been with Major Carroll, the depot quartermaster, during the afternoon and evening. The men had established a little camp just at the edge of the miserable town, where the mules could be guarded and cared for. About 9 o'clock, Faye and Mr. Davis started out for a walk, but before they had gone far, Faye remembered that he had left his pistols and cartridge belt on a desk in the quartermaster's office, and fearing they might be stolen, they went back for them. He put the pistols on underneath his heavy overcoat, as the belt was quite too short to fasten outside. Well, he and Mr. Davis walked along slowly in the bright moonlight, past the many saloons and gambling places, never once thinking of danger, when suddenly, from a dark passageway, a voice said, "You are the man I want," and bang went a pistol shot close to Faye's head, so close, in fact, that as he ducked his head down when he saw the pistol pointed at him, the rammer slot struck his temple and cut a deep hole that at once bled profusely. Before Faye could get out one of his own pistols from underneath the long overcoat, another shot was fired, and then away skipped Mr. Davis, leaving Faye standing alone in the brilliant moonlight. As soon as Faye commenced to shoot, his would-be assassin came out from the dark doorway and went slowly along the walk, taking good care, however, to keep himself well in the shadow of the buildings. They went on down the street, shooting back and forth at each other, Faye wondering all the time why he could not hit the man. Once he got him in front of a restaurant window where there was a bright light back of him, and taking careful aim, he thought the affair could be ended right there, but the ball whizzed past the man and went crashing through the window and along the tables, sending broken china right and left. Finally their pistols were empty, and Faye drew out a second, at the sight of which the man started to run and disappeared in the shadows. As soon as the shooting ceased, men came out from all sorts of places, and there was soon a little crowd around Faye, asking many questions, but he and Major Carroll went to a drug store where his wounds could be dressed. For some time it was thought there must be a ball in the deep hole in his temple. When Faye had time to think he understood why he had done such poor shooting. He is an almost sure shot, but always holds his pistol in his left hand, and of course aims with his left eye, but that night his left eye was filled with blood the very first thing from the wound in his left temple, which forced him unconsciously to aim with his right eye, which accounts for the wild shots. The soldiers heard of the affair in camp, and several came up on a run and stood guard at the drug store. A rumor soon got around that Oliver had gone off to gather some of his friends, and they would soon be at the store to finish the work. Very soon, however, a strange man came in, much excited, and said, "Lieutenant, Oliver's pals are getting ready to attack you at the depot as the train comes in," and out he went. The train was due at 2:00 a.m., and this caused Faye 4 hours of anxiety. He learned that the man who shot at him was Billy Oliver, a horse thief and desperado of the worst type, and that he was the leader of a band of horse thieves that was then in town. To be threatened by men like those was bad enough in itself, but Faye knew that I would arrive on that train. That was the cause of so much caution when the train came in. There were several rough-looking men at the station, but if they had intended mischief, the long infantry rifles in the hands of drilled soldiers probably persuaded them to attend to their own affairs. A man told the corporal, however, that Oliver's friends had decided not to kill Faye at the station, but had gone out on horseback to meet him on the road. This was certainly misery prolonged. The mules were driven through the town at an ordinary gait, but when we got on the plain they were put at a run, and for miles we came at that pace. The little black shaved tails pulled the ambulance, and I think that, for once, they had enough run. The moonlight was wonderfully bright, and for a long distance objects could be seen, and bunches of sagebrush and Spanish bayonet took the forms of horsemen, and naturally I saw danger in every little thing we passed. One thing occurred that night that deserves mentioning. Some one told the soldiers that Oliver was hidden in a certain house, and one of them, a private, started off without leave and all alone for that house. When he got there the entire building was dark, not a light in it, except that of the moon which streamed in through 2 small windows. But the gritty soldier went boldly in and searched every little room and every little corner, even the cellar, but not a living thing was found. It may have been brave, but it was a dreadful thing for the trooper to do, for he so easily could have been murdered in the darkness, and Faye and the soldiers never have known what had become of him. Colonel Bissell declares that the man shall be made a corporal upon the first vacancy. The man Oliver was in the jail at Las Animas last summer for stealing horses. The old jail was very shaky, and while it was being made more secure, he and another man, a wife murderer, were brought to the guardhouse at this post. They finally took them back, and Oliver promptly made his escape, and the sheriff had actually been afraid to rearrest him. We have all begged Faye to get out a warrant for the man, but he says it would simply be a farce, that the sheriff would pay no attention to it. The whole left side of Faye's face is badly swollen and very painful, and the wound in his ankle compels him to use a cane. Just how the man managed to shoot Faye in the ankle no one seems to understand. Granada must be a terrible place. The very afternoon Faye was there a Mexican was murdered in the main street, but not the slightest attention was paid to the shooting. Everything went right on as though it was an everyday occurrence. The few respectable people are afraid even to try to keep order. Dodge City used to be that way, and there was a reign of terror in the town, until finally the 12 organized vigilantes became desperate and took affairs in their own hands. They notified 6 of the leading desperadoes that they must be out of the place by a certain day and hour. 4 went, but 2 were defiant and remained. When the specified hour had passed, 12 double-barreled shotguns were loaded with buckshot, and in a body the vigilantes hunted these men down as they would mad dogs, and riddled each one through and through with the big shot. It was an awful thing to do, but it seems to have been absolutely necessary, and the only way of establishing law and order. Our friends at Fort Dodge tell us that the place is now quite decent, and that a man can safely walk in the streets without pistols and a belt full of cartridges. End of letter. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, October, 1873. One naturally looks for all sorts of thrilling experiences when out on the frontier, but to have men and things mix themselves up in a maddening way in one's very own house, as has recently been done in mine, is something not usually counted upon. To begin with, Mrs. Rae is with us, and her coming was not only most unlooked for up to 2 days ago, but through a wretched mistake in a telegram, she got here just 24 hours before we thought she would arrive. Ordinarily this would have been a delightful surprise, but unfortunately things had begun to "mix." Faye had suffered so much from the wound in his head that very little attention had been given the house since my return from the East. Therefore it was not in the very best of order. It was closed during my 2 months' absence, as Faye had lived down with the bachelors. The very day that Mrs. Rae came, the quartermaster had sent a man to repair one of the chimneys, and plaster and dirt had been left in my room, the one I had intended Mrs. Rae to occupy. And then, to make matters just as bad as possible, there was a sandstorm in the late afternoon that had, of course, sifted dust over all things. But this was not all. My nerves had not recovered from the shock at Granada, and had given out entirely that day just before dinner, and had sent me to bed with an uncomfortable chill. Still, I was not disheartened. Before I went East many things had been put away, but West had unpacked and polished the silver several days before, and the glass was shining, and the china closets in perfect order, all of which had been attended to with my own hands. Besides, the wife of one of the sergeants was to come the next morning to dust and clean the little house from top to bottom, so there was really nothing to worry about, as everything would be in order long before time for the stage to arrive that would bring Mrs. Rae. But after the chill came a fever, and with the fever came dreams, most disturbing dreams, in which were sounds of crunching gravel, then far-away voices, voices that I seemed to have heard in another world. A door was opened, and then, oh, how can I ever tell you? In the hall came Faye's mother. By that time dreams had ceased, and it was cruel reality that had to be faced. And even now I wonder how I lived through the misery of that moment. The longing to throw myself out of the window, jump in the river, do anything, in fact, but face the mortification of having her see the awful condition of her son's house. Her son's house, that was just it. I did not care at all for myself. My only thought was for Faye, whose mother might find cause to pity him for the delinquencies of his wife. First impressions are indelible, and it would be difficult to convince Mrs. Rae ever that the house was not always dusty and untidy. How could she know that with pride I had ever seen that our house, however rough it might have been, was clean and cheerful? And of what use would it be to arrange things attractively now? She would be justified in supposing that it was only in its company dress. I was weak and dizzy from fever and a sick heart, but I managed to get dressed and go down to do the best I could. West prepared a little supper, and we made things as comfortable as possible, considering the state of affairs. Mrs. Ray was most lovely about everything, said she understood it all, but that could not be, not until she had seen one of our sandstorms, from the dust of which it is impossible to protect a thing. I have been wishing for a storm ever since, so Mrs. Ray could see that I was not responsible for the condition of things that night. Now this was not all. Far, far from it. On the way out in the cars, Mrs. Ray met the colonel of the regiment, a real colonel, who is called a colonel too, who was also on his way to this post, and with him was Lieutenant Whittemore, a classmate of Faye's. Colonel Fitz James was very courteous to Mrs. Ray, and when they reached Kit Carson he insisted upon her coming over with him in the ambulance that had been sent to meet him. This was very much more comfortable than riding in the old stage, so she gladly accepted, and to show her appreciation of the kindness, she invited the colonel, also Lieutenant Whittemore, to dine with us the following evening. Yes, there is still more, for it so happens that Colonel Fitz James is known to be an epicure, to be fussy and finical about all things pertaining to the table, and what is worse, takes no pains to disguise it, and in consequence is considered an undesirable dinner guest by the most experienced housekeepers in the regiment. All this I had often heard, and recalled every word during the long hours of that night as I was making plans for the coming day. The combination in its entirety could not have been more formidable. There was Faye's mother, a splendid housekeeper, her very first day in our house, his colonel, and an abnormally sensitive palate, his very first meeting with each of us, his classmate, a young man of much wealth, a perfect stranger to me, a soldier cook, willing and a very good waiter, but only a plain, everyday cook, certainly not a maker of dainty dishes for a dinner party, and my own experiences in housekeeping had been limited to log huts in outlandish places. Every little thing for that dinner had to be prepared in our own house. There was no obliging caterer around the corner where a salad and ice and other things could be hurriedly ordered, not even one little market to go to for fish, flesh, or fowl, only the sutler's store, where their greatest dainty is cove oysters. Fortunately, there were some young grouse in the house which I had saved for Mrs. Ray, and which were just right for the table, and those West could cook perfectly. So, with a head buzzing from quinine, I went down in the morning, and with stubborn determination that the dinner should be a success, I proceeded to carry out the plans I had decided upon during the night. The house was put in splendid order, and the dinner prepared, and Colonel Knight was invited to join us. I attempted only the dishes that could be served well, nothing fancy or difficult, and the sergeant's wife remained to assist West in the kitchen. It all passed off pleasantly and most satisfactorily, and Colonel Fitz James could not have been more agreeable, although he looked long and sharply at the soldier when he first appeared in the dining room. But he said not a word. Perhaps he concluded it must be soldier or no dinner. I have been told several nice things he said about that distracting dinner before leaving the garrison. But it all matters little to me now, since it was not found necessary to take me to a lunatic asylum. Mrs. Ray saw in a paper that Faye had been shot by a desperado, and was naturally much alarmed, so she sent a telegram to learn what had happened, and in reply Faye telegraphed for her to come out, and fearing that he must be very ill, she left Boston that very night. But we understood that she would start the next day, and this misinterpretation caused my undoing. That and the sandstorm. That man Oliver has at last been arrested, and is now in the jail at Las Animas, chained with another man, a murderer, to a post in the dark cellar. This is because he has so many times threatened the jailer. He says that someday he will get out, and then his first act will be to kill the keeper, and the next to kill Lieutenant Ray. He also declares that Faye kicked him when he was in the guardhouse at the post. Of course, anyone with a knowledge of military discipline would know this assertion to be false, for if Faye had done such a thing as that, he might have been court-martialed. The sheriff was actually afraid to make the arrest the first time he went over, because so many of Oliver's friends were in town, and so he came back without him, although he saw him several times. The second trip, however, Oliver was taken off guard and was handcuffed and out of the town before he had a chance to rally his friends to his assistance. He was brought to Las Animas during the night to avoid any possibility of a lynching. The residents of the little town are full of indignation that the man should have attempted to kill an officer of this garrison. He is a horse thief and desperado, and made his escape from their jail several months back, so altogether they consider the country can very well do without him. I think so too, and wish every hour in the day that the sheriff had been less cautious. Oliver cannot be tried until next May, when the General Court meets, and I am greatly distressed over this fact, for the jail is old and most insecure, and he may get out at any time. The fear and dread of him is on my mind day and night. End of letter. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, December, 1873. Everyone in the garrison seems to be more or less in a state of collapse. The bal masque is over, the guests have departed, and all that is left to us now are the recollections of a delightful party that gave full return for our efforts to have it a success. We did not dream that so many invitations would be accepted at faraway posts, that parties would come from Fort Leavenworth, Fort Riley, Fort Dodge, and Fort Wallace, for a long ambulance ride was necessary from each place. But we knew of their coming in time to make preparations for all, so there was no confusion or embarrassment. Every house on the officers' line was filled to overflowing, and scarcely a corner left vacant. The new hospital was simply perfect for an elaborate entertainment. The large ward made a grand ballroom, the corridors were charming for promenading, and yes, flirting, the dining room and kitchen perfect for the supper, and the office and other small rooms were a nice size for cloakrooms. Of course, each one of these rooms, big and small, had to be furnished. In each dressing room was a toilet table, fitted out with every little article that might possibly be needed during the evening, both before and after removal of masks. All this necessitated much planning, an immense amount of work, and the stripping of our own houses. But there were a good many of us, and the soldiers were cheerful assistants. I was on the supper committee, which really dwindled down to a committee of one at the very last, for I was left alone to put the finishing touches to the tables and to attend to other things. The vain creatures seemed more interested in their own toilets, and went home to beautify themselves. The commanding officer kept one eye, and the quartermaster about a dozen eyes, upon us while we were decorating, to see that no injury was done to the new building. But that watchfulness was unnecessary, for the many high windows made the fastening of flags an easy matter, as we draped them from the casing of one window to the casing of the next, which covered much of the cold, white walls, and gave an air of warmth and cheeriness to the rooms. Accoutrements were hung everywhere, every bit of brass shining as only an enlisted man can make it shine, and the long infantry rifles with fixed bayonets were stacked wherever they would not interfere with the dancing. Much of the supper came from Kansas City, that is, the celery, fowls, and material for little cakes, ices, and so on, and the orchestra consisted of 6 musicians from the regimental band at Fort Riley. The floor of the ballroom was waxed perfectly, but it is hoped by some of us that much of the lightning will be taken from it before the hospital cots and attendants are moved in that ward. Everybody was en masque, and almost everyone wore fancy dress, and some of the costumes were beautiful. The most striking figure in the rooms, perhaps, was Lieutenant Alden, who represented Death. He is very tall and very slender, and he had on a skin-tight suit of dark brown drilling, painted from crown to toe with thick white paint to represent the skeleton of a human being. Even the mask that covered the entire head was perfect as a skull. The illusion was a great success, but it made one shiver to see the awful thing walking about, the grinning skull towering over the heads of the tallest, and ever at its side was a red devil, also tall and so thin one wondered what held the bones together. This red thing had a long tail. The devil was Lieutenant Perkins, of course. Faye and Dr. Dent were dressed precisely alike, as sailors, the doctor even wearing a pair of Faye's shoes. They had been very sly about the twin arrangement, which was really splendid, for they are just about the same size and have hair very much the same color. But smart as they were, I recognized Faye at once. The idea of anyone thinking I would not know him! We had queens and milkmaids and flower girls galore, and black starry nights and silvery days, and all sorts of things, many of them very elegant. My old yellow silk, the 2 black lace flounces you gave me, and a real Spanish mantilla that Mrs. Ray happened to have with her made a handsome costume for me as a Spanish lady. I wore almost all the jewelry in the house, every piece of my own small amount, and much of Mrs. Ray's, the nicest of all having been a pair of very large, old-fashioned hoop earrings, all set around with brilliants. My comb was a home product, very showy, but better left to the imagination. The dancing commenced at 9 o'clock, and at 12 supper was served, when we unmasked, and after supper we danced again, and kept on dancing until 5 o'clock. Even then a few of us would have been willing to begin all over, for when again could we have such a ballroom with perfect floor and such excellent music to dance by? But with the new day came a new light, and all was changed, much like the change of a ballet with a new calcium light, only ours was not beautifying, but most trying to tired, painted faces, and seeing each other we decided that we could not get home too fast. In a few days the hospital will be turned over to the post surgeon, and the beautiful ward will be filled with iron cots and sick soldiers, and instead of delicate perfumes, the odor of nauseous drugs will pervade every place. I have been too busy to ride during the past week, but am going out this afternoon with the chaplain's young daughter, who is a fearless rider, although only 14. King is very handsome now and his gait delightful, but he still requires most careful management. He ran away with me the other day, starting with those 3 tremendous strides, but we were out on a level and straight road, so nothing went wrong. All there was for me to do was to keep my seat. Lieutenant Perkins and Miss Campbell were a mile or more ahead of us, and after he had passed them he came down to a trot, evidently flattering himself that he had won a race, and that nothing further was expected of him. He jumps the cavalry hurdles beautifully, goes over like a deer, Hal always following directly back of him. Whatever a horse does, that dog wants to do also. Last spring, when we came up from Camp Supply, he actually tried to eat the corn that dropped from King's mouth as he was getting his supper one night in camp. He has scarcely noticed Powder Face since the very day King was sent to me, but became devoted to the new horse at once. I wonder if he could have seen that the new horse was the faster of the 2. End of letter. End of section 6. Section 7 of Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871, 1888. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871, 1888, by Francis Roe. Section 7, Letters from 1874 and 1877. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, May, 1874. There is such good news to send you today, I can hardly write it fast enough. The Territorial Court has been in session, and yesterday that horse thief, Billy Oliver, was tried and sentenced to 10 years' imprisonment in the penitentiary. The sheriff and a posse started for Cañon City this morning with him and another prisoner, and I hope that he will not make his escape on the way over. The sheriff told Faye confidentially the route he intended to take, which is not at all the one he is supposed to be going over, and threw out strong hints to the effect that if he wanted to put an end to the man's vicious career, there would be no interference from him, the sheriff, or his posse. He even told Faye of a lonesome spot where it could be accomplished easily and safely. This was a strange thing for a sheriff to do, even in this country of desperadoes, and shows what a fiend he considers Oliver to be. He said that the man was the leader of a gang of the lowest and boldest type of villains, and that even now it would be safer to have him out of the way. Sheriffs are afraid of these men, and do not like to be obliged to arrest them. The day of the trial, as Faye was about to go to the courtroom, a corporal came to the house and told him that he had just come from Las Animas, where he had heard from a reliable source that many of Oliver's friends were in the town, and that it was their intention to kill Faye as he came in the courtroom. He even described the man who was to do the dreadful work, and he told Faye that if he went over without an escort he would certainly be killed. This was simply maddening, and I begged Faye to ask for a guard, but he would not, insisting that there was not the least danger, that even a desperado would not dare shoot an army officer in Las Animas in a public place, for he knew he would be hung the next moment. That was all very well, but it seemed to me that it would be better to guard against the murder itself, rather than think of what would be done to the murderer. I knew that the corporal would never have come to the house if he had not heard much that was alarming. So Faye went over without a guard, but did condescend to wear his revolvers. He says that the first thing he saw as he entered the courtroom were 6 big, brawny cavalrymen, each one a picked man, selected for bravery and determination. Of course each trooper was armed with large government revolvers and a belt full of cartridges. He also saw that they were sitting near and where they could watch every move of a man who answered precisely to the corporal's description, and as he passed on up through the crowd he almost touched him. His hair was long and hung down on his shoulders about a face that was villainous, and he was armed to the teeth. There were other tough-looking men seated near this man, each one armed also. Colonel Bissell had heard of the threat to kill Faye, and ordered a corporal, the very man who had searched so bravely through the dark house for Oliver at Granada, and 5 privates to the court, with instructions to shoot at once the first and every man who made the slightest move to harm Faye. Those men knew very well what the soldiers were there for, and I imagine that after one look at their weather-beaten faces, which told of many an Indian campaign, the villains decided that it would be better to keep quiet and let Oliver manage his own affairs. A sergeant and 1 or 2 privates were summoned by Oliver to give testimony against Faye, but each one told the same story, and said most emphatically that Faye had not done more than speak to the man in the line of duty, and as any officer would have done. Directly after guard mounting, and as the new guard marches up to the guardhouse, the old guard is ordered out, also the prisoners, and the prisoners stand in the middle of the line with soldiers at each end, and every man, enlisted man and prisoner, is required to stand up straight and in line. It was at one of these times that Oliver claimed that Faye kicked him, when he was officer of the day. Faye and Major Tilford say that the man was slouching, and Faye told him to stand up and take his hands out of his pockets. A small thing to murder an officer for, but I imagine that any sort of discipline to a man of his character was most distasteful. Of course Faye left the courtroom as soon as his testimony had been given. When the sentence was pronounced, the judge requested all visitors to remain seated until after the prisoner had been removed, which showed that he was a little afraid of trouble, and knew the bitter feeling against the horse thief in the town. Several girls and young officers from the post were outside in an ambulance, and they commenced to cheer when told of the sentence, but the judge hurried a messenger out to them with a request that they make no demonstration whatever. He is a fearless and just judge, and it is a wonder that desperadoes have not killed him long ago. Perhaps now I can have a little rest from the terrible fear that has been ever with me day and night during the whole winter, that Oliver would escape from the old jail and carry out his threat of double murder. He had made his escape once, and I feared that he might get out again, but that post and chain must have been very securely fixed down in that cellar. End of letter. Fort Lyon, Colorado Territory, June, 1874. By this time you have my letter telling you that the regiment has been ordered to the Department of the Gulf. Since then we have heard that it is to go directly to Holly Springs, Mississippi, for the summer, where a large camp is to be established. Just imagine what the suffering will be to go from this dry climate to the humidity of the South, and from cool, thick-walled adobe buildings to hot, glary tents in the midst of summer heat. We will reach Holly Springs about the 4th of July. Faye's allowance for baggage hardly carries more than trunks and a few chests of house linen and silver, so we are taking very few things with us. It is better to give them away than to pay for their transportation such a long distance. Both horses have been sold, and beautiful King has gone. The young man who bought him was a stranger here, and knew absolutely nothing about the horse except what someone in Las Animas had told him. He rode him around the yard only once, and then, jumping down, pulled from his pocket a fat roll of bills, counted off the amount for horse, saddle, and bridle, and then, without saying one word more than a curt "Good morning," he mounted the horse again and rode out of the yard and away. I saw the whole transaction from a window, saw it as well as hot, blinding tears would permit. Faye thinks the man might have been a fugitive and wanted a fast horse to get him out of the country. We learned not long ago, you know, that King had been an Indian race pony owned by a half-breed named Bent. He sent word from Camp Supply that I was welcome to the horse if I could ride him. The chaplain has bought Powder Face, and I am to keep him as long as we are here. Hal will go with us, for I cannot give up that dog and horses too. Speaking of Hal reminds me of the awful thing that occurred here a few days ago. I have written often of the pack of beautiful greyhounds owned by the cavalry officers, and of the splendid record of Magic, Hal's father, as a hunter, and how the dog was loved by Lieutenant Baldwin next to his horse. But unless the dogs were taken on frequent hunts, they would steal off on their own account, and often be away a whole day, perhaps until after dark. The other day they went off this way, and in the afternoon, as Lieutenant Alden was riding along by the river, he came to a scene that made him positively ill. On the ground, close to the water, was the carcass of a calf, which had evidently been filled with poison for wolves, and near it, on the bank, lay Magic, Deacon, Dixie, and other hounds, all dead or dying. Blue has bad teeth and was still gnawing at the meat, and therefore had not been to the water, which causes almost instant death in cases of poisoning by wolf meat. As soon as Lieutenant Alden saw that the other dogs were past doing for, he hurried on to the post with Blue, and with great difficulty saved her life. So Hal and his mother are sole survivors of the greyhounds that have been known at many of the frontier posts as fearless and tireless hunters, and plucky fighters when forced to fight. Greyhounds will rarely seek a fight, a trait that sometimes fools other dogs and brings them to their Waterloo. When Lieutenant Alden told me of the death of the dogs, tears came in his eyes as he said, "I have shared my bed with old Magic many a time." And how those dogs will be missed at the bachelor quarters! When we came here last summer I was afraid that the old hounds would pounce upon Hal, but instead of that they were most friendly and seemed to know he was one of them. A wanderer returned. End of letter. St. Charles Hotel, New Orleans, Louisiana, September, 1877. Life in the Army is certainly full of surprises. At Pass Christian yesterday morning, Faye and I were sitting on the veranda reading the papers in an indifferent sort of way, when suddenly Faye jumped up and said, "The Third has been ordered to Montana Territory." At first I could not believe him. It seemed so improbable that troops would be sent to such a cold climate at this season of the year, and besides, most of the regiment is at Pittsburg just now because of the great coal strike. But there in the Picayune was a little paragraph of half a dozen lines that was to affect our lives for years to come, and which had the immediate power to change our condition of indolent content into one of the greatest activity and excitement. Faye went at once to the telegraph office, and by wire gave up the remainder of his leave, and also asked the regimental adjutant if transportation was being provided for officers' families. The distance is so great, and the Indians have been so hostile in Montana during the past 2 years, that we thought families possibly would not be permitted to go. After luncheon we packed the trunks, carefully separating things so there would be no necessity for repacking if I could not go, and I can assure you that many an article was folded down damp with hot tears, the very uncertainty was so trying. In the evening we went around to say good bye to a few of the friends who have been so cordial and hospitable during the summer. Early this morning we came from Pass Christian, and soon after we got here telegrams came for Faye, one ordering him to proceed to Pittsburg and report for duty, and another saying that officers' families may accompany the regiment. This was glorious news to me. The fear and dread of having to be left behind had made me really ill, and what would have become of me if it had actually come to pass I cannot imagine. I can go, that is all sufficient for the present, and we expect to leave for Pittsburg this evening at 9 o'clock. The late start gave us a long day here with nothing to do. After a while, when it is not quite so hot outside, we are going to take a farewell look at some of our old haunts. Our friends are all out of the city, and Jackson Barracks is too far away for such a warm day. Besides, there is no one there now that we know. It seems quite natural to be in this dear old hotel, where all during the past winter our Army and Navy Club cotillions were danced every 2 weeks, and they were such beautiful affairs, with 2 splendid military orchestras to furnish the music, one for dancing and one to give choice selections in between the figures. We will carry with us to the snow and ice of the Rocky Mountains many, many delightful memories of New Orleans, where the French element gives a charm to everything. The Mardi Gras parades, in which the regiment had each year taken such a prominent part, the courtly Rex balls, the balls of Comus, the delightful Creole balls in Grunewald Hall, the stately and exclusive balls of the Washington Artillery in their own splendid hall, the charming dancing receptions on the ironclad Monitor Canonicus, also the warship Plymouth, where we were almost afraid to step, things were so immaculate and shiny, and then our own pretty army feats at Jackson Barracks, regimental headquarters, each and all will be remembered ever with the keenest pleasure. But the event in the South that has made the deepest impression of all occurred at Vicksburg, where for 3 weeks we lived in the same house en famille, and intimately, with Jefferson Davis. I consider that to have been a really wonderful experience. You probably can recall a little of what I wrote you at the time, how we were boarding with his niece in her splendid home when he came to visit her. I remember so well the day he arrived. He knew, of course, that an army officer was in the house, and Mrs. Porterfield had told us of his coming, so the meeting was not unexpected. Still, when we went down to dinner that night I was almost shivering from nervousness, although the air was excessively warm. I was so afraid of something unpleasant coming up, for although Mrs. Porterfield and her daughter were women of culture and refinement, they were also rebels to the very quick, and never failed at any time to remind one that their uncle was President Davis. And then as we went in the large dining room, Faye in his very bluest, shiniest uniform looked as if he might be Uncle Sam himself. But there was nothing to fear, nothing whatever. A tall, thin old man came forward with Mrs. Porterfield to meet us, a courtly gentleman of the old Southern school, who apparently had never heard of the Civil War, and who, if he noticed the blue uniform at all, did not take the slightest interest in what it represented. His composure was really disappointing. After greeting me with grave dignity, he turned to Faye and grasped his hand firmly and cordially, the whole expression of his face softening just a little. I have always thought that he was deeply moved by once again seeing the Federal blue under such friendly circumstances, and that old memories came surging back, bringing with them the almost forgotten love and respect for the Academy, a love that every graduate takes to his grave, whether his life be one of honor or of disgrace. One could very easily have become sentimental, and fancied that he was old West Point, misled and broken in spirit, admitting in dignified silence his defeat and disgrace to young West Point, who, with Uncle Sam's shoulder straps and brass buttons, could be generously oblivious to the misguidance and treason of the other. We wondered many times if Jefferson Davis regretted his life. He certainly could not have been satisfied with it. There was more in that meeting than a stranger would have known of. In the splendid dining room where we sat, which was 40 feet in length and floored with tiles of Italian marble, as was the entire large basement, it was impossible not to notice the unpainted casing of one side of a window, and also the two immense patches of common gray plaster on the beautifully frescoed walls, which covered holes made by a piece of shell that had crashed through the house during the siege of Vicksburg. The shell itself had exploded outside near the servants' quarters. Then again, every warm evening after dinner, during the time he was at the house, Jefferson Davis and Faye would sit out on the grand marble porch and smoke and tell of little incidents that had occurred at West Point when each had been a cadet there, and some of these times they would almost touch what was left of a massive pillar at one end that had been shattered and cracked by pieces of shell from U.S. gunboats, one piece being still embedded in the white marble. For Jefferson Davis knew that Faye's father was an officer in the Navy, and that he had bravely and boldly done his very best toward the undoing of the Confederacy, and by his never failing polished courtesy to that father's son, even when sitting by pieces of shell and patched up walls, the President of the Confederacy set an example of dignified self-restraint that many a Southern man and woman, particularly woman, would do well to follow. For in these days of Reconstruction, officers and their families are not always popular, but at Pass Christian this summer we have received the most hospitable, thoughtful attention, and never once by word or deed were we reminded that we were Yank Tanks, as was the case at Holly Springs the first year we were there. However, we did some fine Reconstruction business for Uncle Sam right there with those pert Mississippi girls, two of whom were in a short time so thoroughly reconstructed that they joined his forces for better or for worse. The social life during the 3 years we have been in the South has most of the time been charming, but the service for officers has often been most distasteful. Many times they have been called upon to escort and protect carpetbag politicians of a very low type of manhood, men who could never command one honest vote at their own homes in the North. Faye's company has been moved 21 times since we came from Colorado 3 years ago, and almost every time it was at the request of those unprincipled carpetbaggers. These moves did not always disturb us, however, as during most of the time Faye has been Adjutant General of the District of Baton Rouge, and this kept us at Baton Rouge, but during the past winter we have been in New Orleans. Several old Creole families, whose acquaintance we made in the city last winter, have charming old-style Southern homes at Pass Christian, where we have ever been cordially welcomed. It was a common occurrence for me to chaperone their daughters to informal dances at the different cottages along the beach, and on moonlight sailing parties on Mr. Payne's beautiful yacht. And then, during the entire summer, from the time we first got there, I have been captain of one side of a croquet team, Mr. Payne having been captain of the other. The croquet part was, of course, the result of Major Borden's patient and exacting teaching at Baton Rouge. Mentioning Baton Rouge reminds me of my dear dog that was there almost a year with the hospital steward. He is now with the company at Mount Vernon Barracks, Alabama, and Faye has telegraphed the sergeant to see that he is taken to Pittsburgh with the company. We are going out now, first of all to Michau's for some of his delicious biscuit glacé. Our city friends are all away still, so there will be nothing for us to do but wander around pour passer le temps until we go to the station. End of letter. Monongahela House, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, September 1877. Once again we have our trunks packed for the long trip to Montana, and this time I think we will go, as the special train that is to take us is now at the station, and baggage of the regiment is being hurriedly loaded. Word came this morning that the regiment would start tonight, so it seems that at last General Sherman has gained his point. For 3 long weeks we have been kept here in suspense, packing and then unpacking. One day we were to go, the next day we were not to go, while the commanding general and the division commander were playing tug of war with us. The trip will be long and very expensive, and we go from a hot climate to a cold one at a season when the immediate purchase of warm clothing is imperative, and with all this unexpected expense we have been forced to pay big hotel bills for weeks, just because of a disagreement between 2 generals that should have been settled in one day. Money is very precious to the poor army at present, too, for not $1 has been paid to officers or enlisted men for over 3 months. How officers with large families can possibly manage this move, I do not see. Sell their pay accounts, I expect, and then be court-martialed for having done so. Congress failed to pass the Army appropriation bill before it adjourned. Consequently, no money can be paid to the Army until the next session. Yet the Army is expected to go along just the same, promptly pay Uncle Sam himself all commissary and quartermaster bills at the end of each month, and without one little grumble do his bidding, no matter what the extra expense may be. I wonder what the wise men of Congress, who were too weary to take up the bill before going to their comfortable homes, I wonder what they would do if the Army as a body would say, "We are tired, Uncle dear, and are going home for the summer to rest. You will have to get along without us, and manage the Indians and strikers the best way you can." This would be about as sensible as forcing the Army to be paupers for months, and then ordering regiments from east to west and south to north. Of course, many families will be compelled to remain back that might otherwise have gone. We are taking out a young colored man we brought up with us from Holly Springs. He has been at the arsenal since we have been here, and Hal has been with him. It is over 1 year since the dog saw me, and I am almost afraid he will not know me tonight at the station. Before we left Pass Christian, Faye telegraphed the sergeant to bring Hal with the company and purchase necessary food for him on the way up. So when the company got here, bills were presented by several of the men, who claimed to have bought meat for the dog, the sum total of which was $9 for the 2 days. We were so pleased to know that Hal had been so well cared for, but the soldiers were welcome to the money and more with it, for we were so glad to have the dog with us again, safe and well. We have quite a Ray family now, Faye and I, a darky, a greyhound, and 1 small gray squirrel. It will be a hard trip for Billy, but I have made for him a little ribbon collar and sewed securely to it a long tape which makes a fine picket rope that can be tied to various things in various places, and in this way he can be picketed and yet receive exercise and air. We are to go almost straight north from the railroad for a distance of over 400 miles, and of course this will take several weeks under the most favorable conditions. But you must not mind our going so far away. It will be no further than the Indian Territory, and the climate of Montana must be very much better than it was at Camp Supply, and the houses must certainly be more comfortable, as the winters are so long and severe. I shall be so glad to have a home of my own again, and have a horse to ride also. Faye has just come from the station and says that almost everything has been loaded, and that we are really to start tonight at 8 o'clock. This is cheering news, for I think that everyone is anxious to get to Montana, except the poor officers who cannot afford to take their families with them. End of letter. Corrine, Utah Territory, September 1877. We were almost 1 week coming out, but finally got here yesterday morning. Our train was a special, and having no schedule, we were often sidetracked for hours at a time to make way for the regular trains. As soon as possible after we arrived, the tents were unpacked and put up, and it was amazing to see how soon there was order out of chaos. This morning the camp looks like a little white city, streets and all. There is great activity everywhere, as preparations have already commenced for the march north. Our camp mess has been started, and we will be very comfortable, I think, with a good soldier cook and Cagey to take care of the tents. I am making covers for the bed, trunk, and folding table, of dark blue cretonne with white figures, which carries out the color scheme of the folding chairs, and will give a little air of cheeriness to the tent, and of the same material I am making pockets that can be pinned on the side walls of the tent, in which various things can be tucked at night. These covers and big pockets will be folded and put in the roll of bedding every morning. There are not enough ambulances to go around, so I had my choice between being crowded in with other people or going in a big army wagon by myself, and having had one experience in crowding, I chose the wagon without hesitation. Faye is having the rear half padded with straw and canvas on the sides and bottom, and the high top will be of canvas drawn over bows in true emigrant fashion. Our tent will be folded to form a seat and placed in the back, upon which I can sit and look out through the round opening and gossip with the mules that will be attached to the wagon back of me. In the front half will be packed all of our camp furniture and things, the knockdown bed, mess chest, 2 little stoves, one for cooking, the bedding, which will be tightly rolled in canvas and strapped, and so on. Cagey will sit by the driver. There is not one spring in the wagon, but even without, I will be more comfortable than with Mrs. Hayden and 3 small children. They can have the ambulance to themselves, perhaps, and will have all the room. I thought of Billy, too. He can be picketed all the time in the wagon, but imagine the little fellow's misery in an ambulance with 3 restless children for 6 or 8 hours each day. Hal is with us. In fact, I can hardly get away from the poor dog, he is so afraid of being separated from me again. When we got to the station at Pittsburgh he was there with Cagey, and it took only one quick glance to see that he was a heart-broken, spirit-broken dog. Not one spark was left of the fire that made the old Hal try to pull me through an immense plate glass mirror in a hotel at Jackson, Mississippi, to fight his own reflection, the time the strange man offered $150 for him. And certainly he was not the hound that whipped the big bulldog at Monroe, Louisiana, 2 years ago. He did not see me as I came up back of him, and as he had not even heard my voice for over 1 year, I was almost childishly afraid to speak to him. But I finally said, "Hal, you have not forgotten your old friend?" He turned instantly, but as I put my hand upon his head there was no joyous bound or lifting of the ears and tail, just a look of recognition, then a raising up full length of the slender body on his back legs, and putting a forefoot on each of my shoulders as far over as he could reach, he gripped me tight, fairly digging his toenails into me, and with his head pressed close to my neck he held on and on, giving little low whines that were more like human sobs than the cry of a dog. Of course I had my arms around him, and of course I cried too. It was so pitifully distressing, for it told how keenly the poor dumb beast had suffered during the year he had been away from us. People stared, and soon there was a crowd about us with an abundance of curiosity. Cagey explained the situation, and from then on to train time Hal was petted and given dainties from lunch baskets. He was in the car next to ours coming out, and we saw him often. Many times there were long runs across the plains, when the only thing to be seen, far or near, would be the huge tanks containing water for the engines. At one of these places, while we were getting water, Cagey happened to be asleep, and a recruit, thinking that Hal was ill-treated by being kept tied all the time, unfastened the chain from his collar and led him from the car. The first thing the dog saw was another dog, and alas, a greyhound belonging to Ryan, an old soldier. The next thing he saw was the dear, old, beautiful plains for which he had pined so long and wearily. The two dogs had never seen each other before, but hounds are clannish and never fail to recognize their own kind. So, with 1 or 2 jumps by way of introduction, the two were off and out of sight before anyone on the cars noticed what they were doing. I was sitting by the window in our car, and saw the dogs go over the rolling hill, and saw also that a dozen or more soldiers were running after them. I told Faye what had happened, and he started out and over the hill on a hard run. Time passed, and we in the cars watched, but neither men nor dogs came back. Finally a long whistle was blown from the engine, and in a short time the train began to move very slowly. The officers and men came running back, but the dogs were not with them. My heart was almost broken. To leave my beautiful dog on the plains to starve to death was maddening. I wanted to be alone, so to the dressing room I went, and with face buried in a portiere was sobbing my very breath away, when Mrs. Pierce, wife of Major Pierce, came in and said so sweetly and sympathetically, "Don't cry, dear. Hal is following the car, and the conductor is going to stop the train." Giving her a hasty embrace, I ran back to the end of the last car, and sure enough there was Hal, the old Hal, bounding along with tail high up and eyes sparkling, showing that the blood of his ancestors was still in his veins. The conductor did not stop the train, simply because the soldiers did not give him an opportunity, They turned the brakes, and then held them, and if a trainman had interfered there would have been a fight right then and there. As soon as the train was stopped, Faye and Ryan were the first to go for the dogs, but by that time the hounds thought the whole affair great fun, and objected to being caught at least Ryan's dog objected. The porter in our car caught Hal, but Ryan told him to let the dog go, that he would bring the two back together. This was shrewd in Ryan, for he reasoned that Major Carleton might wait for an officer's dog, but never for one that belonged to only an enlisted man. But really it was the other way. The enlisted men held the brakes. The dogs ran back almost a mile to the water tank, and the conductor backed the train down after them, and not until both dogs were caught and on board could steam budge it ahead. The major was in temporary command of the regiment at that time. He is a very pompous man, and always in fear that proper respect will not be shown his rank, and when we were being backed down he went through our car and said in a loud voice, "I am very sorry, Mrs. Rae, that you should lose your fine greyhound, but this train cannot be detained any longer. It must move on." I said nothing, for I saw the two big men in blue at the brake in front, and knew Major Carleton would never order them away, much as he might bluster and try to impress us with his importance, for he is really a tender-hearted man. Poor Faye was utterly exhausted from running so long, and for some time Ryan was in a critical condition. It seems that he buried his wife quite recently, and has left his only child in New Orleans in a convent, and the greyhound, a pet of both wife and little girl, is all he has left to comfort him. Everyone is so glad that he got the dog. Hal was not unchained again, I assure you, until we got here, but poor Cagey almost killed himself at every stopping place, running up and down with the dog to give him a little exercise. It is really delightful to be in a tent once more, and I am anticipating much pleasure in camping through a strange country. A large wagon train of commissary stores will be with us, so we can easily add to our supplies now and then. It is amazing to see the really jolly mood everyone seems to be in. The officers are singing and whistling, and we can often hear from the distance the boisterous laughter of the men. And the wives! There is an expression of happy content on the face of each one. We know, if the world does not, that the part we are to take on this march is most important. We will see that the tents are made comfortable and cheerful at every camp, that the little dinner after the weary march, the early breakfast, and the cold luncheon are each and all as dainty as camp cooking will permit. Yes, we are sometimes called camp followers, but we do not mind. It probably originated with some envious old bachelor officer. We know all about the comfort and cheer that goes with us, and then we have not been left behind. End of letter. End of section 7. Section 8 of Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888, by Francis Rowe. Section 8. Letters from 1877. Ryan's Junction, Idaho Territory, October, 1877. We are snowbound, and everyone seems to think that we will be compelled to remain here several days. It was bright and sunny when the camp was made yesterday, but before dark a terrible blizzard came up, and by midnight the snow was deep and the cold intense. As long as we remain inside the tents we are quite comfortable, with the little conical sheet iron stoves that can make a tent very warm. And the snow that had banked around the canvas keeps out the freezing wind. We have everything for our comfort, but such weather does not make life in camp at all attractive. Faye just came in from Major Pierce's tent, where he says he saw a funny sight. They have a large hospital tent, on each side of which is a row of iron cots, and on the cots were 5 chubby little children, one a mere baby, kicking up their little pink feet in jolly defiance of their patient old mammy, who was trying to keep them covered up. The tent was warm and cozy, but outside, where the snow was so deep and the cold so penetrating, one could hardly have believed that these small people could have been made so warm and happy. But Mrs. Pierce is a wonderful mother. Major Pierce was opposed to bringing his family on this long march, to be exposed to all kinds of weather, but Mrs. Pierce had no idea of being left behind with 2 days of car and 8 days of the worst kind of stage travel between her husband and herself. So, like a sensible woman, she took matters in her own hands, and when we reached Chicago, where she had been visiting, there at the station was the smiling Mrs. Pierce, with babies, governess, nurses, and trunks, all splendidly prepared to come with us, and come they all did. After the Major had scolded a little and eased his conscience, he smiled as much as the other members of the family. The children with us seemed to be standing the exposure wonderfully well. 1 or 2 were pale at first, but have become rosy and strong, although there is much that must be very trying to them and the mothers also. The tents are struck at 6 sharp in the morning, and that means that we have to be up at 4 and breakfast at 5, that the bedding must be rolled, every little thing tucked away in trunks or bags, the mess chest packed, and the cooking stove and cooking utensils not only made ready to go safely in the wagon, but they must be carried out of the tents before 6 o'clock. At that time the soldiers come, and when the bugle sounds, down go the tents, and if anything happens to be left inside, it has to be fished out from underneath the canvas or left there until the tent is folded. The days are so short now that all this has to be done in the darkness, by candle or lantern light, and how mothers can get their small people up and ready for the day by 6 o'clock I cannot understand, for it is just all I can manage to get myself and the tent ready by that time. We are on the banks of a small stream, and the tents are evidently pitched directly upon the roosting ground of wild geese, for during the snowstorm thousands of them came here long after dark, making the most dreadful uproar one ever heard, with the whirring of their big wings and constant honk, honk of hundreds of voices. They circled around so low, and the calls were so loud, that it seemed sometimes as if they were inside the tents. They must have come home for shelter and become confused and blinded by the lights in the tents and the loss of their ground. We must be going through a splendid country for game. I was very ill for several days on the way up, the result of malaria, perhaps too many scuppernong grapes at Pass Christian, and jolting of the heavy wagon that makes a small stone seem the size of a boulder. One morning I was unable to walk or even stand up, and Faye and Major Bryant carried me to the wagon on a buffalo robe. All of that day's march Faye walked by the side of my wagon, and that allowed him no rest whatever, for in order to make it easy for me as possible, my wagon had been placed at the extreme end of the long line. The troops march 50 minutes and halt 10, and as we went much slower than the men marched, we would about catch up with the column at each rest, just when the bugle would be blown to fall in line again, and then on the troops and wagons would go. Faye was kept on a continuous tramp. I still think he should have asked permission to ride on the wagon part of the day at least, but he would not do so. One evening, when the camp was near a ranch, I heard Doctor Gordon tell Faye outside the tent that I must be left at the place in the morning, that I was too ill to go further. I said not a word about having heard this, but I promised myself that I would go on. The dread of being left with perfect strangers, of whom I knew nothing, and where I could not possibly have medical attendance, did not improve my condition. But fear gave me strength, and in the morning, when camp broke, I assured Dr. Gordon that I was better, very much better, and stuck to it with so much persistence that at last he consented to my going on. But during many hours of the march that morning I was obliged to ride on my hands and knees. The road was unusually rough and stony, and the jolting I could not endure sitting on the canvas or lying on the padded bottom of the wagon. It so happened that Faye was officer of the day that day, and Colonel Fitz James, knowing that he was under a heavy strain with a sick wife, in addition to the long marches, sent him one of his horses to ride, a very fine animal and one of a matched team. At the very first halt Faye missed Hal, and riding back to the company saw he was not with the men. So he went on to my wagon, but found that I was shut up tight, Cagey asleep, and the dog not with us. He did not speak to either of us, but kept on to the last wagon, where a laundress told him she saw the dog going back down the road we had just come over. The wagon master, a sergeant, had joined Faye, riding a mule, and the two rode on after the dog, expecting every minute to overtake him. But the recollection of the unhappy year at Baton Rouge with the hospital steward was still fresh in Hal's memory, and the fear of another separation from his friends drove him on, faster and faster, and kept him far ahead of the horses. When at last Faye found him, he was sitting by the smoking ashes of our camp stove, his long nose pointed straight up, giving the most blood-curdling howls of misery and woe possible for a greyhound to give, and this is saying much. The poor dog was wild with delight when he saw Faye, and of course there was no trouble in bringing him back. He was only too glad to have his old friend to follow. He must have missed Faye from the company in the morning, and then, failing to find me in the shut-up wagon, had gone back to camp for us. This is all easily understood, but how did that hound find the exact spot where our tent had been, even the very ashes of our stove, on that large campground, when he has no sense of smell? I wondered all the day why I did not see Faye, and when the stop for luncheon passed and he had not come, I began to worry, as much as I could think of anything beyond my own suffering. Late in the afternoon we reached the camp for the night, and still Faye had not come, and no one could tell me anything about him, and I was very, very ill. Dr. Gordon was most kind and attentive, but neither he nor other friends could relieve the pain in my heart, for I felt so positive that something was wrong. Just as our tent had been pitched, Faye rode up, looking weary and worried, said a word or two to me, and then rode away again. He soon returned, however, and explained his long absence by telling me briefly that he had gone back for the dog. But he was quiet and distrait, and directly after dinner he went out again. When he came back he told me all about everything that had occurred. Under any circumstances it would have been a dreadful thing for him to have been absent from the command without permission, but when officer of the day it was unpardonable, and to take the colonel's horse with him made matters all the worse. And then the wagon master was liable to have been called upon at any time if anything had happened, or the command had come to a dangerous ford. Faye told me how they had gone back for the dog and so on, and said that when he first got in camp he rode immediately to the colonel's tent, turned the horse over to an orderly, and reported his return to the colonel. adding that if the horse was injured he would replace him. Then he came to his own tent, fully expecting an order to follow soon, placing him under arrest. But after dinner, as no order had come, he went again to see the colonel, and told him just how the unfortunate affair had come about, how he had felt that if the dog was not found it might cost me my life, as I was so devoted to the dog and so very ill at that time. The colonel listened to the whole story, and then told Faye that he understood it all, that undoubtedly he would have done the same thing. I think it was grand in Colonel Fitz James to have been so gentle and kind. Not one word of reproach did he say to Faye. Perhaps memories of his own wife came to him. The colonel may have a sensitive palate that makes him unpopular with many, but there are two people in his regiment who know that he has a heart so tender and big that the palate will never be considered again by them. Of course, the horse was not injured in the least. We are on the stage road to Helena, and at this place there is a fork that leads to the northwest, which the lieutenant colonel and 4 companies will take to go to Fort Missoula, Montana. The colonel, headquarters, and other companies are to be stationed at Helena during the winter. We expect to meet the stage going south about noon tomorrow, and you should have this in 8 days. Billy Squirrel has a fine time in the wagon and is very fat. He runs off with bits of my luncheon every day and hides them in different places in the canvas, to his own satisfaction at least. One of the mules back of us has become most friendly and will take from my hand all sorts of things to eat. Poor Hal had a fit the other day, something like vertigo, after having chased a rabbit. Dr. Gordon says that he has fatty degeneration of the heart, caused by having so little exercise in the South, but that he will probably get over it if allowed to run every day. But I do not like the very idea of the dog having anything the matter with his heart. It was so pathetic to have him stagger to the tent and drop at my feet, dumbly confident that I could give him relief. End of letter. Camp near Helena, Montana Territory, November, 1877. The company has been ordered to Camp Baker, a small post nearly 60 miles further on. We were turned off from the Helena road and the rest of the command at the base of the mountains, and are now about 10 miles from Helena on our way to the new station, which, we are told, is a wretched little 2-company post on the other side of the Big Belt range of mountains. I am awfully disappointed in not seeing something of Helena, and very, very sorry that we have to go so far from our friends and to such an isolated place. But it is the company's turn for detached service, so here we are. The scenery was grand in many places along the latter part of the march, and it is grand here also. We are in a beautiful broad valley with snow-capped mountains on each side. From all we hear, we conclude there must be exceptionally good hunting and fishing about Camp Baker, and there is some consolation in that. The fishing was very good at several of our camps after we reached the mountains, and I can assure you that the speckled trout of the East and these mountain trout are not comparable. The latter are so far, far superior. The flesh is white and very firm, and sometimes they are so cold when brought out of the water one finds it uncomfortable to hold them. They are good fighters, too, and even small ones give splendid sport. One night the camp was by a beautiful little stream with high banks, and here and there bunches of bushes and rocks, an ideal home for trout, so I started out, hoping to catch something, with a common willow pole and ordinary hook, and grasshoppers for bait. Faye tells everybody that I had only a bent pin for a hook, but of course no one believes him. Major Stokes joined me, and we soon found a deep pool just at the edge of camp. His fishing tackle was very much like mine, so when we saw Captain Martin coming toward us with elegant jointed rod, shining new reel, and a camp stool, we felt rather crestfallen. Captain Martin passed on and seated himself comfortably on the bank just below us, but Major Stokes and I went down the bank to the edge of the pool, where we were compelled to stand, of course. The water was beautifully clear, and as soon as everybody and everything became quiet, we saw down on the bottom one or two trout, then more appeared, and still more, until there must have been a dozen or so beautiful fish in between the stones, each one about 10 inches long. But go near the hooks they would not, neither would they rise to Captain Martin's most tempting flies, for he too saw many trout from where he sat. We stood there a long time, until our patience was quite exhausted, trying to catch some of those fish, sometimes letting the current take the grasshoppers almost to their very noses, when finally Major Stokes whispered, "There, Mrs. Rae, there, try to get that big fellow." Now, as we had all been most unsuccessful with the little fellows, I had no hope whatever of getting the big one. Still, I tried, for he certainly was a beauty and looked very large as he came slowly along, carefully avoiding the stones. Before I had moved my bait 6 inches, there was a flash of white down there, and then with a little jerk I hooked that fish, hooked him safely. That was very, very nice, but the fish set up a terrible fight that would have given great sport with a reel, but I did not have a reel, and the steep bank directly back of me only made matters worse. I saw that time must not be wasted, that I must not give him a chance to slacken the line and perhaps shake the hook off, so I faced about and putting the pole over my shoulder, proceeded to climb the bank of 4 or 5 feet, dragging the flopping fish after me. Captain Martin laughed heartily, but instead of laughing at the funny sight, Major Stokes jumped to my assistance, and between us we landed the fish up on the bank. It was a lovely trout, by far the largest we had seen, and Major Stokes insisted that we should take him to the commissary scales, where he weighed over 3½ pounds. The jumping about of my big trout ruined the fishing, of course, in that part of the stream for some time, so with a look of disgust for things generally, Captain Martin folded his rod and camp stool and returned to his tent. I had the trout served for our dinner, and having been so recently caught, it was delicious. These mountain trout are very delicate, and if one wishes to enjoy their very finest flavor, they should be cooked and served as soon as they are out of the water. If kept even a few hours, this delicacy is lost, a fact we have discovered for ourselves on the march up. The camp tonight is near the house of a German family, and I am riding in their little, prim sitting room, and Billy Squirrel is with me and very busy examining things generally. I came over to visit while the tents were being pitched, and was received with such cordial hospitality, and have found the little room so warm and comfortable that I have stayed on longer than I had intended. Soon after I came, my kind hostess brought in a cup of most delicious coffee and a little pitcher of cream, real cream, something I had not tasted for 6 weeks, and she also brought a plate piled high with generous pieces of German cinnamon cake, at the same time telling me that I must eat every bit of it, that I looked real peaked and not strong enough to go tramping around with all those men. When I told her that it was through my own choice that I was tramping, that I enjoyed it, she looked at me with genuine pity, as though she had just discovered that I did not have good common sense. We start on early in the morning, and it will take 2 or 3 days to cross the mountains. The little camp of one company looks lonesome after the large regimental camp we have been with so long. The air is really wonderful, so clear and crisp and exhilarating. It makes me long for a good horse, and horses we intend to have as soon as possible. We are anticipating so much pleasure in having a home once more, even if it is to be of logs and buried in snow perhaps during the winter. Hal is outside, and his beseeching whines have swelled to awful howls that remind me of neglected duties in the tent. End of letter. Camp Baker, Montana Territory, November, 1877. It was rather late in the afternoon yesterday when we got to this post, because of a delay on the mountains, but this did not cause inconvenience to anyone. There was a vacant set of quarters that Lieutenant Hayden took possession of at once for his family, and where with camp outfit they can be comfortable until the wagons are unloaded. Faye and I are staying with the commanding officer and his wife. Colonel Gardner is lieutenant colonel of the Infantry, and has a most enviable reputation as a post commander. As an officer we have not seen him yet, but we do know that he can be a most charming host. He has already informed Faye that he intends to appoint him adjutant and quartermaster of the post. We are in a little valley almost surrounded by magnificent, heavily timbered mountains, and Colonel Gardner says that at any time one can find deer, mountain sheep, and bear in these forests, adding that there are also mountain lions and wild cats. The scenery on the road from Helena to Camp Baker was grand, but the roads were dreadful, most of the time along the sides of steep mountains that seemed to be one enormous pile of big boulders in some places and solid rock in others. These roads have been cut into the rock and are scarcely wider than the wagon track, and often we could look almost straight down 75 feet or even more on one side, and straight up for hundreds of feet on the other side. And in the canyons many of the grades were so steep that the wheels of the wagons had to be chained in addition to the big brakes to prevent them from running sideways and so off the grade. I rode down one of these places, but it was the last as well as the first. Every time the big wagon jolted over a stone, and it was jolt over stones all the time, it seemed as if it must topple over the side and roll to the bottom. And then the way the driver talked to the mules to keep them straight, and the creaking and scraping of the wagons, was enough to frighten the most courageous. In Confederate Gulch we crossed a ferry that was most marvelous. A heavy steel cable was stretched across the river, the Missouri, and fastened securely to each bank, and then a flatboat was chained at each end to the cable, but so that it could slide along when the ferryman gripped the cable with a large hook and gave long, hard pulls. Faye says that the very swift current of the stream assisted him much. The river runs through a narrow, deep cañon where the ferry is, and at the time we crossed everything was in dark shadow, and the water looked black and fathoms deep with its wonderful reflections. The grandeur of these mountains is simply beyond imagination. They have to be seen to be appreciated, and yet, when seen, one can scarcely comprehend their immensity. We are 500 miles from a railroad, with endless chains of these mountains between. All supplies of every description are brought up that distance by long ox trains, dozens of wagons in a train, and 8 or 10 pairs of oxen fastened to the one long chain that pulls 3 or 4 heavily loaded wagons. We passed many of these trains on the march up, and my heart ached for the poor, patient beasts. We are to have one side of a large double house, which will give us as many rooms as we will need in this isolated place. Hal is in the house now with Cagey, and Billie is there also, and has the exclusive run of one room. The little fellow stood the march finely, and it is all owing to that terrible old wagon that was such a comfort in some ways, but caused me so much misery in others. These houses must be quite warm. They are made of large logs placed horizontally, and the inner walls are plastered, which will keep out the bitter cold during the winter. The smallest window has an outside storm window. End of letter. Camp Baker, Montana Territory, December, 1877. This post is far over in the Belt Mountains, and quite cut off from the outside world, and there are very few of us here. Nevertheless, the days pass wonderfully fast, and they are pleasant days also. And then we have our own little excitements that are of intense interest to us, even if they are never heard of in the world across the snow and ice. The Rae family was very much upset 2 days ago by the bad behavior of my horse Bettie, when she managed to throw Faye for the very first time in his life. You know that both of our horses, although raised near this place, were really range animals, and were brought in and broken for us. The black horse has never been very satisfactory, and Faye has a battle with him almost every time he takes him out. But Bettie has been lovely and behaved wonderfully well for so young a horse, and I have been so pleased with her and her delightful gaits, a little single foot and easy canter. The other morning Faye was in a hurry to get out to a lumber camp, and as I did not care to go, he decided to ride my horse rather than waste time by arguing with the black as to which road they should go. Ben always thinks he knows more about such things than his rider. Well, Kelly led Bettie up from the corral and saddled and bridled her, and when Faye was ready to start I went out with him to give the horse a few lumps of sugar. She is a beautiful animal, a bright bay in color, with perfect head and dainty, expressive ears, and remarkably slender legs. Faye immediately prepared to mount. In fact, bridle in hand, had his left foot in the stirrup and the right was over the horse, when up went Miss Bet's back, arched precisely like a mad cat's, and down in between her forelegs went her pretty nose, and high up in the air went everything, man and beast, the horse coming down on legs as rigid and unbending as bars of steel. And then something happened to Faye. Nothing could have been more unexpected, and it was all over in a second. Kelly caught the bridle reins in time to prevent the horse from running away, and Faye got up on his feet and, throwing back his best West Point shoulders, faced the excited horse, and for 2 long seconds he and Miss Bet looked each other square in the eye. Just what the horse thought no one knows, but Kelly and I remember what Faye said. All desire to laugh, however, was quickly crushed when I heard Kelly ordered to lead the horse to the sutler's store and fit a Spanish bit to her mouth, and to take the saddle off and strap a blanket on tight with a surcingle, for I knew that a hard and dangerous fight between man and horse was about to commence. Faye told Cagey to chain Hal, and then went in the house, soon returning, however, without a blouse and with moccasins on his feet and with leggings. When Kelly returned he looked most unhappy, for he loves horses and has been so proud of Bettie, but Faye was not thinking of Kelly, and proceeded at once to mount, having as much fire in his eyes as the horse had in hers, for she had already discovered that the bit was not to her liking. As soon as she felt Faye's weight, up went her back again, but down she could not get her head, and the more she pushed down, the harder the spoon of the bit pressed against the roof of her mouth. This made her furious, and as wild as when first brought from the range. She lunged and lunged, forward and sideways, reared, and of course tried to run away, but with all the vicious things her little brain could think of, she could not get the bit from her mouth, or Faye from her back. So she started to rub him off, doing it with thought and in the most scientific way. She first went to the corner of our house, then tried the other corner of that end, and so she went on, rubbing up against every object she saw, house, tree, and fence, even going up the steps at the post trader's. That I thought very smart, for the bit was put in her mouth there, and she might have hoped to find some kind friend who would take it out. It required almost 2 hours of the hardest kind of riding to conquer the horse, and to teach her that just as long as she held her head up and behaved herself generally, the bit would not hurt her. She finally gave in, and is once more a tractable beast, and I have ridden her twice, but with the Spanish bit. She is a nervous animal and will always be frisky. It has leaked out that the morning she bucked so viciously a cat had been thrown upon her back at the corral by a playful soldier just before she had been led up. Kelly did not like to tell this of a comrade. It was most fortunate that I had decided not to ride at that time, for a pitch over a horse's head with a skirt to catch on the pommel is a performance I am not seeking. And Bettie had been such a dear horse all the time, her single foot and run both so swift and easy. Kelly says you can't feel yourself on her, Mum. Faye is quartermaster, adjutant, commissary, signal officer, and has other positions that I cannot remember just now, that compel him to be at his own office for an hour every morning before breakfast, in addition to the regular office hours during the day. The post commander is up and out at 6:30 every work day, and Sundays I am sure he is a most unhappy man. But Faye gets away for a hunt now and then, and the other day he started off, much to my regret, all alone and with only a rifle. I worry when he goes alone up in these dense forests, and when an officer goes with him I am so afraid of an accident that one may shoot the other. It is impossible to take a wagon or even ride a horse among the rocks and big boulders. There are panthers and wild cats and wolves and all sorts of fearful things up there. The coyotes often come down to the post at night, and their terrible, unearthly howls drive the dogs almost crazy, and some of the people too. I worried about Faye the other morning as usual, and thought of all the dreadful things that could so easily happen, and then I tried to forget my anxiety by taking a brisk ride on Bettie, but when I returned I found that Faye had not come, so I worried all the more. The hours passed and still he was away, and I was becoming really alarmed. At last there was a shout at a side door, and running out I found Faye standing up very tall and with a broad smile on his face, and on the ground at his feet was an immense white-tailed deer. He said he had walked miles on the mountain, but had failed to find one living thing, and had finally come down and was just starting to cross the valley on his way home when he saw the deer, which he fortunately killed with one shot at very long range. He did not want to leave it to be devoured by wolves while he came to the corral for a wagon, so he dragged the heavy thing all the way in. And that was why he was gone so long, for of course he was obliged to rest every now and then. I was immensely proud of the splendid deer, but it did not convince me in the least that it was safe for Faye to go up in that forest alone. Of course Faye has shot other deer, and mountain sheep also since we have been here, but this was the first he had killed when alone. Of all the large game we have ever had, buffalo, antelope, black-tailed deer, white-tailed deer, the mountain sheep is the most delicious. The meat is very tender and juicy, and exceedingly rich in flavor. It is very gamey, of course, and is better after having been frozen or hung for a few days. These wary animals are most difficult to get, for they are seldom found except on the peaks of high mountains, where the many big rocks screen them. So when one is brought in, it is always with great pride and rejoicing. There are antelope in the lowlands about here, but none have been brought in since we came to the post. The ruffed grouse and the tule hens are plentiful, and of course nothing can be more delicious. And the trout are perfect too, but the manner in which we get them this frozen up weather is not sportsmanlike. There is a fine trout stream just outside the post, which is frozen over now, but when we wish a few nice trout for dinner or breakfast, Cagey and I go down, and with a hatchet he will cut a hole in the ice, through which I fish, and usually catch all we want in a few minutes. The fish seem to be hungry and rise quickly to almost any kind of bait, except flies. They seem to know that this is not the fly season. The trout are not very large, about 8 or 10 inches long, but they are delicate in flavor and very delicious. Cagey is not a wonderful cook, but he does very well, and I think I would much prefer him to a Chinaman, judging from what I have seen of them here. Mrs. Conrad, wife of Captain Conrad, of the Infantry, had one who was an excellent servant in every way, except in the manner of doing the laundry work. He persisted in putting the soiled linen in the boiler right from the basket, and no amount of talk on the part of Mrs. Conrad could induce him to do otherwise. Monday morning Mrs. Conrad went to the kitchen and told him once more that he must look the linen over and rub it with plenty of water and soap before boiling it. The heathen looked at her with a grin and said, "All light, you no likee my washee, you washee yourself," and lifting the boiler from the stove, he emptied its entire steaming contents out upon the floor. He then went to his own room, gathered up his few clothes and bedding, and started off. He knew full well that if he did not leave the reservation at once he would be put off after such a performance. End of letter. End of section 8. Section 9 of Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Army Letters from an Officer's Wife, 1871-1888, by Frances Roe. Section 9, Letters from 1878, Part 1. Camp Baker, Montana Territory, February, 1878. Home seems very cozy and attractive after the mountains of snow and ice we crossed and recrossed on our little trip to Helena. The bitter cold of those canyons will long be remembered, but it was a delightful change from the monotonous life in this out-of-the-way garrison, even if we did almost freeze on the road, and it was more than pleasant to be with old friends again. The ball at the hall Friday evening was most enjoyable, and it was simply enchanting to dance once more to the perfect music of the dear old orchestra. And the young people in Helena are showing their appreciation of the good music by dancing themselves positively thin this winter. The band leader brought from New Orleans the Creole music that was so popular there, and at the ball we danced La Verite 4 times. The last was at the request of Lieutenant Joyce, with whom I always danced it in the South. It is thoroughly French, bringing in the waltz, polka, schottische, mazurka, and redowa. Some of those Creole girls were the personification of grace in that dance. We knew of the ball before leaving home and went prepared for it, but had not heard one word about the bal masque to be given at the Army Social Club at Mrs. Gordon's Tuesday evening. We did not have one thing with us to assist in the make-up of a fancy dress. Nevertheless, we decided to attend it. Faye said for me not to give him a thought, that he could manage his own costume. How I did envy his confidence in man and things, particularly things, for just then I felt far from equal to managing my own dress. I had been told of some of the costumes that were to be worn by friends, and they were beautiful, and the more I heard of these things, the more determined I became that I would not appear in a domino. So Monday morning I started out for an idea, and this I found almost immediately in a little shop window. It was only a common pasteboard mask, but nevertheless it was a work of art. The face was fat and silly, and droll beyond description, and to look at the thing and not laugh was impossible. It had a heavy bang of fiery red hair. I bought it without delay, and was wondering where I could find something to go with it in that little town, when I met a friend, a friend indeed, who offered me some widths of silk that had been dyed a most hideous shade of green. I gladly accepted the offer, particularly as this friend is in deep mourning and would not be at the ball to recognize me. Well, I made this really awful silk into a very full skirt that just covered my ankles, and near the bottom I put a broad band of orange colored cambric, the stiff and shiny kind. Then I made a Mother Hubbard apron of white paper cambric, also very stiff and shiny, putting a big full ruche of the cambric around neck, yoke, and bottom of sleeves. For my head I made a large cap of the white cambric, with ruche all around, and fastened it on tight with wide strings that were tied in a large stiff bow under my chin. We drew my evening dress up underneath both skirt and apron, and pinned it securely on my shoulders, and this made me stout and shapeless. Around this immense waist and over the apron was drawn a wide sash of bright pink, glossy cambric that was tied in a huge bow at the back. But by far the best of all, a real crown of glory, was a pigtail of red hair that hung down my back and showed conspicuously on the white apron. This was a loan by Mrs. Joyce, another friend in mourning, and who assisted me in dressing. We wanted the benefit of the long mirror in the little parlor of the hotel, so we carried everything there and locked the door, and then the fun commenced. I am afraid that Mrs. Joyce's fingers must have been badly bruised by the dozens of pins she used, and how she laughed at me! But if I looked half as dreadful as my reflection in the mirror, I must have been a sight to provoke laughter. We had been requested to give names to our characters, and Mrs. Joyce said I must be a country girl, but it still seems to me that an idiot would have been more appropriate. I drove over with Major and Mrs. Carleton. The dressing rooms were crowded at Mrs. Gordon's, so it was an easy matter to slip away, give my long cloak and thick veil to a maid, and return to Mrs. Carleton before she had missed me, and it was most laughable to see the dear lady go in search of me, peering in everyone's face. But she did not find me, although we went down the stairs and in the drawing room together, and neither did one person in those rooms recognize me during the evening. Lieutenant Joyce said he knew to whom the hair belonged, but beyond that it was all a mystery. That evening will never be forgotten, for as soon as I saw that no one knew me, I became a child once more, and the more the maskers laughed, the more I ran around. When I first appeared in the rooms there was a general giggle, and that was exhilarating, so off I went. After a time Colonel Fitz James adopted me and tagged around after me every place. I simply could not get rid of the man. I knew him, of course, and I also knew that he was mistaking me for someone else, which made his attentions anything but complimentary. I told him ever so many times that he did not know me, but he always insisted that it was impossible for him to be deceived, that he would always know me, and so on. He was acting in a very silly manner, quite too silly for a man of his years and a colonel of the regiment, and he was keeping me from some very nice dances, too. So I decided to lead him a dance, and commenced a rare flirtation in cozy corners and out-of-the-way places. I must admit, though, that all the pleasure I derived from it was when I heard the smothered giggles of those who saw us. The colonel was in a domino and had not tried to disguise himself. We went in to supper together, and I managed to be almost the last one to unmask, and all the time Colonel Fitz James, domino removed, was standing in front of me and looking down with a smile of serene expectancy. The colonel of a regiment is a person of prominence, therefore many people in the room were watching us, not one suspecting, however, who I was. So when I did take off the mask there was a shout, "Why, it's Mrs. Rae!" and "Oh, look at Mrs. Ray!" and several friends came up to us. Well, I wish you could have seen the Colonel's face, the mingled surprise and almost horror that was expressed upon it. Of course the vain man had placed himself in a ridiculous position, chasing around and flirting with the wife of one of his very own officers, a second lieutenant at that. It came out later that he, and others also, had thought that I was a Helena girl whom the Colonel admires very much. It was rather embarrassing, too, to be told that the girl was sitting directly opposite on the other side of the room, where she was watching us with two big black eyes. And then, further down, I saw Faye also looking at us. But then, a man never can see things from a woman's point of view. The heat and weight of the two dresses had been awful, and as soon as I could get away I ran to a dressing room and removed the cambric. But the pins! There seemed to be thousands of them. Some of the costumes were beautiful and costly also. Mrs. Manson, a lovely little woman of Helena, was a comet. Her short dress of blue silk was studded with gold stars, and to each shoulder was fastened a long, pointed train of yellow gauze sprinkled with diamond dust. An immense gold star with a diamond sunburst in the center was above her forehead, and around her neck was a diamond necklace. Mrs. Palmer, wife of Colonel Palmer, was King of Hearts, the foundation a handsome red silk. Mrs. Spencer advertised the New York Herald. The whole dress, which was flounced to the waist, was made of the headings of that paper. Major Blair was recognized by no one as an American citizen, in plain evening dress. I could not find Faye at all, and he was in a simple red domino, too. I cannot begin to tell you of the many lovely costumes that seemed most wonderful to me, for you must remember that we were far up in the Rocky Mountains, 500 miles from a railroad. I will send you a copy of the Helena paper that gives an account of the ball, in which you will read that Mrs. Ray was inimitable, the best sustained character in the rooms. I have thought this over some, and I consider the compliment doubtful. We remained one day longer in Helena than we had expected for the ball masque. Consequently, we were obliged to start back the very next morning, directly after breakfast, and that was not pleasant, for we were very tired. The weather had been bitter cold, but during the night a chinook had blown up, and the air was warm and balmy as we came across the valley. When we reached the mountains, however, it was freezing again, and there was glassy ice every place, which made driving over the grades more dangerous than usual. In many places the ambulance wheels had to be blocked and the back and front wheels of one side chained together so they could not turn, in addition to the heavy brake, and then the driver would send the four sharp-shod mules down at a swinging trot that kept the ambulance straight, and did not give it time to slip around and roll us down to eternity. There is one grade on this road that is notoriously dangerous, and dreaded by every driver around here because of the many accidents that have occurred there. It is cut in the side of a high mountain, and has three sharp turns back and forth, and the mountain is so steep it is impossible to see from the upper grade all of the lower that leads down into the canon called White's Gulch. This one mountain grade is a mile and a half long, but the really dangerous place is near the middle turn, where a warm spring trickles out of the rocks and in winter forms thick ice over the road, and if this ice cannot be broken up, neither man nor beast can walk over, as it is always thicker on the inner side. I was so stiffened from the overheating and try to fool dancing at Mrs. Gordon's, it was with the greatest difficulty I could walk at all on the slippery hills, and was constantly falling down, much to the amusement of Faye and the driver. But ride down some of them I would not. At Canon Ferry, where we remained overnight, the ice in the Missouri was cracked, and there were ominous reports, like pistol shots, down in the cañon below. At first Faye thought it would be impossible to come over, but the driver said he could get everything across if he could come at once. Faye walked over with me, and then went back to assist the driver with the mules that were still on the bank refusing to step upon the ice. But Faye led one leader, and the driver lashed and yelled at all of them, and in this way they crossed, each mule snorting at every step. There were the most dreadful groans and creakings and loud reports during the entire night, and in the morning the river was clear, except for a few pieces of ice that were still floating down from above. The Missouri is narrow at Cañon Ferry, deep and very swift, and it is a dreadful place to cross at any time, on the ice or on the cable ferry boat. They catch a queer fish there called the ling. It has 3 sides, is long and slender, and is perfectly blind. They gave us some for supper, and it was really delicious. We found everything in fine order upon our return, and it was very evident that Cagey had taken good care of the house and Hal. But Billy Grayback had taken care of himself. He was given the run of my room, but I had expected, of course, that he would sleep in his own box, as usual. But no, the little rascal in some way discovered the warmth of the blankets on my bed, and in between these he had undoubtedly spent most of the time during our absence. And there we found him after a long search, and there he wants to stay all the time now, and if anyone happens to go near the bed, they are greeted with the fiercest kind of smothered growls. The black horse has been sold, and Faye has bought another, a sorrel that seems to be a very satisfactory animal. He is not as handsome as Ben, nor as fractious either. Bettie is behaving very well, but is still nervous and keeps her 4 feet down just long enough to get herself over the ground. She is beautiful, and Kelly simply adores her, and keeps her bright red coat like satin. Faye can seldom ride with me because of his numerous duties, and not one of the ladies rides here, so I have Kelly go, for one never knows what one may come across on the roads around here. They are so seldom traveled and are little more than trails. End of letter. Camp Baker, Montana Territory, March, 1878. The mail goes out in the morning, and in it a letter must be sent to you. But it is hard, hard for me to write, to have to tell you that my dear dog, my beautiful greyhound, is dead. Dead and buried. It seems so cruel that he should have died now, so soon after getting back to his old home, friends, and freedom. On Tuesday, Faye and Lieutenant Lomax went out for a little hunt, letting Hal go with them, which was unusual and to which I objected, for Lieutenant Lomax is a notoriously poor shot and hunter, and I was afraid he might accidentally kill Hal, mistake him for a wild animal. So as they went down our steps I said, "Please do not shoot my dog," much more in earnest than in jest, for I felt that he would really be in danger, as it would be impossible to keep him with them all the time. As they went across the parade ground, rifles over their shoulders, Hal jumped up on Faye and played around him, expressing his delight at being allowed to go on a hunt. He knew what a gun was made for just as well as the oldest hunter. That was the last I saw of my dog. Faye returned long before I had expected him, and one quick glance at his troubled face told me that something terrible had happened. I saw that he was unhurt and apparently well, but where was Hal? With an awful pain in my heart, I asked, "Did Lieutenant Lomax shoot Hal?" After a second's hesitation, Faye said, "No, but Hal is dead." It seemed too dreadful to be true, and at first I could not believe it, for it had been only such a short time since I had seen him bounding and leaping, evidently in perfect health, and oh, so happy. No one in the house even thought of dinner that night, and poor black Cagey sobbed and moaned so loud and long Faye was obliged to ask him to be quiet. For hours I could not listen to the particulars. Faye says that they had not gone out so very far when he saw a wild cat some distance away, and taking careful aim he shot it, but the cat, instead of falling, started on a fast run. Hal was in another direction, but when he heard the report of the rifle and saw the cat running, he started after it with terrific speed and struck it just as the cat fell, and then the two rolled over and over together. He got up and stood by Faye and Lieutenant Lomax while they examined the cat, and if there was anything wrong with him it was not noticed. But when they turned to come back to the post, dragging the dead cat after them, Faye heard a peculiar sound, and looking back saw dear Hal on the ground in a fit much like vertigo. He talked to him and petted him, thinking he would soon be over it, and the plucky dog did get up and try to follow, but went down again, and for the last time. The swift run and excitement caused by encountering an animal wholly different from anything he had ever seen before was too great a strain upon the weak heart. Before coming to the house Faye had ordered a detail out to bury him, with instructions to cover the grave with pieces of glass to keep the wolves away. The skin and head of the cat, which was really a lynx, are being prepared for a rug, but I do not see how I can have the thing in the house, although the black spots and stripes with the white make the fur very beautiful. The ball passed straight through the body. The loneliness of the house is awful, and at night I imagine that I hear him outside whining to come in. Many a cold night have I been up 2 and 3 times to straighten his bed and cover him up. His bed was the skin of a young buffalo, and he knew just when it was smooth and nice, and then he would almost throw himself down with a sigh of perfect content. If I did not cover him at once he would get up and drop down again, and there he would stay hours at a time, with the fur underneath and over him, with just his nose sticking out. He suffered keenly from the intense cold here because his hair was so short and fine. And then he was just from the South, too, where he was too warm most of the time. It makes me utterly wretched to think of the long year he was away from us at Baton Rouge. But what could we have done? We could not have him with us in the very heart of New Orleans, for he had already been stolen from us at Jackson Barracks, a military post. With him passed the very last of his blood, a breed of greyhounds that was known in Texas, Kansas, and Colorado as wonderful hunters, also remarkable for their pluck and beauty of form. Hal was a splendid hunter, and ever on the alert for game. Not one morsel of it would he eat, however, not even a piece of domestic fowl, which he seemed to look upon as game. Sheep he considered fine game, and would chase them every opportunity that presented itself. This was his one bad trait, an expensive one sometimes, but it was the only one, and was overbalanced many times by his lovable qualities that made him a favorite with all. Every soldier in the company loved him and was proud of him, and would have shared his dinner with the dog any day if called upon to do so. End of letter. End of Section 9.